All right, perfect timing. They just played the most important video I don't think anyone's ever seen. This is the groundbreaking video. All right, Nita, how are you doing? Good morning. I'm gonna give people a couple minutes to get in here because of how important this particular video is. Sorry I'm a little late, you guys. I woke up right at I think it was 9:30, 9 something. Not even. I think I woke up right at 9:50. I was up all night, y'all. Hear ye, hear ye. Judge Arturo and Judge Razor are in the court now. Judge Razor? Get the hell out of here. Anyways, listen, this is a very important video that's about to be played here in court. I just want to give, let's get at least 50 people in here before we start this video. 37 already? Yeah, again, I'm sorry I'm a little late. I went to sleep at like 9, woke up at like 2:30, worked on a bunch of videos, made a bunch of thumbnails, titles, and made some YouTube shorts. Went back to bed at like 5:30 this morning. And I was gonna wake up at 8 o'clock. I woke up at 9:20, 9:30 or something like that. Fell back asleep a little bit. There we go. We got 50 people in here. What's up, everybody? What's going on, y'all? All right. Let's do this. Because I just saw a glimpse of this video, and this is about to debunk everything. So the court is about to play probably the most important video of this whole hearing, because people keep on asking, how is Tyler Robinson walking and getting on top of that building and going up the stairs with a rifle in his pants when he's clearly walking like normal, according to some pictures? Okay, according to pictures, these people assume that he's walking normal. Well, the video completely debunks that. Let's get to it, guys.
It's from the university that was provided to us, particularly of the parking structure.
Okay. Does it appear to be State's Exhibit 12.4?
It does, yes.
So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to have this video run. And if you don't mind, as it's running, I'm probably going to be asking you some questions. And so this video has no audio, is that right?
No, there's no audio on the cameras.
Okay. Let's go ahead and start the video.
Your Honor, it's just not up on the screen yet.
Oh.
Let's go ahead and put it on all screens. No,
we get to watch it too. This is beautiful.
So it is admitted and may be published to the screens. And just want to make sure it's on your screen, Agent. All right. All right, Mr. Sturgill, you may.
This wasn't going to be admitted yesterday.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Because they had added some circles or some arrows or something like that.
The vehicle is believed to belong to Mr. Robinson arriving in the parking garage on campus.
At what time in the morning? What time of the day?
It's approximately 8:30 in the morning on September 10th, 2025.
And what leads you to believe that this particular vehicle belongs to Mr. Robinson?
Information that was provided regards to driver's license and Department of Motor Vehicle records. The vehicle fits the description of a vehicle owned by Mr. Robinson.
Is there anything unique about that vehicle that stands out to you?
The shape of the vehicle is very distinct, but predominantly the wheels were very distinctive on this version of the vehicle.
So he drove there? I thought he walked there.
The driver of the vehicle exits the vehicle and then walks on foot to exit the parking garage. It's the individual in the red T-shirt and the shorts and the shoes.
Oh, this is when he was scoping everything out. Okay.
Do you recognize who that person is?
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe that's Tyler Robinson.
All right, where does he go from there?
He heads out of the parking garage on foot into the campus and actually goes to the quad area of the campus. At that time, he makes contact with some representatives from TPUSA.
By quad area?
Sorry, the amphitheater is what I previously referred it to.
All right. So he goes up on campus, visits the amphitheater area, the courtyard or quad. Correct. And then what do we see here now?
He returns on foot back to the same vehicle.
And what time is he returning back to the vehicle?
It's about 9:25 a.m.
To be honest with you, when you said court raiser, I thought you were talking about this other judge that's actually the judge of this show, the judge of the court. I don't know what his name is, what the judge is right now. I thought you were talking about him. That's why I said, get out of my chair. Get out of my chair.
Where is this parking structure located on campus?
It's just off of Campus Drive. It's a short walk from the amphitheater.
He's just playing around. Hey, thank you, DJ, for being over on Kick.
That's the vehicle exiting with Mr. Robinson driving the vehicle.
This.
Now what do we see?
This is Mr. Robinson returning to the campus on foot from the neighborhood to the northeast. You can see he's wearing the same clothing as in the previous video.
What time is this?
And he's carrying a
10 o'clock, 10:09.
Describe the clothing.
It's a maroon colored t-shirt with gray or olive colored shorts and then Converse shoes.
What time? Ask him what time.
And what time did he return to campus?
Just after 10 a.m.
And does he leave the parking structure eventually?
He does, yes.
Okay. And during this visit, do you know where he goes after he leaves the parking structure?
Yes, we were able to track his movements on campus. He went to Chick-fil-A in the Sorensen building and purchased some food, sat and ate the food. Then, I'm sorry.
Where did he purchase the food from?
You see the clothing he's in now? He's in the assassin clothings. Now, everyone keeps on saying, how does he walk up and down the stairs with a rifle in his pants? It don't make no sense. You see the way he's limping already, right?
Chick-fil-A in the Sorensen Center.
And where is that in relation to the amphitheater or the courtyard?
It's kind of on the northeast side of the amphitheater. It would be on the upper back edge of the amphitheater, furthest away from where the tent was that Mr. Kirk was in.
And from there, where does he go?
From there, he moves across campus, out across Campus Drive into a wooded area on what would be kind of the northeast side of Campus Drive. Then returns back onto campus. We noticed at this point that he's no longer carrying the backpack that he was originally wearing. He moves through the Gunther building and the computer science building. And then,
where?
I'm sorry?
And then goes where?
Then goes across to the railing that gives access to the roof of the Losi building.
From there?
From there, he comes back down the stairs and walks off campus from that point.
And about what time was that he left campus that second time? Do you know?
I believe it was approximately 11 a.m. or just after, if I recall. I could verify from my notes if you need an exact time.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
I'm gonna need y'all to wake up. Your
read it
voice
out
is
loud.
too raspy, brother.
So let me know when you've had a chance to look at that, would you?
Judge, get this man a coffee. I don't know, send one of the liberals to Starbucks or something. They know what to do.
Were you able to refresh your memory as far as the time?
I was, yes.
And what time was it?
It was just prior to 11 a.m. when he walked off campus.
Okay. And before we go any further, the parking
I know what I'm
structure
doing.
that he left initially, where is that parking structure in relation to the LDS Institute building?
I'm sorry, in relation to?
The LDS Institute building on campus?
I think it would be just to the north of the
I don't have a
LDS
P.O.
Institute
box
building,
yet.
if I recall.
Do you recall whether it was adjacent to the LDS Institute?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. What do we see?
Here we go.
This takes.
To campus the same way that
It was
it would be just to the north of the LDS Institute building, if I recall.
Do you recall whether it was adjacent to the LDS?
A video of Mr. Robinson returning back.
Go ahead.
This is a video of Mr. Robinson returning back to campus the same way that he did previously on foot.
And this takes just a moment.
Look at him.
And why? Well, let me ask you this: You believe this is Mr. Robinson returning to campus?
I do, yes.
Okay. And why do you believe it's Mr. Robinson?
The shoes are the same, and the images that we have
Look at that.
from my viewing and seeing Mr. Robinson on the video, it's the same person.
He's noticeably wearing different clothing.
He is wearing different clothing, and he also is walking with a gait or a limp in this video.
With a gait or what?
A limp.
Okay. Now what do we see?
This is Mr. Robinson coming up the stairs of the parking structure. Again, he seems to be having issues walking.
He thinks he's in a Mission Impossible movie. Look at that, y'all.
And again, were you able to track Mr. Robinson
Yep.
when he leaves this parking structure?
Yes, we were able to.
Okay. So when he leaves the parking structure, where does he go?
He comes up around Campus Drive, as you can see on the video here. There is a cut through there north of the Losi building, and that's Mr. Robinson coming up the sidewalk. He has the noticeable gait or limp in his walk. And then he moves south across the front of the Losi building.
On the sidewalk?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna be right here. It's hard to see, but he's right here
He would
behind
be
this
the
row
rear
of
of the
cars.
two individuals in this particular video.
All right. So right now, if you were to break this picture into quadrants, where would he be?
Who'd be in the top left quadrant, walking to the left of the image.
Now what do we see?
This is an image looking across the parking lot to the Losi building, and Mr. Robinson is appearing on the exterior staircase, which gives access to the Losi building roof and the area where the railing was.
And again, let's break that image into quadrants. Where would he be located if you broke it into quadrants?
It's in the
Top
top right, and the individual can be seen moving under the notations that are on the video.
Okay. And what time is this?
It's just afternoon, about 12:15
On what day?
on September 10th, 2025.
Okay. What just happened, or what did we just see happen?
The individual actually kind of rolls over the railing onto the roof of the Losi building.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
Well, you can
Again,
see
in
him
the
up
top
there.
left
Hold
corner,
on.
the individual is now seen running across the rooftop of the Losi building to what would be the southwest corner.
What did we just see happen?
The individual actually kind of rolls over the railing onto the roof of the Losi building.
All right.
He's like right there above where I'm at.
Go ahead, sir.
And again, in the top left corner, the individual is now seen running across the rooftop of the Losi building to what would be the southwest corner of the building, crouching down and then crawling to the corner of the building.
And this is at what time?
This is so crazy.
Around 12:23. I think the timestamp on the video is 12:22.
On the 10th.
On September 10th, yes,
So we're
2025.
clear. This is the roof of the Losi building.
Correct.
Can you still see that individual?
Yes, you can, laying prone.
Now they're trying to discuss
Do you believe this to be Mr.
and
Robinson?
I'm sorry?
Do you believe this to be Mr. Robinson?
prove
do,
the
yes.
validity
And
of
how
these
long
videos
is
in
he
order
out
to
there
bring
on
them
the
to
edge of the
court.
building?
It's not about showing us
Just
anything.
until the reported shot was fired at 12:23 and 28. The individual then stands up and then moves across the building to the north.
Wow, so he
Is that what we're
just made the
seeing happening
shot.
right now.
It is, yes. They move behind the atrium area on the rooftop to the northeast corner where the white triangle is.
He just made the shot about 15 or 20 seconds ago.
You see Mr.
Now he's
Robinson
running
now.
off the roof.
I do, yes. He's just arriving at the corner of the building. Be almost the top center of the image.
Where he jumps off the roof right there. He's climbing down.
And Mr. Robinson lowering and jumping off of the roof of the Losi building onto the grass area. And then moving away towards Campus Drive. And he appears to be carrying some kind of an object in his hand at this time.
So he's approaching,
Campus Drive.
and again, broken into quadrants. Where is he currently?
In the top right quadrant.
And the time?
It's 12:24 and 42 on the timestamp.
What do we see now?
He then crosses Campus Drive and drops down into the wooded area on the far side of Campus Drive.
And that is located in what part of the video? What quadrant?
It would have been just off center on the top left side.
Crazy. We just literally watched the whole thing unfold.
This is the intersection of Campus Drive and 800 South. There's a vehicle attempting to turn right onto Campus Drive. That's the vehicle that's driven by Mr. Robinson.
Okay. And on the screen, where is that vehicle that you're referring to located? If you broke it into quadrants.
It's on the left side, on the upper side, the upper quadrant.
Now what do we see?
And then it just goes.
That vehicle's now pulling away and heading east on 800 South.
And why do you believe that that vehicle is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
Same one from the
When that
beginning.
vehicle was stopped, it actually made contact with an officer who was doing security detail.
And do you know who that officer is? Or
Officer Goforth,
Okay. And do you know which department he works for?
Spanish Fork Police.
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Goforth regarding this interaction at that intersection?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what time was that interaction? I'm sorry. Did I ask you that?
It was approximately 12:30 a.m.
Okay. On the 11th?
on September 11th, 2025.
So you talked to Officer Goforth about that contact on the corner on that, or during the early morning hours of the 11th.
Correct.
And what did Officer Goforth tell you about that interaction?
It was an interaction that, I guess cop intuition, but there was something about the interaction that made him make a note of the license plate of the vehicle. And then subsequently, when information was available that vehicle or a vehicle matching the description of that was involved in the incident, he ran the information that he had obtained from the stop and was able to identify that it was registered to Mr. Robinson, and he had in fact had contact with Mr. Robinson on the morning of September 11th, 2025.
Good job.
The information that he ran, do you know what information when you say that, he ran information?
Yes, he ran a partial plate.
Okay. A license plate?
Correct.
And based on that partial license plate, he was able to identify the owner of that vehicle?
Yes.
And did he tell you who the owner of that vehicle was?
He did, yes.
Okay, and who did he tell you that it belonged to?
Said there were two registered owners of the vehicle, Tyler Robinson and an Amber Robinson.
Did he say anything about the person that he actually interacted with?
Yes, it was a male that he believed to be Tyler Robinson.
Okay.
It's crazy, man. Let's see. Yeah, that was by far the most important video right there. We literally just saw the entire crime happen from beginning to end.
All right, counsel for defense, are we prepared? And for the state?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Thank you. Having heard from both counsel, I'll go ahead and review it on my screens. It is not being displayed in the monitor in the courtroom. And
they were going to toss that video out yesterday.
The portion you wish to.
Simply because it had some edits to it. If you go to my video I released this morning, I released the video about where we looked at the that guy that was showing us the path where
And just for the
Tyler
benefit of the
Robinson
record, you
walks,
wanna
goes
put on
into
the
the
record
parking lot, goes up and
the
everything like
timestamp
that.
of what you're playing, at what point you're starting and stopping, as we go, or when we finish is fine.
Right. I showed y'all that video
just want the
yesterday.
record
So I
to be
released it
complete.
this morning on my channel. In that comment section, there are so many Candace Owen cult members talking about all sorts of nonsense.
It's removed.
How did he walk
timestamp
down the
on it.
stairs with the rifle?
So
How did he
you can
do?
just give me
the count.
the
That video
count
right
on the
there
bottom,
pretty
there's a
much
timer
just
at the bottom
gave you
of the
all your
total
answers
length
right
of the
there.
video. So that's fine. I'm
TMNT,
just trying
man,
to
thank you for
create
the
a
happy
record of what
poop.
exactly I'm looking at.
Another happy poop. Having good happy poops. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, thank you for the gold coin, the thumbs up, and the star. Appreciate you, brother. I don't have a P.O. box, who was asking. Hindsight is 2020, but I learned a lot about TR type of people and myself since Charlie Kirk's death. I pray
see.
more
No,
for
it's
myself and others that I am more
limitations
aware of
of
my
technology
surroundings now.
sometimes. Thank
They
you
want
for
us all
letting
dead.
me
Yes,
know.
they do. Yes, they do. What's going on in New York? Y'all keep saying a building's about to fall.
Come on, the video is just before 6-minute mark, Judge.
All right.
And just so the record's clear, this is State's Exhibit.
Evacuations issued due to structural issues with the building.
I have it on my screen. It's so it looks like it's been paused at 6 minutes and 9 seconds.
Agent Hall, can you see it?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. We came down 2nd Avenue. We were coming from the Upper East Side.
And we'll play it. Go ahead, Kimberly.
It's playing.
I mean, it's just showing the building standing there, so, you know. It's just Mathis, thank you for the happy poop. And another. God, I love it, man. I knew, and you know what? Candace Owens is apparently people asking people not to watch the trial because they're just giving us fake information. Well, explain that video, ma'am. Is that doctored? Is that fake? Is that misleading information? No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is one bit. Oh, we got some scumbags out there talking about Erica Kirk still.
Charlie would come home on Fridays, throw his cell phone in a drawer, and say Shabbat Shalom. I'll show you why in just a moment, but I do understand that some people, they don't believe that.
I don't think that he ever threw his phone in the drawer and said Shabbat Shalom.
On Friday night when he would get home from work, he would turn off his phone and he would shove it in the junk drawer and he would say Shabbat Shalom, shove it in the drawer, and he was full dad mode.
If you're a Christian or you're a Catholic, you're not a Jew. So the fact that she would say that a Christian man was like, I'm going to put my phone in the drawer so I can spend time with my family for the weekend, which I believe he did because he was a great man. He would put his phone in the drawer and then she had the fucking gall to say Shabbat Shalom and throw. No, he didn't. I never even heard him say that.
Yes, I've never heard him say anything related to that.
And then
This podcast is called Be Great Podcast. He has the zesty guy, which, by the way, he's a conservative, conservative Nat or something like that, or Nat conservative. They're just the first thing they did was claim that
For me on the Zoom
Erica
version,
Kirk is
it's
now
apparent
removing the
that Mr.
Kirk name from
Robinson,
her
the
name.
individual-
He's claiming that Erica Kirk has filed the paperwork to remove Kirk as her last name. I said, what are these dudes talking about? So I tried looking it up. There's some rumors online that she's saying that. There's been rumors about that in the past. Obviously, she's not doing that. This is so stupid. But the way they just act like it's a definitive proof. Yeah, I've heard about that. And then that gay, zesty conservative, which I don't care if you're gay, but if you're going to be super zesty, then you get the shit talked about you. He's over there saying that he went to bat for her, and then he's calling her a bitch and all this stuff. Well, Charlie Kirk, you know, he actually says this.
Look at her like, you fucking bitch. What the fuck are you talking about?
Calling Erica a bitch in this situation is weird, especially considering that Charlie has said Shabbat Shalom several times, especially when he went in his Friday podcast episodes. And here's a clip of Charlie answering a question about why he, as a Christian, celebrates the Sabbath.
Say, Charlie, why do you talk about Shabbat so much? You're a Christian. And I say, look, first of all, if you believe Jesus is Lord, then you believe in the creation and the promises of God are complete through the entire Bible. But I'm not going to get too theological. If you rest for 24 hours, you will be blessed. And if you decide not to, then that's fine. I know that my life before honoring the Sabbath and after honoring the Sabbath, they don't even compare. And some people say, well, Charlie, why Saturday instead of Sunday? That's a good question. And I don't want to be overly legalistic about it. Maybe Sunday's a better day for you to totally rest. But I love, for me personally, ending Friday after a long week and totally shutting off. And on Sunday, I'm already thinking about Monday. On Saturday, I can truly rest and I can truly stop. And so whatever day works for you. For me, it's the old traditional Jewish Sabbath. That, I'm going to just shut it all off. It actually makes you work harder. It makes you think clearer. It makes you get what you want to get done before that. It's a finish line. It's a self-imposed deadline. And it's biblical. And it's freeing. And in this mad world we live of tyrants, despots, degenerates, and cockroaches, it's very freeing.
And honestly, grow closer to what matters. Again, Shabbat Shalom. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. Good Shabbos. Turn off your phone. Enjoy your family. God bless them.
I'm not viewing this from a religious standpoint at all. I'm viewing this from a factual standpoint. Now, I do not think that Miss Erica Kirk was lying.
That is insane that people are out here talking like that. Be good, be great podcast. What a fucking clown, man. But I actually went to the podcast and checked it out myself. It dropped yesterday. And I watched his podcast, and not even 10 minutes into it, he's already talking about Erica Kirk filing paperwork to remove her name or remove the Kirk name from her name. I'm just like, these guys don't know. These guys are so low, so pathetic, man. They act like they care about Charlie. This right here. There it is right there.
Grieve different. I remember when
I remember, dude.
Fucking happened. I said everybody grieves differently. I don't care who you are, Bruce.
So I heard Erica Kirk is removing Kirk from her name.
From who?
Already?
Yeah, dude. I just fucking heard it. It was either yes.
Look how giddy they are. Look how excited they are. Wow, look at her.
Yesterday or today. She's legally, I guess it was either yesterday or today. She's legally, I guess, doing the paperwork to remove Kirk from her last name. So for all the.
How did she hear that? Why is he so giddy and zesty and flamboyant and sparkly and twinkle toesy?
These motherfuckers that were out there saying, oh, he was her soulmate. Why would you want to remove your last name?
So here I'm going to go again with the questioning shit.
Yeah.
Okay. And I went to bat for that bitch. Okay.
Y'all are so evil, demented, twisted. It's like, you're going to have your day. You're going to have your day. They'll have their day. They'll have to answer to this. All these people that have been attacking Erica Kirk and calling her fake and gay and the fake crying and why she do that thing with her eyes. I think she killed Charlie Kirk or had him killed so she could take over the company. All you demons, y'all will have your fucking day. But go ahead, keep on exposing yourself. That's the beauty of it all. You see, God is protecting Erica Kirk. I believe that 100%. He's not just God, but Charlie Kirk himself. He is protecting his wife. God is protecting them. And all these people are being exposed for who they really are. Just let them expose themselves. Once you realize that they are this way, you can cut them out your life and you can be done with them. I saw a couple videos from this guy on TikTok, during the Trump campaign. I saw plenty of videos from him over there, and I thought, okay, yeah, he's cool. It's a little zesty, but he's all right. And you know me, I don't have a problem with anyone being gay. But if you're a man and you are feminine and you are twinkle toesy, then we got problems. No man, gay, straight, or otherwise, should be feminine and subservient to everyone else. Your toes shouldn't be twinkling. Okay, all the mannerisms and all that's the stuff I don't like about people being gay. I don't care if that's who you want to be in a relationship with and that's what you want to do, sure, go for it. Whether you're straight or gay, if you're a man and you're acting like a woman, women don't even act this way. Women don't even act the way that gay men act.
Okay, I said people grieve different. I remember when
I remember, dude.
Fucking happened. I said everybody grieves differently. I don't care who you are, Bruce. You don't change the fucking name.
This is just like expressing how badly you want to get it up the ass. That's what I see when I see guys acting like this, and they intentionally do the lisp. Right, the lisp is not. You weren't born with a lisp. These gay men intentionally do the lisp. Because they can turn it off at any second. He can go from yes, queen to hey man, leave me alone. He can go to that like that, okay? And what? I don't know. I can't respect a man that Peter puffs. Oh my God.
Especially a woman. A Christian woman would never do that. And for anybody out there that wants to defend this one,
see,
fuck all the way up.
What proof do you have? Just because this guy's sitting in front of you with this little, what's he got? 5,000 subscribers, and this video only has 439 views. It's got more attention simply because Conspira Cookie, is that her name is?
I err on the side of believing.
Conspira Cookie was talking about it, and then oh yeah, I shared it. She commented about it yesterday. She said, "Look, I didn't even tag him in the video, but he blocked her." After a bunch of other people tagged him, all I did was proof to back up the claims. The truth matters. And look, he blocked her on Instagram. You got exposed, buddy. We know what kind of monster you are. She replied to me. I was like, oh, look at that. Got called out for lying and immediately tucked tail and ran, huh? I don't know if you saw, but the full video. Yeah, this is the part where they claim that Erica Kirk is having the Kirk name removed from her name. Yeah, she said, I think I'm good. I'm not listening to it. I prefer content that is informative and or fresh opinions. Gossip is hurting this nation and the people who consume it. I call total BS on her even willing to change her name. Yeah, why would she on earth would she want to change her name? Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. And if you go to my video, okay, I released the video yesterday. We're watching the whole movements, right? We were watching the whole movements. We got to see the whole walkthrough of what Tyler Robinson did. It's clear as day. We just saw the video in court. It's showing us that that's exactly what happened. Now, if you go around, let me see. Why were there so few policemen there? Like in Butler, did they allow it to happen? Oh, wow. Way too easy to get to the school. Exactly. Oh, there was a lot. Hold on. I'm afraid all the conspiracy theories are going to keep from getting the true justice for Charlie. Bad angle, just like the rooftop camera view. It must have killed this guy, Tyler, to wear anything with America. Probably. I hope all the can. I know there's a bunch of conspiracy theorists in here. No gun going up the stairs or jumping off the roof on the Ring camera. Yeah, right. He is your man. Face palm. Mossad microphone attack. Rewatch in slow-mo. Fuck you. Show us the angle from the rooftop to be able to shoot under the tent. No gun and pants would fit so you can walk. So it don't fit. You must acquit. Acquit, big dog? If it's in his right pant leg, how did he bend his right leg up the stairwell? We just saw the video. He did not bend his leg. BS. He is bending his knee up the stairs. By the way, they're talking about pictures. Not even, the video has never been released until just an hour ago. And they're talking about pictures. BS. He is bending his knee up the stairs. No rifle with a large scope attached to his pants. What the fuck? MK Ultra as always. What an absolute wild time to be alive. Normal isn't coming back, to my friends. Jesus Christ is. If you're someone who's yet to receive. Okay, well, that's whatever. Tyler had on tight jeans. I didn't see any gun in the first picture entering the tunnel. I call BS. They want us to focus on the kid. It's the MO of our shitty government. It's a distraction. JFK? Ring a bell? I still want to know more about the old man, which I do too. The one who got detained the first time. Doesn't sound like someone would think to do that at a time like that. Gonna call BS. Showed him walking stiff leg up the street, but shows the same leg bent heavily on the steps. How does that work? He does not have a rifle. These are all the comments popping up on my video right now. And thank God they just showed the actual video in the courtroom where you can clearly see he's walking up and down the stairs with stuff, you know, with the rifle in his pants. Look at him. Look at, yeah, oh, he's bending his leg heavily. Yeah, guys. Right there. He's bent his leg heavily. Heavily bending his leg. Now, if you ever had a Charlie horse, or you ever had some really bad leg injury, like a sprain or something like that, you know what that walk is. That's the I can't bend my leg walk. Going up the stairs, use one foot to pick yourself up, the other one's just for stabilization. See, look at that. But he bent his leg heavily. I love it, man. I love it. I love that this video is now released. Now everyone is scrambling. Oh no, we got to come up with a new conspiracy theory. It's insane. Absolutely insane. Y'all are crazy. Y'all need to get your head checked. Stop watching Candace Owens. Call it a day. I just can't believe that people are attacking Erica Kirk like this, and it just makes me sick, man. It makes me absolutely sick to my stomach. She will be protected. She will be protected 100%. They're eating their words now. I know that's right. Are they though, or are they just gonna ignore it like it never even happened? TMNT, thank you for the star, the 100. The sparkles. Let it all out. Thank you for the flower. Jeffrey Lewis, thank you for the happy poop. And Nita, thank you for the first super chat of the day. Said, I'll start you off. Let's get that $2 super chat goal demolished. Let's get that goal demolished, y'all. We got 3 hours. And of course, we're probably going to go to lunch when they go to lunch. And then we'll come back and do another 3 hours. We're going to be covering this all week. Now, I got here a little late this morning. We didn't miss much, though. It was just like talking introductions and talking to the witness a little bit. We really didn't miss much at all. So, perfect timing for me, I guess. Hell, I got my breakfast right here. Got a little egg and bacon breakfast bowl. Go to New York.
And Also, they probably don't have a clear understanding of what the structural instability is. So, you keep hearing about steel beams on the 21st and 22nd floor, but those beams are either connected to or intersect with concrete. It's a very tall building. And so they're probably having to envision some of the worst case scenarios in terms of what happens if multiple floors start collapsing.
Look at those beams just
do bricks
getting crushed in there.
Does metal come flying? Does glass come crashing? So that's really what it has to do with. The body language, you're not seeing anything from first responders down here or from the teams on the scene that look like imminent danger. People are very calm. Things look very stable in terms of what they're waiting for, but certainly no sign of them reopening 2nd Avenue anytime soon. When I first got to the scene, I was at 43rd and 2nd. That's now closed. 42nd and 2nd closed. Now I'm south of 41st Street. So just to give you a sense of how they have expanded the frozen zone, if you will, here on 2nd Avenue.
Yeah, the radius seems to be growing there, Andrew. And just to remind our viewers, we're talking about 9 to 10 buildings at least evacuated. One of them, a school with 400 children who the mayor says were safely evacuated from the area. Another thing to note, that all of the workers in that building are accounted for. They were able to safely evacuate them. This call coming in just before 8 a.m. And here we are 4.5 hours later, and people are on standby hoping to hear good news here that they can return to their lives. People waiting to depart New York who are staying at a hotel that's been evacuated, hoping to get their bags and get to the airport. Others hoping to continue with their workday. We're talking about Midtown East, a very busy part of New York in the middle of the workday. New Yorkers, though, are used to inconvenience, and as much as they may shrug it away, right, it is an inconvenience, but they do understand that safety is what's top of mind right now. And Andrew, we know initially we were hearing this press conference was going to happen around the 11:30 hour, but as you said, they're having to have these important conversations to make sure that they're able to give us the most up-to-date and
you know what this is?
The most factual.
This is another way to justify their $6 million they just spent on the 9/11
case
investigation.
The interagency briefing is very useful.
9/11 toxins investigation.
Situations you have, the buildings department has learned certain key facts. The fire department,
or maybe it's just the weight of communism
the deputy mayor
crushing the buildings,
on scene,
crushing these capitalist buildings.
Office of Emergency Management. So there's a lot of information to digest. And then you have to be able to give people good information, like what if someone has a doctor's appointment and that building is safe, but the person going to that doctor's office would have to pass by buildings that are not safe. So there are all kinds of X's and Y's.
In my town, we don't have Starbucks or nothing like that.
In this emergency equation here, before
in my town, we don't have any Starbucks. We don't have any.
Briefing's been delayed.
We ain't got none of that mainstream stuff. I mean, we got a Taco Bell and a Sonic and a Pizza Hut and a Whataburger.
Standing near the podium,
we got that.
The folks who are running it keep looking up.
But for breakfast stuff, we ain't got nothing. So they opened a local, a local coffee house.
Heading south over to 41st and talk
good
to
stuff,
us.
man.
No sign of them just
really
yet.
Good stuff. They got all the flavors. They do everything that
and you've been able
Starbucks
to speak
does
to
pretty much.
About the impact here. What are some of the stories?
The problem is it's fucking expensive.
Well, it is quite a variety. There's a woman I interviewed who lives in an apartment building on 43rd Street. She said she had no awareness anything was going on until she got an email from her building management saying, leave at once, time to evacuate your building. This is not the building where the construction accident took place, just an apartment building some yards away. So she got that email. She didn't think twice. She followed the instructions, left her building.
Nope. I don't think Candace had any involvement at all.
Who are staying at hotels in the zone, who are out
I think it was just Tyler Robinson and his little girlfriend.
To get their suitcase and go to the airport and take their flight home may seem like small potatoes at the moment, but put yourself in that situation. It's a stressful problem to have. You're visiting New York as a tourist or on business, and you can't get back to your suitcase. You may not have your passport. There are all kinds of things that are highly stressful about that.
Michelle, thank you for the $10 on PayPal.
Talked about a school.
Or no, Venmo, I'm sorry.
There are all these.
Thanks for all you do. We appreciate you. Thank you, Michelle.
Have impacted people in various ways. People who are
and PayPal. Daniel, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. You said breakfast money.
Except I can't get to the office.
Thank you,
because
sir.
There's an unstable building.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Not at work. So there are all kinds of things
that does cover my breakfast.
To deal with.
Well, no, it actually doesn't. It covers like half of it.
That's highly out of the ordinary at this
point. My wife wanted a frappe.
4.5 hours into this unfolding situation.
She had to go all out. Hey, give me the frappe.
We are used to dealing with inconvenience, delays on the train.
So just give me a damn coffee.
Closures as celebrations happen. But this isn't just an inconvenience. There does seem to be a concern about the level of risk here. And that's the big question. That's what we're hoping to ascertain from city officials, the mayor, the Department of Buildings, who hopefully will give us an update here any minute, Andrew.
Yeah, Gilma, that's absolutely right. We're hoping to just get the answers and, end the speculation and start being able to deliver much more reliable information. And I'm sure that's coming soon.
As we wait for this city presser that hopefully will give us some answers here, first and foremost.
We'll go ahead and pick up where we left off. I know that the parties for each side are present in the courtroom, and we're picking up with cross-examination of Agent Hull. Is necessary, your witness.
May it please the court, thank you. Good afternoon, Agent Hall.
Hey,
I've met before, but just to remind you, my name's Kathy. Your new position at Post, what is your new position?
I'm an investigative sergeant.
So you, Mr. I'm one of the attorneys representing Mr. Robinson. So when did you leave the SBI?
The State Bureau of Investigation?
Yes.
March of this year.
March of this year?
Yes.
So you were involved in this investigation from September to March, basically?
Yes.
And your new position at Post, what is your new position?
I'm an investigative sergeant.
So you investigate potential wrongdoing of police officers?
Correct.
Okay. So when you were first brought into this case in September, is it my understanding from your testimony that you were not engaged in any way with this event prior to getting a call after the shooting? Is that correct?
Correct.
Does the SBI on occasion assist other agencies with preparing for big events like this or not? Is that not typically something you do?
Not something that I've ever been involved with, no.
Okay. And what time did you arrive on campus that day?
I believe it was shortly after 1:30.
So approximately an hour after Mr. Kirk had already been removed from the...
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And were you involved in putting up any drones into the air? Were you part of that, or were you not involved in that?
No.
So how quickly after you arrived on scene did you become aware that you were actually going to be in charge of the scene?
I believe it was approximately an hour after, so what would have been approximately 2:30.
So for the first 2 hours, you were not in charge?
For the first 2 hours, I wasn't. I didn't arrive till 1:30, so no.
Okay. And once you came from on high that you were basically going to be in charge of the scene, what was your first priority? What were you focused on?
We were focused on, through our major crimes team and our lieutenant, putting together an investigative team and developing initial assignments and a plan as to what we were going to do moving forward.
And part of that is protecting any potential forensic evidence that may be found on the scene. That's clearly important, right?
Correct.
Preserving the scene, right?
Correct.
But it sounds like that's not really your area. That was more maybe Agent Falmina's area.
Agent Falmina was assigned to process and document the crime scenes. It was my understanding that the known scenes at that time, amid the chaos, had been contained and had been secured by the the on-campus officers who were already on scene.
And what's your understanding of what the known scenes were? In other words, the area where there might potentially be evidence that you needed to process.
I know that the amphitheater area was cordoned off and managed as best it could with the number of people that were there. I was also made aware that there was a rooftop area that had been secured, and also an area off of the side of that building that had been secured by an officer.
And that building was the lowest.
Sorry, I'm just making a video real quick.
Wasn't there
Post this
also
on
a
X.
bullet found on another building?
I believe an unfired bullet had been found on another building at some point during my time there on September 10th. Yes.
Which building was that, sir?
I don't recall.
Was that considered a scene that was worth preserving?
It was not. My recollection is that that was accounted for as an ejected cartridge from an officer who had cycled his rifle.
Okay, I thought you said it was an unfired bullet, and now you're saying it was a cartridge?
When a weapon is cleared, an officer would make his rifle ready, which would chamber around.
Oh, I got you.
My understanding was that that's how that was accounted for.
So an officer claimed that bullet belonged to him or her?
That's my recollection, is that was how it was accounted for.
And when was that accounted for?
I don't know specifically.
Do you remember what type of bullet that was?
I don't.
Was it a 30-06? Do you remember?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know where that bullet is now?
I don't.
Okay. So you had the amphitheater area that had to be preserved. And how far out did that stretch? The entire amphitheater, or just the area around the tent, or what?
My understanding was the entire amphitheater area was cordoned off, and there were attempts to secure the campus itself with a perimeter of officers who were monitoring or preventing people coming and going.
When you arrived on the scene, were you aware that an individual had been taken into custody?
I had heard that, yes.
Did you ever have any interaction with that individual?
I did not.
And were you advised at any point that that person was no longer a person of interest?
Information was passed down that the individual was not considered to be a suspect in the shooting.
And when was that, time-wise?
I don't recall specifically, but I know I was on campus when I had heard.
So whoever arrested him as a potential suspect got that wrong. He wasn't the actual suspect, right?
Sorry, got what wrong?
That he was the shooter.
The person I believe to be the shooter was not the individual who was taken into custody, correct?
And then was there anybody else taken into custody as a person of interest?
There were several people who were detained for questioning and who were interviewed throughout the investigation.
And none of those people were they were all ultimately cleared by you or somebody connected with you?
Correct.
And were there any other guns confiscated on the scene that day?
There were other firearms that were located on the scene, yes.
How many guns were confiscated that day?
I don't know specifically confiscated, but I know that there was a firearm found in a backpack that was accounted for during the day.
What type of firearm was that?
It was a handgun.
Any other guns that were found on the scene?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall an individual named Noah Gonzalez being interviewed?
I don't recall that name specifically.
Let me see if it refreshes your memory that he was an off-duty, I think maybe trooper that was on the scene that day and that was involved in recovering the holster. Does that refresh your memory?
I know that a trooper was interviewed having been on scene. I don't recall if it was Gonzalez. I don't recall the name, but I do know there was a trooper that was interviewed, yes.
Okay. And just a moment, Your Honor. And do you recall the trooper that was interviewed saying that there was actually a gun found in that holster?
I do not.
You do not?
No.
Okay. Can we pull up? Exhibit Hole 13? And just show it only to the witness for right now?
Boy, her cross examinations are damn near non-existent, huh?
All right, can we go to page 2 of that report? Do you recognize this report? Have you reviewed it as part of your investigation duties?
I do recognize the report now, yes.
Okay, and this is a report prepared by actually Mr. Davis, who's going to testify later in this matter. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and on page 2, this is the interview of Noah Gonzalez. Is that right?
That's what it stated on page 1, yes.
And he's an off-duty trooper who happened to be there that day?
Correct.
And do you see on the second paragraph, does that refresh your memory about whether Trooper Gonzalez believed there was a gun found in a holster in that area of the amphitheater?
Trooper Gonzalez included in his report that there was a gun, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. When did you first personally go up to the roof of the Losi building? Do you remember the time of that?
I don't recall. I know it was dark when I went up to the roof, so it would have been later that evening.
And at the time you went up there was already crime scene tape that had been placed around it?
There was an officer standing security.
Right. And to your knowledge, as the head of the investigation, did they ever find any bullets or casings anywhere on the Losi roof?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did they ever find any bullets or casings anywhere around the Losi building?
Well, I'll read that in just a second, Beagle Mom.
You mean how close? Like immediately?
No, never mind. What am I talking about?
Correct.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
Beagle Mom with the $50 super
And then
chat.
You've been talking a lot about a timeline
There it is.
that seemed.
Thank you, Beagle Mom, for the heavy-duty super chat.
But you also talked about the fact that
You said thanks for the coverage. Thank you.
Correct.
Hope you're enjoying the show.
Can you pull up?
Hope y'all are enjoying
please.
the debunking and the unraveling of the conspiracy theorists.
Your report that you prepared. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what's the date that you drafted that report?
That looks like September 14th. It says date created.
And that's the place where, if you could go to page 2, please. Do you see down at the bottom where you summarize Sergeant Bricker's report listing the timeline?
Yes.
Okay, and so it was actually Sergeant Bricker that prepared the timeline, is that right?
He prepared a timeline.
And you incorporated that into your report?
No, I created a timeline.
You created your own timeline?
Yes.
Separate from the one that's in this report?
Yes, using information obtained in the investigation.
And when did you create that timeline?
Over the course of the investigation, over a long period of time, after a lot of reviewing video and investigative time.
So, as of September 14th, Tyler Robinson had already turned himself in to the authorities. Is that right?
Yes, I believe he turned himself in.
Good afternoon, Cindy.
So, prior to the time that Tyler Robinson
Also, Lisa, thank you for the gold coin.
prepared a timeline?
A documented written timeline?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge. I don't know when Sergeant Bricker produced his specifically.
And isn't it fair to say that as of the moment that Tyler Robinson voluntarily surrendered to authorities in Washington County, as of that moment, you all did not know who the shooter was. Is that right?
We had identified a person of interest, but we did not specifically know who the shooter was at that time.
Okay. And you became aware that Mr. Robinson was voluntarily surrendering how? How did you become aware of that?
That information came originally, I believe, from the Washington County Sheriff to the administration at the control center at the university on the evening of the investigation, or the second evening of the investigation.
All right, we're going to get back to that in a minute, but I just wanted to get the timeline down. All right, now I want to go back to the videos that we've seen and the question that I just asked before, which is it fair to say that nothing about the video of the individual on the roof revealed to you, you couldn't see
Cindy,
facial
thank you for the
features,
gold coin.
you couldn't see what they were wearing, correct?
Of the individual on the roof?
Correct.
I know that there was a meeting to discuss perhaps a pattern on the front of the shirt that was observed when the individual was jumping off of the roof.
Okay, that's fair. But at that time, as of the 11th, before Mr. Robinson turned himself in, you all had not been able to determine that. Is that right?
Excuse me. Determine who he was or determine distinguishing features?
Determine distinguishing features of the video of the person on the roof.
Yes, we had a person of interest and those images were released to the press.
You're talking about the ones in the stairwell from the...
Correct.
From the parking garage.
Correct.
But the video on the roof was not distinguishable, fair?
That video as a standalone?
Yes.
It was not, no.
Okay. And in fact, the video on the roof, well, strike that.
We'll see when you get back, B.
Is it true that you had some spectators that you interviewed that had gotten a photograph a few seconds before the shooting of someone on the roof?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did you, at some point in your investigation, collect from two young men who were present at the event a video that they had taken of someone on the roof about 10 seconds before the shooting?
Yes, a video, yes, not photographs. A video was collected from an individual who had a video.
And ultimately, some screenshots were taken out of that video, is that right?
Old French fry, thank you for the $2.
By you?
Not by me, no.
Okay.
Yes, very interesting happened.
But did you see the video that those young men took?
If you're referring to the video that is looking north and shows an individual dressed in dark clothing on the corner of the roof,
Yes.
if that is the video, I have seen that video, yes.
Did you review the interview of those young men?
I did not.
True-blooded Canadian, go back to the very beginning of the live stream and watch that video that they released.
I don't know if I read it or if I heard it, but my understanding was they believed it was Overwatch or some kind of a police Overwatch for the event,
Okay.
if that's my recollection.
And do you remember anything specific about the person's build that they discussed when they described the person on the roof?
I do not know.
Okay.
The video shows him limping
There is
up the stairs with the rifle in his pants.
The video after the individual jumped off the roof, which we all saw here, where the individual crosses, I believe it's Campus Drive. Is that right?
Correct.
And there's a moment where the individual waits and there's two cars that pass in front of him, right in front of him.
Correct.
And is this the moment where you are submitting that he was holding a gun in his hand?
As he crossed the road?
Yes.
From my observations, would show that he's carrying an object in his hand that's concealed or in a bag, and it is long and has the appearance, based on my training and experience, it could be a firearm.
But do you see a gun anywhere? The actual gun?
In the video?
Yeah.
No.
All right. And did anybody that was driving by on Campus Drive that day report to you or any other investigative entity, hey, we just drove by a guy with a gun who was leaving campus and he was standing right by my car?
We did not receive any reports to that effect, no.
Okay. Also, when you were revealing the timeline, exactly how long was there between when the person was prone on the roof and when the shot was taken? Do you recall?
Very shortly.
If you would like to replay the video, I can time it for you, but I don't recall. It was my guess, I would estimate between 15 and 30 seconds.
So between 15 and 30 seconds to lay flat, take a shot, and get up and run off.
That's crazy.
I think you asked how long he was prone.
Right.
I think it took longer for him to crawl into position
Okay.
and then establish a position and then take the shot. He appeared to be in prone for approximately 15 to 30 seconds, but the video would verify that.
Okay.
Lay down, shot with the rifle. I mean, it's so quickly. He got there,
I want to talk
got
to you
up
for
there,
just
laid
a
down,
minute
took shot,
about
took aim,
the
fired, got out of there.
video that was taken.
It's crazy.
and I'm not going to get into I'm not going to show it, just so that in case anybody's concerned about leaving the courtroom, I'm not going to show it. But there was a video that was taken by Mr. Ty Phillips from behind the individual that was speaking to Mr. Kirk.
Correct.
And it showed like a dead-on view of Mr. Kirk and his parts of his security team. Is that right? And then you also have video that you described that shows the back of the tent at the moment the shot happened. Is that right? Behind Mr. Kirk.
Are you referring to the UVU video in the breezeway?
Yes.
We have that video, yes.
Okay. And can we pull up the last video, the last clip, 49? I want to show you, just you, this clip. That is a little clip from that video under the breezeway that's behind the tent, right?
Correct.
And just to be clear, this area behind the tent would not have been visible to anybody that was on the Losi building. Is that fair?
I can't answer that question.
Yeah, sure.
And Ms. Nestor, as you're playing this, are you just being cognizant if the sound is on or not?
I don't want the sound. Please.
Okay, I just wanted to
Thank you for bringing
clarify.
that. Thank you.
All right.
No sound. I just want only the witness to look at it. So can you just watch this clip for just a minute? This one
Also in the
little
video
clip of
released
behind
this
the
morning,
breezeway
they
at the
showed
time
him
of the shot.
scoping out the area earlier that morning.
That's fine.
So it was
just
like
as a
8
reminder
something.
to all the
He drove
parties,
in there,
it's on your monitor,
checked it
please
out,
be
walked to where he
cognizant of
wanted to
that.
walk,
It will not be displayed on the main monitor.
came back,
Thank you.
and like an hour later, also to scope out the area and yep.
Okay. Do you remember that? Does that refresh your
Oh
memory
my
of what's in that
God.
clip?
Yes.
And having reviewed that, at the time the shot was fired, there was no one standing.
They're claiming Charlie is still alive, and this is just a way to keep Republicans in power.
You'd have to show me it again. I wasn't
What's wrong with
specifically
y'all?
looking for that.
Okay.
But I can answer that question if I can view the video again.
Okay. And just before you do that, I think you testified before that Mr. Kirk would have been dead center behind that banner. Is that right?
Approximately.
Okay. So what I'm asking is if anyone behind that banner, dead center behind Mr. Kirk, if there was any people standing there. Go ahead.
So there's a videographer on the right side of the tent, and then I can only see as far as the video allows me to, so I can't speak to whether there's anybody out of frame who could have been behind the tent.
But what you can see, is there anyone directly behind the middle of the tent?
Yes, there's a videographer stood behind the tent.
To the right?
Yes, behind the tent.
Correct. But directly in the middle of the tent, is there anyone standing?
There's no one stood in the middle behind the tent, no.
Thank you. All right, I want to talk now about the TP. You can take it down off of the screen. Thank you. I want to talk now about the TP USA video that you got. That was the angle that was taken from behind Mr. Kirk while he was talking, looking out at the audience.
That's the video everyone wants to see.
Do you remember that video?
The visual impulse videos?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Is it true that Visual Impulse provided 4 videos?
Yeah, I believe there were 4 total videos that encompassed everything that they provided to us, yes.
But the one that you showed, that's only one of the 4 that they provided to you?
That one that was shown had a Bates number. It was an item that was provided by Utah County Attorney's Office.
Okay, but were there more that you haven't seen in this courtroom, in this prelim, that you got from?
There's the original footage.
Okay. But were there other angles that are not shown here in this prelim?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to. Thank you. All right. Were you involved when the gun was located in the forest area?
I was not involved in the search for the gun, no.
Did you get notice when it was located?
From the footage that we reviewed, we identified an area that we believed could be potentially of evidentiary value. And then it was secured. And then I was notified that as a result of that search, a gun had been located, yes.
Were you involved in the processing of that gun? In other words,
I was
boxing it, shipping it, sending it wherever it was going to go to be analyzed?
I was not, no.
Okay, thank you.
If y'all have X, please jump
Right
on
now, I
X
wanna
real
shift
quick
to
and
the
share my
autopsy
video.
for just a moment. You were
Reshare
not
my
present
video
at the autopsy, is that right?
that I just posted.
Okay. So
if you
anything
don't mind.
you know about the autopsy was
Simple
not from
reshare or a
personal
quote.
observation.
No, other than from my meeting with
make it go viral.
medical examiner and his report. No, I was not present.
Did you meet with the medical examiner after he had conducted the autopsy?
I did, yes.
And when you met with him, did you provide him information about what you all had learned in your investigation so far?
We didn't have any reason to provide any investigative information to him. The purpose of the meeting was to establish what information he could provide to us.
Well, in fact, on the front page of the medical examiner's report, he talks about the investigation and information he learned. Did he learn that from you, or did he learn it from someone else?
It would be my recollection that he did not learn that from us, but I couldn't speak to how he did learn about it.
Okay. So you didn't share with him your conclusions about what happened or how Mr. Kirk was injured? Or
Chris, and he's talking about this is what people are claiming right
and
now.
isn't it also true that
MS Now did a video about that.
from Mr.
They're so
Kirk
crazy, man.
and autopsy photos were provided
My X
to you
account?
on a CD?
Here, let me put a link. Why don't we just do that?
Was there anything else provided to you from the autopsy other than that?
Other than the CD and the report?
Yes.
Not to me, no.
You did mention not to you. Were you aware of anything else from the autopsy going to anyone else?
I believe standard practice is anything of evidentiary value that the medical examiner collects is transferred through a chain of custody.
And are you aware of anything that was transferred after Mr. Kirk's autopsy?
I'm aware that there were items transferred for evidence, yes.
Click that link and share that post, please, guys.
Fragments of a bullet case.
Try to make that thing go viral.
I know Mr. Kirk's personal items to be returned to the family. That's all I can recall off the top of my head.
Do you know how many fragments from the bullets?
I don't.
Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about the Ring camera that you obtained. And you interviewed a woman named Ms. Noble, is that right? To get that Ring camera that we watched with the car on the outside?
We interviewed her to verify the authenticity of the video, yes.
And were you involved in that interview?
With Miss Noble, yes.
And do you recall what they told you about what they remember seeing in and around that car that night?
I don't recall. I just know we were there to verify the video. I didn't conduct an interview with Miss Noble at that time.
Okay. Can we please bring up whole... Sorry, just a moment. Let's see. Whole 48. This is Miss Noble's interview. Do you have it? All right. Do you remember that? Looking at that interview, does that refresh your recollection?
I remember reading the report at some point, yes.
And do you remember that the Nobles told you that the driver of the vehicle was bald?
I do remember that being in the report, yes.
And you didn't mention that today when you were talking about that Ring camera, did you?
I did not.
And did they also tell you there were 3 other people in the car?
Yes, I believe they thought that was the case.
I want to go back, if I can, to the scene itself, the preservation of the actual scene where Mr. Kirk passed. Did you all have canine dogs at any point that sniffed that area?
I don't know specifically that area, but I do know that canines were present, or a canine was present on the day.
But you don't know what task the canine was given?
My understanding was that it may have been used in an effort to track an individual that had jumped off the roof, but I don't know for certain.
And obviously that didn't produce any results, or we would have heard about that, right?
Yeah, not that I was made aware of.
Okay. Do you know when the tent and the stuff was actually removed from the scene?
I don't. I would imagine it had been at least a couple of days, if not longer than that, before anything was removed from the scene.
You didn't have to give permission to remove the tent?
Me, personally?
Right.
No.
So you're not sure when it was removed?
No.
And were you involved in the decision to pave over the dirt that was under the tent?
At UVU?
Uh-huh.
No.
Did you know that happened?
Only because it was in the news.
All right. But you don't know when or who ordered that?
Nope.
Campus officials, I would assume. Once the crime scene's released,
And it's true
cleanup
that
can begin.
during the time before Mr. Robinson turned himself in, you all received
I think it
lots
happened the
and
next
lots
day.
of tips from the public. Is that fair?
Correct.
You received tips of death threats that Mr. Kirk had received before, the day before the shooting. Is that right?
I'm sorry, did we receive threats that Mr. Kirk had received before the event, or?
Let me clarify. That
Thank
was
you.
a confusing question. As you were going through tips that the public was giving you, did you receive tips about online death threats that had been made against Mr. Kirk prior to his death?
There was a huge variety of tips and information and suggestions that were being provided by the public.
Okay. And a lot of those, some of those filtered through you, right?
Some of them filtered their way down to us, but predominantly that was being handled by our State Information and Analysis Center that had been set up.
And you also got
Chose
multiple tips about
chaos engagement. Thank you for the eagle.
suspects, people who thought they recognized people in the picture, right?
Yes, there were different.
Thank y'all for sharing that post on X, man.
Provided by the public.
And you had quite a few of those.
Correct.
And then Mr. Robinson turned himself in, right?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that the individual they used to facilitate Mr. Robinson turning himself in was someone known to Mr. Robinson personally that had been connected to law enforcement?
I know he was known to the family. I don't know his connection specifically with Mr. Robinson, but I am aware that someone was used to facilitate Mr. Robinson turning himself in.
And were you aware that he was one of his Boy Scout leaders? Did you know that?
I think I had heard that at some point. There was a connection. I didn't recall specifically what it was.
And Mr. Robinson, in fact, no police went to go arrest him. He drove himself, or he was driven with his parents to the Washington County Sheriff's Department, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And he voluntarily walked in.
That's also my understanding, yes.
And that was the first moment you ever knew his name connected with this case.
Yeah, aside from the image that we had, that was the first time that we had a name of an individual who had taken responsibility, yes.
And did you personally ever meet with Mr. Robinson?
I did not.
And as far as you know, Mr. Robinson did what he said he was going to do. He told the police he was coming peacefully, he was coming with his parents, and that's exactly what happened.
I don't know any of the specifics of how he was arranged to turn himself in terms of what you've described. I just know that it was being facilitated with the sheriff's office.
Okay.
Big back, big back.
For just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Big back, big back.
Thank you, Agent Hall. I tender the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect by the state.
That man is a Jew.
Just going to go back to a few things that Ms. Nestor asked you about. First of all, the unfired bullet that you referred to. It's your understanding that that bullet was accounted for?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, and it possibly belonged to an officer that could have maybe been clearing his weapon?
Yes, that's what I recall being told about that particular item. Yes.
Are you aware of if on the 10th there were police officers present that were actually securing buildings and securing rooms there at UVU?
I know prior to my arrival, it was a dynamic and active scene that I believe was originally being treated that there was an active shooter on campus. Mm-hmm. So there was a large, rapid response of law enforcement who were actively trying to clear.
Oh, no. See, I got fat privilege. I can make fun of fat people because I am fat.
Yes, correct.
It's just like black people saying the N-word. I got my fat card, okay? Y'all all open to these jokes.
Originally, there would have been probably local units who would have responded, but subsequently specialty teams
y'all can all get these jokes
to do a more methodical search of the campus and what we would call a clearing of the campus.
And those specialty teams and any other officers, how were they equipped? Like what type of equipment were they carrying?
I believe most officers carry a sidearm, a handgun, mm-hmm. and most officers in this day and age are equipped with a rifle platform as well.
Okay. When you said that it was possible that round...
The judge looking at the cameraman.
Clearing his weapon, what
you doing over there, huh?
Our standard practice in our department is to carry a rifle cruiser ready, which
I'm sorry?
We carry our rifles in a situation which is called cruiser ready.
What does that mean?
It means we don't have a round chambered. So if an officer deployed with his rifle, he would chamber a round. Once he had done whatever task it was that he was doing in order to put that weapon back, he would eject the magazine and eject the round. Sometimes in doing so, rounds are dropped or not accounted for.
Okay. Have you personally done that yourself?
We do that at training, and I've done that in the field as well, yes.
Okay. And you're aware of, is that something that's common among police officers in this situation?
I believe for most agencies, that's how they carry their weapons, but I can't speak specifically to agencies outside my own.
Do you have any idea how many officers were dedicated or sent out to clear the campus?
I can tell you I had to park on University Avenue and walk all the way onto campus between hundreds of police cars, so I would say hundreds, if not 1,000 officers, high hundreds would have responded to the campus that day.
Now I'm going to ask you about, Ms. Nestor asked you about your observation of seeing Mr. Robinson with something in his hand. And I think she was asking you about Mr. Robinson just prior to crossing Campus Drive, following the shooting. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I think I was asked whether he had a gun or I had seen a gun in his hand in the video.
And you said that you did see something in his hand?
Correct.
Okay, I want you to go back as far as you can remember. At what point, after Mr. Robinson stood up on top of the Losi building and ran across, I believe to the northeast corner, when did you first notice in that video something in his hand?
The first time you can clearly notice he has something in his hand, without a doubt, is when he's on the white triangular portion on the northeast corner of the Losi building preparing to jump. It is very apparent he has an item in his hand.
Okay. And that's based on your observation of the videos?
Correct.
Okay. And is it easier to see in that enhanced video?
The zoomed version of the video makes it a lot clearer to see, yes.
Okay. And then after he drops down off of the roof of the Losi building, is there any time between that point in time and making his way to Campus Drive that you believe you see, again, something in his hand?
As Mr. Robinson lands on the grass, it's almost like he either drops it or goes into a crouched position, and then when he returns up from that, it is again clear that there is some kind of an item in his hand, yes.
Okay. Can you be more specific or describe in more detail?
It appears to be black, and it appears to be longer.
Okay. Anything else about that item?
No.
Okay. I believe it was Exhibit 9, State's Exhibit 9, that Ms. Nestor pulled up on the screen, and she had you look at that. And I believe
91 degrees outside now. It's getting a little toasty in here.
Still image, but then a few moments or a few seconds of that video. And that's the UVU tunnel video. Is that right?
The breezeway underneath the Hall of Flags, yes.
And the view is from behind, where I believe you testified that Mr. Kirk was on the other side of what appears to be a banner.
Sure.
In that tunnel view.
Yes.
And on the other side of that banner is the tent and then the rest of the courtyard. Is that
correct?
Fair to say? Do you remember seeing the banner?
Yes.
In the video? Okay. And
you're referring to the back of the pop-up tent?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, what do you remember about that banner?
It has some kind of an emblem on it, and it forms the back portion of the pop-up tent.
Is it opaque? Is it transparent?
No, you can't see through it. It's white, right. and you cannot see through it, no.
And how much of the tunnel does that banner, I guess if it's opaque, obstruct?
I couldn't say. I'm assuming it's a 20 by 20 gazebo, so it would block out the area of the back of the tent that you can see.
And Sting is back. Thank you for the.
Not be able to see through
stay
it.
hydrated.
The audience side of the amphitheater.
And what about the tunnel side of that banner? Can you see through the tunnel side in the opposite direction?
You cannot. No.
Yeah, my computer was bugging. My laptop was bugging.
On the other side of that banner?
You can't. No.
I didn't want to risk it, so we're just gonna be out here for right now.
You
after I get it set up tomorrow, I'm gonna try it inside. But
Mr. had you watch just, I believe, just a brief few seconds of that video. That exhibit is actually much longer than what we just looked at, or what Miss Nestor had you look at. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And leading up, and again, I'm referring to that view, that tunnel view of that surveillance camera. Leading up to the shot, what's going on behind that banner?
There are representatives, I believe, of TPUSA, but there are representatives of TPUSA. There are law enforcement representatives. I don't know if there's any student body, but essentially people are moving to and fro behind that area. A couple of individuals are retrieving items from a vehicle, but there's consistent movement behind and in that area.
Okay. Directly behind the banner?
Correct.
Ms. Nestor asked you about the wooded area that Mr. Robinson entered. Well, Ms. Nestor brought that up, and I believe your testimony has been between today and yesterday that you witnessed Mr. Robinson enter a wooded area on at least 2 occasions. Is that fair to say?
Yes, on his second visit to the campus and on the visit where the incident took place.
At least on those 2 occasions, did the wooded area that he entered, were they different parts of the wooded area, or was it the same parts of the...
They appeared to be the same.
You're aware that a rifle was eventually discovered?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that that rifle was discovered in a wooded area?
It was in the wooded area where we believe Mr. Robinson entered the wooded area, yes.
And that rifle was discovered on the 10th?
Yes.
Ms. Nestor asked you about a variety of tips including threats to Mr. Kirk, I think before the event?
Yes.
And did you follow up on those tips?
After tips have been put through a process and been analyzed and screened, anything that appeared to have relevance to either the investigation or a credible threat was managed by the various entities involved, yes.
Okay. So managed by law enforcement, so...
Correct.
Did you personally follow up on any of the tips?
I don't think I personally did, but I worked closely with people who did.
The point is, I guess, is that those tips were followed up on. Is that fair to say?
To the best of our ability, yes.
Okay. And then Ms. Nestor also asked you about tips, I believe, of people reporting to police that they felt like they knew who the shooter was.
Yes.
Okay. So identities of possible shooters.
Correct.
Did law enforcement follow up on those tips as well?
They did.
Miss Nestor, finally, Miss Nestor asked you, she asked you whether Mr. Robinson voluntarily went to the sheriff's office down in southern Utah. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
Okay. You understood that he turned him. Well, he showed up there voluntarily. Is that right?
Correct.
What was your understanding as to why he was showing up there voluntarily?
He had informed, I believe, his immediate family that he had been involved in the shooting and that he wanted to turn himself in.
Okay. Nothing further.
Yeah, it's been about 9 months since this happened.
In the video that we've already talked about, the video where Mr. Robinson
K9 Capone, thank you for the 5, so you can crank the air con for a minute.
Do you notice whether
thank you for the 5. It's already cranked. It's as cranked as going to get.
You see him last, at least in that part of the video. Do you notice whether he's walking or running with a limp?
He is not. From the time he left after going over the railing, when we see him on the video move out to the position.
Correct.
And then leave the position, there is no longer a visible limp or gait.
Thank you.
Ms. Nestor.
No follow-up, Your Honor.
All right. May Agent Hull be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Agent Hull, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We have just a minute to meet if
All right, let's take a 5-minute break and allowing parties to confer. Court is in a brief recess.
All right. 5-minute break. It's always fun to take these little breaks because what was I gonna I was gonna talk about something. What was I gonna talk about? Mitch McConnell. So Scott Jennings posted this about 30 minutes ago. So I spoke to my old friend Mitch McConnell this morning, the senior senator from Kentucky. He's still recovering in the hospital. We talked for just shy of 20 minutes about Iran, Ukraine, the unfolding situation in Maine. My visit to the TR Presidential Library, Teddy Roosevelt Presidential Library, and even a little bit of Senate history. I told him we want to see him back at work as soon as possible. Not really. But I got to give him the side eye on this. I mean, Scott, and I never thought I would ever have to give Scott the side eye. I love Scott Jennings, always holding it down on CNN. But I got to say, what happened to Mitch? He had a heart attack, or he had cardiac arrest, not necessarily a heart attack, but cardiac arrest, and was in the hospital. Now his wife is in China. I'm trying to figure that out. Maybe she's going to pick up a reserve heart or something so they can do a transplant. I don't know. Because look, Mitch McConnell is another one of these rhinos that always wants to vote against Donald Trump, And so I'm like, can we just get a replacement in there? One of his staff that always votes yes as long as it's for the Republican Party. He says she fled. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. But the fact that Scott Jennings is like, I talked to my good friend and he's okay. He had before the cardiac arrest, he did not have the cognitive skills to be talking about Iran, Ukraine, Maine, a visit to the presidential library, and even a little bit of Senate history. I'm sorry, Scott. This guy is probably in that bed just like, yeah. Like have y'all ever seen Mitch McConnell? A dude looks like, I can't say it what I want to say, but he looks like a scarecrow with a stick up his ass. Like he's not even really there, but you know, his body is up there. They got animatronics working on his arm so he can hit that no button. Save America Act. No. Where's it at? Somebody posted this right here. Mitch, it's time to vote against the SAVE Act. Mitch, it's time to vote against America. I want that bell sound for the Undertaker. Do I happen to have it? No, I don't have that sound. But yeah, it's time to vote against the SAVE Act. I can't believe this. But Scott Jennings, I got to give you the side eye now? Come on, man. Don't make me do it. I don't like this. I highly doubt they had a conversation about Iran, Ukraine. And somebody even said it, they were like, did he actually talk to you, or are we just talking to his passed out body? Yeah, I thought he was on his deathbed. See, you can't believe everything you hear. Well, I mean, wasn't he already on his deathbed like a year ago? A sample of how the conversation went. Yeah. I'll take shit that never happened for 500, Alex. Did he talk back? There it is. Did he talk back to you? That's a good question. Because you may have had a conversation sitting at the table and then like just talking to the wall, and then he was just out. All you hear is beep, 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 beep. Do you have a recording of the call? I thought he visited him, not called him. I spoke to my old friend. Oh, he was on the phone with him? I'm sorry. I can't imagine him holding a phone for 20 minutes. Maybe he was like passed out. The phone was on speaker on his chest or something. And then every once in a while he goes, oh. And then that was enough. Consider that a conversation. AI Mitch McConnell. Time to roll him out for the proof of live photo. Oh my goodness. Even if this is true, we don't want that traitor back at all, let alone soon. That's another thing. Okay, let's just disregard the whole life in jeopardy part. The fact that he's talking like, this is my good friend, I want him back. No, we don't. No, we don't. Just give me a staff member that can hit yes on the SAVE Act. That's all we need. And we can replace him with another candidate with a special election or something. I assume this was the call. These comments are wild. Live video of the call. Now this, I believe. 100%. Mitch McConnell is fine, everyone. Mitch is Biden. Exactly, Harley. Mitch is Biden 2.0. With friends like Mitch, who needs enemies? Yeah. Memorex? The novellas. Oh my, this was such. They had, didn't they drag this guy out to vote? They had Jimmy Carter actually go vote. Is he even alive? I'm about to get penalized on YouTube. They're gonna say, why are you showing why are you showing dead bodies and stuff? Is he even alive in this picture? What if a fly just goes? Damn, man. Bro, if I'm looking like this, just leave me alone. Leave me alone. This ain't even living at this point. I would just say, can we like go ahead and just put me down? I'm good. Yeah. And they wheeled in Frankenstein right before she passed to vote. They said this guy went out there and voted for Kamala Harris. What do I look like? Like I just fell out of a coconut tree?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Right? Yeah, leave me in the AC if I'm like this, at the very least. But The Price is Right is on loop. All right, and just call it a day. I'm just gonna hang out. I'm just gonna hang out in my recliner. Go ahead and have a casket built into the recliner, so when I'm ready, I just hit a button and we just go. I don't want to be like this. You know, my grandpa, God bless his soul, had full faculties, full control over himself. He was still working days before he passed away. He was out there working on his shed. Last time I saw him, he was fixing one of the doors on his house because the screen door kept on scraping. And he was out there fixing it on a little ladder and everything. You know, he was doing it, doing his thing. When he had cardiac arrest at the airport, they were going to go on a trip to Denver, Colorado. It was supposed to be a week-long trip, a good old getaway. And he made it into the doors of the airport. And then, you know, that was it. He had cardiac arrest. But just days before that, he was out with family. He was fully cognizant. He had all his abilities. And that's what I want. I want to be healthy and still functioning when I get to that age. And then if I got to go, I want to go immediately. I don't want to be a vegetable. I don't want to be laid up, and I don't want to be dragged around like this and say, hey, we're going to go vote for we're going to go vote for the first woman of color in office. Come on, Grandpa Discourse. We got to go. We're going to go vote. It's the first transgender she, he, him, her, thur, zer, creature with 7 genitals going to become the president of the United States. That's a nightmare. My great grandchildren wheeling me into the polling office. We're going to go vote for the first her, zerm, theirs. LGBTQRSQISTY77798476437QR -, !, # candidate in history. The Lady Mathis, thank you for the $2. McConnell is why Merrick Garland isn't on Supreme Court. Well, good for that, I guess. Yeah, plus extra. I'm pretty sure by then, by like 2028, we're gonna have new symbols for everything, new multiplication symbols. I don't know, man. I just can't believe they wheeled him out there like that. And they're all chilling. Look at them, having a good time. Hold my beer, Grandpa. God damn it. Why'd you drop my beer? He's just laying back. Oh. Why'd you drop my beer? Son of a... That guy with the sunglasses right there. Pissed off because Grandpa couldn't hold his beer. I'm looking at this picture. This is just insanity. Who is laying on the ground? I didn't even notice that. Is that Biden? He said, is that Joe Biden? He fell. Joe Biden was trying to come out there and give Jimmy Carter a handshake. He just fell to the ground and they all left him down there. Oh, you kidder, you. My back. Mr. President. This is his granddaughter right there. So how much did you leave me in the will, huh? How much did you leave me in that will, huh? Because this answer determines whether or not I'm going to pick you up or not. Is that just Kamala Harris drunk? That's what it is. Jimmy Carter,
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Maybe that's just the O face. That's what that is. Right? Don't you ladies love talking about the O face? If he don't give you no O face, he a bum. Something like that. I don't know. It's just a bizarre picture, isn't it? Just like... Maybe this is is that Secret Service behind him? He's like, what the hell are these white people doing? What the fuck is these white people doing? Y'all some crazy. Y'all white folk is crazy. He said, it couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Who's this lady? Family reunion, huh? I know it's been longer than 5 minutes. I thought they were on a 5-minute break. Oh, okay. That's McConnell, y'all. That's Mitch right now. That's accurate. I also spoke with Mitch McConnell this morning. Weekend at Bernie's, Mitch McConnell's sweetest sequel. That makes more sense. What's this guy's name? I always forget his name. It's not, is it Kennedy? Jamie Kennedy or something like that? Or am I thinking someone else? The one that everyone calls, he is a warmonger. Lindsey Graham. What did I say? Jamie Kennedy? Who? Arturo doesn't know nothing. He don't know who he's talking about, what he's talking about. Completely discredited. Oh, shit.
We left off with Agent Holt.
I was just going to say, you know, even though everyone hates him, as long as he votes for Donald Trump's agenda, that's all that matters.
We intend to call.
That's all that matters. Vote for Donald Trump's agenda and shut the hell up.
Admission of States Exhibit 5.
That's all that matters.
If I can approach the bench.
Yes. Thank you.
Your Honor, there will be an objection, and we want to be heard on the objections. And I didn't know this was coming now. It could be a lengthy alter.
All right. Let me just. Do you wish to identify what State's Exhibit 5.1 is?
Yes, Your Honor. Exhibit 5.1 is a self-authenticating 1102 statement issued by David Englehart from Turning Point USA.
All right.
And again, I say it's a self-authenticating document.
By the way, were you at that super chat goal yet?
On page 1. The body of the
5 out of 50.
Statement is there on
my aching.
And 2. I would say
I'm about to pull a McConnell on y'all.
Foundational statement, paragraph 4, but the self-authentication portion is the notary acknowledgement on page 3.
All right. Turning to Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. McBride. Court, obviously, because the court can decide how much of this we discuss in open court, how much we discuss at the bar, so to speak, sidebar. There's initially a fundamental relevance problem.
You have too much fun over here.
1102. There are also there are other issues, but I think that just to help the court parse the evidentiary issues, we should start with the relevance.
It's not about the money, it's about the participation, you know? It's just the participation that I require.
Sub-issues. There's also a problem.
I don't even require it, but
because if the court looks at the last paragraph,
that's what it is. Beagle Mom, thank you for the $2.
Who is the purported author, refers to himself in the third person, so it's not clear to me who actually wrote this report. And as Your Honor knows, 1102 says that prosecutors are not to assist witnesses in writing their own 1102 reports. That's not my primary concern, although I think
no fun allowed.
An important issue because that's what the rules require. But the real question is
to give you the contemptulitis.
And I guess the question is, does the court want me to do the speaking objection?
I didn't get my wooden spoon.
Speaking objections. Should we approach sidebar? How does the court want to handle it? The people can move their exhibits into evidence whenever they wish. I wasn't aware we were going to do it at this moment. I'm ready to proceed.
Just Mathis, thank you for the makeup brush. I'm going to need it.
How the court wants to handle
sweating over here.
These objections. I'm prepared to keep going.
Gina Lowe, thank you for the $2.
What the court referred to as a speaking objection.
No, I appreciate that. As it relates to, well, it's
BKW, thank you for the 5. We need all the Life Alert senators out of office. Facts. Get the dinosaurs out.
Highlighting that point, do you anticipate your argument being of the nature that would
Life Alert senators
defeat the purpose of, if the court does not admit this, that you've already let the cat out of the bag with your argument, or do you feel that you can make your argument without compromising what is in the 1102, so the purpose of excluding it is still preserved?
I'll go as far as I think we can go, and then we'll just see. I mean, I do think I am not trying to conceal from anybody in the courtroom or the public, of course, our concerns about relevance. So why don't I, taking the court's lead, go forward publicly with my concerns about relevance, and if we reach a moment where it feels like further argument may deprive Mr. Robinson of his fair trial rights, we can approach.
All right, we'll proceed.
Okay, so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to point out that this proposed exhibit, which is the 1102 statement of Mr. Engelhardt, is basically 4 paragraphs. The 4th paragraph identifies Mr. Engelhardt, although I say in the 3rd person, as a pastor and as an attorney who was a friend and a counselor to Mr. Kirk.
Big Mom, thank you for the 5. It said we have a baby coming.
In leadership of Turning
Me or
Point
you?
USA,
or both. And thank
so
you for
that
the $5.
identifies who the author is. Beyond that, it's not really relevant to any of the issues before this court. Paragraphs 1,
it's just
2,
Mathis
and 3.
thinking for another makeup brush and another.
Paragraph 1
and
talks
another
about
Allison, thank you for the high
USA's
5.
Status with the Internal Revenue Service.
By the way, those
of Turning Point
those
USA,
gifts don't contribute to the super chat goal. It's only super chats
within the context of the Internal Revenue Code. And
YouTube needs to do something about that. They need to fix that. Oh, me? Yes, yes. We have a baby coming. Yep. Thank you for the $2, Beagle Mom.
In the 2nd paragraph about Mr. Kirk's relationship.
Casey Girl, thank you for the gold coin.
USA. None of this is.
Or Kentucky Girl? Or. One of those.
That he was a founder, that he was the chief executive officer, that he was the president of the board until his death. So I'm still not sure what the relevance is, and I guess actually what I should say is I don't believe there is any relevance of any of this information. Paragraphs 2 and 3.
Kansas City. Okay. I don't know my geography. My geography.
My discussion of this is within the context of the rules of evidence, and there's nothing that I'm going to say here that is meant to derogate, criticize, question Mr. Engelhardt's beliefs. What he says were Mr. Kirk's beliefs. What Mr. Engelhardt says he believes are tenets of Christianity. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is whether this document is admissible in this proceeding under the rules of evidence. Okay. So paragraphs 2 and 3 include not only Mr. Engelhardt's opinions, and now I'm going from relevance to opinion evidence. It's not clear to me whether it's lay opinion evidence, whether it's expert opinion evidence, but it's Mr. Engelhardt's opinions about a branch of Christianity, his opinions about a portion of the Bible. He quotes the Bible, and he talks about Mr. Kirk's religious beliefs.
TMNT, absolutely not.
The court has the exhibit in front of it itself. So none of this is relevant. If the court looks at the information, that is the document which lays out the
whole Democratic Party turned against Plattner. They have a secret plan.
Information I'm talking about, the court document.
They're getting a clean candidate put in his place.
They
just want him to win the primary so they can select what candidate will be in that position.
Refers to as a victim targeting enhancement. That is alleged with respect to count 1.
The Democrat Party is completely against democracy, and they prove it every single time.
With respect to count 7. And may I step away just to get my laptop?
You may.
And as the court knows, but I want the record to be clear, when I refer to the what the information calls the victim targeting enhancement, that's Utah Code Section 76-3-203.14, which the code calls the victim targeting penalty enhancement. The information alleges, and this is, I'm emphasizing this, that Mr. Robinson intentionally selected Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Robinson's belief or perception regarding Mr. Kirk's political expression. And I'm going to focus, if I may, the court's attention on two things. One is, whose state of mind are we talking about or whose state of mind is the statute talking about? And what aspect of the victim targeting enhancement is being invoked here? The latter is the state invoking Mr. Kirk's political expression, and now I'm quoting the statute.
K-Don Capone, thank you for the $2 towards the goal.
That the state alleges is the gateway to this penalty enhancement. And if the court will bear with me, because there's a reason why we have these hearings in public.
We're waiting until we know the gender.
Categories for the
one I assigned to the baby.
I should say there are various categories of personal attributes. That's the phrase the legislature uses, which authorize the pursuit of a penalty enhancement. And those personal attributes are listed in the statute A through R. I'm not going to read all of them because the court knows the law, but political expression is subsection K. That is separate and distinct from the personal attribute that the legislature calls religion, which is subsection M. So what we have is an allegation that the personal attribute, which is one of the elements of this enhancement.
Yeah, this is all live.
The allegation that Mr. Robinson selected Mr. Kirk was based on his political expression. That's actually the exact same phrase, political expression, as is in the statute subsection K. The 1102 statement.
No, but my dog will.
Is predominantly.
And I don't have a dog, but my dog will definitely vote for Trump 2028.
As traditional Orthodox Christian values that he believes in, that he believes Mr. Kirk believed in. And I understand in today's world that there is a crossover between religion and politics. I think we can all acknowledge that. But the legislature and the information here are focused on political expression. So I'm concerned that the 1102 statement of Mr. Engelhardt goes far beyond the scope of what would be admissible if the state has it to prove that Mr. Robinson targeted Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Robinson's belief or perception concerning Mr. Kirk's political expression. The second,
he looks frozen over there, doesn't he?
Is that the victim targeting enhancement focuses on the allegation of what is in Mr. Robinson's state of mind, not what is in Mr. Kirk's views or deeply held beliefs, sincere religious beliefs. And
he's pulling a McConnell.
The evidence that the state needs to present is not what Mr. Kirk believed.
Did Israel pull the plug on his AI chip?
What TPUSA stood for. It's what was in Mr. Robinson's head if anything, about selecting Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Kirk's political expression, because that's the information. So why TPUSA exists, what its founding beliefs are, what its leaders' beliefs are, what Mr. Engelhardt believes Christianity is or is not.
Ed, thank you for the $2. Said justice for Charlie Kirk. Rest in peace, Charlie.
And that's why we think it should not be received into evidence. There's a second level here, which is Mr. Engelhardt's statements about what is in the Bible, specifically Matthew chapter 9. And so I would just ask this court the hypothetical question. If the state asked the court to take judicial notice of a portion of the Bible in order to prove this enhancement, because I can't see where else it fits into this case, I think, if I may, the answer would be no, it's not relevant. So instead, what we have is the state trying to use the affidavit of Mr. Engelhardt pursuant to 1102 to get the court to essentially receive into evidence the same information. It doesn't really matter here in this proceeding what the book of Matthew says. It doesn't matter what Mr. Engelhardt thinks. And again, I say this with all due respect to Mr. Engelhardt, who I've never met.
I'm not 100% sure. I'm kind of lost in this
the
little
book of Matthew means.
Questioning here.
Or how one reconciles the book of Matthew as he sees it with
Penaleamon, thank you for the $5 on Rumble. I'm having a slow month, but I know when to give. It is always more important than what you get. Thank you for showering us, showing us.
I mean, I want to be careful.
This, we deserve the truth. You're welcome.
Not suggest what other views are, because I shouldn't be testifying about different perspectives.
I'm slow. Okay, what's the enhancement exactly?
But it doesn't really matter for this proceeding what Mr. Engelhardt's views are, what Mr. Kirk's religious views were, what religious views TPUSA endorses, seeks to encourage others to adopt. None of that really matters. There are multiple opinions in this 1102 from Mr. Engelhardt, and it's not clear whether
they're talking about a witness,
whether it's expert opinion or lay opinion. I happen to think that it's expert opinion that is not helpful to the trier of fact in this proceeding. That's your honor. There is nothing in this that helps the court resolve, with respect to the victim targeting enhancement, whether Mr. Robinson intentionally selected Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Robinson's beliefs or perceptions regarding Mr. Kirk's political expression. If the state comes back up here and says, no, it's lay opinion, we still have the question of whether it's helpful to this court, because the court has to decide whether there is evidence of the target enhancement in the way I think I've structured it. So it's not relevant. It's not admissible lay opinion. It's not admissible expert opinion. There are two aspects of Rule 403, one of which I'm prepared to talk about publicly, and one of which I think
you're talking about Charlie's pastor
sidebar
to be used as a expert opinion.
The 403 here is that receiving this document into evidence is going to create confusion. It's going to create chaos. Not by
look at him trying to cover up his screen over here, right in front of Tyler Robinson.
The future jury pool in this case. For this court to make a ruling that Mr. Engelhardt's opinions about religion, about TPUSA's views on religious matters, that Mr. Kirk's views on religious matters are in any way what this case is about, is going to create significant confusion. And even if this court doesn't show the 1102 in open court, or the reporters who are here don't get to see it, or if the public doesn't get to see it, receiving it into evidence in light of the victim targeting enhancement that the state drafted and charged is just going to create confusion. There may be, outside of this case, litigation where TPUSA's purposes and its mission and its adherence to its mission are important, and Mr. Englehart's opinions about that may be important in some other context, in litigation, in public discussions. It's not important here. When I say important, I'm saying it's not relevant. So there's a 403 issue with respect to confusion. There's a constitutional concern that this type of evidence being sanctioned by the court is going to suggest to the jury pool that this is a case about religion. This is not a case about religion. The state doesn't even allege this is a case about religion. The state alleges one enhancement based on Mr. Robinson's perceptions of Mr. Kirk's political expression. So I'm very concerned that this document, even being sanctioned by the court as admissible for any purpose in this proceeding, is going to interfere with Mr. Robinson's constitutional right to a fair trial, which I think is a sort of an umbrella over parts of Rule 403. If at the time, if there is a trial, if Mr. Robinson is bound over, and if there is a trial, and if the state wants to proffer Mr. Engelhardt for some specific evidentiary purpose that I'm missing, then we can engage in that. But it seems to me that it's, again, a mixture of lay and expert opinion, which at this stage is more prejudicial than probative. The other part of the 403 issue we can discuss at sidebar whenever the court's ready.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. Turning to the state. And so just to give an overview, what I'm intending to do is address what Mr. Novak has presented, the state respond. I may have some questions limited to what's been presented now. Of course, that doesn't preclude addressing the second portion of that in whatever means is necessary to protect constitutional rights. But we're just focused on this portion right now.
Understood.
Thank you. Mr. McBride.
Your Honor, the evidence is relevant to 2 points. One is to the defendant's motive, which is not an element of the offense, but nonetheless is powerful evidence, persuasive evidence. And 2, it is relevant to the victim targeting enhancement, which has been described and appears in the information. The statement clarifies what Turning Point USA, what Charlie Kirk's business was. And I think as you read this statement, it's clear that Charlie Kirk presented both religious and political arguments and positions in his presentations. And that is what paragraph 3 says, that he engaged others in debate, discussion of traditional family values, Orthodox Christian views on sexuality, marriage, gender, sex, America's founding principles, political doctrines, and so forth. He often spoke specifically and attempted to persuade attendees to follow a mindset rooted in Orthodox Christian and politically conservative values.
Excuse me, Your Honor, can I lodge
Had to go get another fan.
right of reading the exhibit, which we are discussing the admissibility of, and I'd ask the court to strike his statements and admonish him.
All right. So as it relates to reading from the actual 1102, because it's not admitted into evidence, I will, well, before I do that, let me turn to you about the objection to make sure that you are heard as well.
Yes. Rule 104 requires the court to consider evidence before determining its admissibility. How can you determine whether an exhibit is admissible without knowing what is contained in that exhibit? That's what I'm putting in front of Your Honor, is explaining this is why the exhibit is admissible, because it contains this language that is relevant and probative. I don't know how I can make an argument that something's relevant and probative without saying this is what the exhibit says.
Well, Mr. Novak, and I want to make sure I do see you have a microphone. Go ahead.
Your Honor is not a jury. Your Honor can look at the exhibit and determine for itself whether it's relevant, whether it meets other criteria for admissibility. It's not necessary for Mr. McBride to read aloud in open court an exhibit which the court has available to it. I'm not saying that the court shouldn't read it. I'm saying that it's not admissible. I understand that the court has two roles, one under 104 and one as the magistrate, but that doesn't require Mr. McBride to read in open court the exhibit which we are discussing the admissibility of, especially where I have just expressed our concern that the exhibit has a tendency to confuse the issues in this case and create fair trial risks for Mr. Robinson.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Novak. Any final thoughts before I rule on this specific issue about reading from the 1102 by Mr. McBride?
Yes, Your Honor. I have to be able to argue here. I have to be able to refer to the exhibits. I can't do my job as an attorney without being able to refer to the exhibits. If the court doesn't want this to be in public, then we've got to close this proceeding. But I have to be able to argue the exhibits. I don't know how I can make an argument without actually pointing to the language of the exhibits, unless I want to say, you know what I mean, or referring to line 13. It's just so cumbersome to do, Your Honor. And I think my job and my duty to my client, which is the state of Utah, and to their right to fairness, requires me to make a good and powerful argument, and that requires me to refer to the exhibit. And I'll submit it with that.
All right. Thank you to both of you. In looking at this, typically in court, when evidence is being taken, until it's admitted, it doesn't come in. For example, if there's a witness on the stand and one is trying to get a piece of evidence in, that witness cannot read from the document and prior to it being admitted into evidence. And so the court applies that same principle here. However, the difference is, in noting Mr. Novak was drawing points from this specifically, he mentioned Matthew, I believe, chapter 19, and talking about certain points in here specifically. There is room for it to be mentioned in argument in order for the court to fully consider what's before it. I'm going to sustain Mr. Novak's objection and simply say, if you want to talk about it conceptually, talk about the points, you certainly may, but simply reading from it exactly, saying, and I understand, I don't want to constrain either party from being able to make their full argument, but quoting from it in open court, I fear does risk issues to the constitutional rights of the parties. If the parties prefer to go into a closed evidentiary hearing on this issue in order to be unrestrained, and it appears Mr. Novak has requested that for a second portion of his argument, we certainly can do so, because I do not want to put out evidence that is not admitted in open court until the appropriate time, until the court has gone through its decision-making process on whether it should be admitted or not. So to the parties, if you feel you can move forward on this first portion of it, I'm happy to entertain that argument. If the parties feel at this point, at this juncture, that a closed evidentiary hearing is needed in order to fully explore all the issues, I will leave it to the parties, because I don't know your arguments, and I don't want to constrain you from saying, well, I don't know what you're going to say, but
Yeah.
I can't read your minds, and the court will stay in its lane to ensure that it's in the proper judicial role. So the objection has been sustained to Mr. McBride in regards to your response, the rebuttal to the argument by Mr. Novak. What is your request?
Yes, Your Honor. I do not believe it's necessary to close this hearing. I would argue against closing the hearing on the admissibility of this exhibit. However, the court needs to rule on that issue before I launch into the fullness of my argument, because I do not want to be admonished for discussing an item that I'm asking to be admitted into evidence in public. So I would ask the court to make a ruling on the closure of the argument about the admissibility of this hearing so that I can make that argument unconstrained. And after that time, after the court rules on that, I will make my full argument.
All right. Well, what I'm trying to do is, you've heard the reasoning of the court. I don't want to constrain you. If you're saying, as you stated, that you want to best represent your client, and every attorney should be doing that, that is your duty. I don't want, if you feel that closing this hearing to the public is necessary in order for you to fulfill your duty, the court will entertain that. But I can't have it both ways. If you want me to close the hearing in order for you to be fully, be able to argue freely as you feel you need to, I will entertain that. But I don't want to say, well, I'm not going to close the hearing, and then suddenly the issue is, well, I wasn't able to make a full argument. And so do you need a closed hearing to make a full argument to best represent your client?
I think defense counsel is asking to close the hearing so that the argument can be made without the public seeing it. I do not want to close the hearing. I do not believe it's necessary to close the hearing. That's not my motion. I do, however, want to make a full argument that requires me to rely on the evidence and quote the evidence as I have done. That's my position. If I am not permitted to quote the evidence in my argument, then we need to decide whether or not this hearing should be closed. I would oppose closing it, but I do think it's necessary for me to quote the evidence.
All right. Are you able to make your full argument to the best of your ability to best represent your client by simply referring to the paragraphs and to the lines so it is clear to the court what you're talking about? There's no ambiguity without quoting it verbatim in open court.
No, I don't think so.
All right.
Your Honor, if you're going to make a closure ruling, I'd like to be heard before you.
All right, I'll hear from you as well. If you would like to come forward, again, just Mr. Reimer, just stating your full name for the record, for the clarity of the record.
Sure, thank you, Your Honor. David Ryman again for the news media. We have briefed this issue a couple different times so far. Sometimes there is a misconception that I think is running, particularly through what Mr. Novak argued, that suppression hearings, because the evidence may be suppressed or excluded, or in limine hearings, need to be closed unless the evidence is deemed admissible. That is the opposite of the law. That has been settled since the United States Supreme Court decided Waller versus Georgia. You can see it in Kern's Tribune, which dealt with a preliminary hearing and access to a preliminary hearing where, as you know, and as we've heard repeatedly today, all kinds of evidence is presented at the preliminary hearing that may not be admissible at trial. And so the universe of the public's right of access to proceedings is not limited just to what eventually gets admitted at trial, which, you know, if there even is a trial. And we've cited the court to, you know, numerous cases on this, and I don't have the brief in front of me, and the docket is huge, and I can find it for you if you'd like. But I just wanted to correct the misimpression that the public is not entitled to hear argument and to see evidence just because it may not be admissible. Otherwise, we would never have admissibility argument.
We should be seeing all of it.
And I do want to I'll just make one other point. Kern's Tribune also speaks to this, and that is that if you do decide that there's and so let me just make two quick points. To the 403 point, just because evidence isn't admissible is not a basis to close the hearing. There may be a 403 argument. I haven't seen this document. I don't know what's in it. Maybe there is something incredibly prejudicial. You would have to make that decision. I'm at a loss. I haven't seen it. I'm happy to take a look at it and give you substantive argument, but it's the same high constitutional standard that you have to satisfy in order to close it. And then the last thing is just on the scope of any closure. Kearns Tribune speaks, and I know the court is aware of this. If you are going to close it, it needs to be as minimal as possible. And it's my experience, at least, that most of the argument about things in this context can occur in open court. And if you want to have, a closed session or a sidebar or however, you have also done it in chambers, I just ask that it be as limited as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Novak, and it appears like, would you like to respond to that before, and then I'll return to Mr. McBride for any final thoughts, and the court will make its ruling.
Well, I just wanted to mention the Utah Supreme Court.
Now, that guy is a lawyer for the media.
850 SEC and 850.
Honestly, he's like the lawyer for us watching.
For where this state's Supreme Court reminds us that the First Amendment right of access is qualified, and that what needs to be carefully judged in light of the qualified right of access with respect to preliminary hearing exhibits, that was the issue in State versus Archuleta, is the defendant's right to a fair trial. So we're in this slightly twilight zone situation where counsel for the media is saying, even if the court has decided that the exhibits are not going to be made available for copying and inspection, and the court may decide that this exhibit is either not admissible or admissible for the court's eyes only, counsel for the media is counseling that the court permit Mr. McBride to read the exhibit verbatim in open court. And that basically defeats all of those principles. So I don't think that's the correct path. Counsel for the media is correct that the court's sealing or closure should be narrowly tailored. And the 403 issue, which we are prepared only to discuss because of the sequencing of things in this case, in this proceeding, we're only prepared to discuss at sidebar, has to do with potential future evidence that the court may receive in this hearing, or it may not. So I'm not going to address other 403 issues in open court. If the court wants to defer this entire exhibit and discussion of it until later in the proceeding, then it may be that part of the 403 argument doesn't need to be at sidebar. And I think we're all assuming that sidebar proceedings in this preliminary hearing are going to be part of the sealed transcript until some later point in time. In other words, it's not sidebar just for the moment. It's because the transcript is sealed. So it very well may be that taking this issue up at a later point in time in this proceeding eliminates the need, from our perspective, for that 403 issue to be discussed at sidebar, or at what counsel for the media says in a closed proceeding. However, I agree with the court that Mr. McBride can't have his cake and eat it too. If he wants to make his argument and he thinks that his argument requires that he read an exhibit in court, which we in good faith are saying is not admissible, then we need to have a closed proceeding. I'm not asking for a closed proceeding. I was asking the court to caution Mr. McBride not to read into evidence exhibits that are not received into evidence, because that's the same as Mr. McBride testifying.
All right. Thank you. Anything further, Mr. McBride?
We're seeing our arrest numbers.
Just a note, I have not made my full argument on admissibility. That's all.
All right. All right. I appreciate the arguments by the parties. This is clearly something that's very important to you all and is important for this case, as is every piece of potential evidence. I note that Mr. Novak indicated that receiving this could create confusion for future potential jurors. And that he mentioned that it could suggest to a potential jury pool that this case is about religion. However, what is happening at a preliminary hearing is far different than what happens at a jury trial. The magistrate, myself, is the fact finder, and whether something becomes admissible at trial is far different than what is admissible at a preliminary hearing. The purposes are different, the standards are different, and different steps need to be followed. Something could become admissible at a jury trial, but given the nature of a jury trial, more steps are necessary. Under Rule 1102, one of the major differences is that reliable hearsay is allowed in a preliminary hearing under the Utah Constitution and under the Rules of Evidence 1102. That is far different than what would happen at a jury trial. Taking this into consideration, I look to the information, going to the very beginning, whether this is relevant. And as noted by counsel, looking to count 1, which is squarely before the court, to determine probable cause at the end of this proceeding. And the court is not weighing in whether it will reach that or not. It's not predetermining anything. But what is before this court under count 1, aggravated murder, which is a capital offense, victim targeting enhancement, in violation of Utah Code Annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2, Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of Tyler James Robinson belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. And so, if that was not here,
Welcome back to Wake Up America.
And it also goes to count 2, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury. And I'm just reviewing. And then finally, count 7, violent offense committed in the presence of a child. Where the
Thank you. New tonight, Fairfax County Police have arrested
is in play. Because that is part of the information that's squarely before the court, this becomes relevant. Now, trying to determine what is political expression versus religious expression,
A Rochester man.
that goes into different grounds, but at this point, the court finds it is relevant for consideration, and if for the very least for argument. What the court is going to rule is that the need for a closed hearing is not been met at this point, because what needs to be shown is prejudice. Or that the exhibit contains inflammatory information that would prejudice the jury pool. That begins the path where we can consider closing the hearing from the public. However, that's not what's before the court, nor has the court heard that. And so the ruling of the court
Pauline Hanson yesterday flew to London to give her second big international
objection, and the court will expound upon that Mr. McBride in his argument cannot read the entirety of State's Exhibit 5.1. Can he reference points of it and specifically quote certain points? The court rules that he can, just as Mr. Novak pulled from this, and it was broad, but he quoted Matthew chapter 19. He stated that this came from the Bible. He talked about the going from paragraph 1 where he quoted, or at least drew from, about the Internal Revenue Service and the type of business. And so there is grounds for that to occur in order for the court to consider.
When they go to lunch, we're going to talk about a couple stories.
The determination whether it is relevant and should be admissible. Therefore, the court rules that Mr. McBride can continue in his arguments in order that the court can make its determination whether State's Exhibit 5.1 is admissible or not.
So they're going to allow it, looks like?
Thank you. 5.1 is a general explanation of what Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk's organization, is and was on September 10th. The exhibit describes the events that Turning Point USA holds, talking about at least 200 plus of these events featuring Charlie Kirk as a headline speaker had taken place by that time. That's in paragraph 3. That these events discussed political issues.
I think the press attorney had a big part in that.
Those political issues in the
I don't think it was going the state's way until he stepped up.
Gender issues in particular, gender, sexuality issues, the difference, or the Christian and political view regarding
now they got to talk about his little girlfriend, his little furry
identity,
furry boyfriend,
and that information is relevant to the motive that we are alleging in this case, and it's also relevant to the victim targeting enhancement, which is in part a motive type enhancement. And the evidence will be introduced through, or we will offer evidence through other witnesses that talks about some of the defendant's statements that indicate his gender persuasion and that he falls into some of these political and gender views that Charlie Kirk argued against. That's the relevance of this statement, is it shows Charlie Kirk publicly in front of large gatherings of people debated and presented his views, his political views, which were tied to his religious views about gender identity, LGBTQ rights type issues. And the relevance to that is the defendant's motive is that he was on the other side of those views. And you'll see evidence that talks about that through other witnesses. It talks about that being the inference and the motive that he had, or the inference from that evidence supports that motive, which supports the victim targeting enhancement, and frankly, motive in general, which goes to identity. For that reason, Your Honor, this exhibit is relevant. I don't see the prejudicial effect, unfair prejudicial effect this would have on the fact finder, whether or not it has, some capability of prejudicing the potential jury pool. I think that's a completely different question. I don't think it does. I think this case has already highlighted the political issues that we're talking about here, but my job here is to present this case to the court, to you, Your Honor, for you to make a decision. This evidence is admissible for that purpose. Whether or not it's public or published for the public to see is a different question, which I'll submit. The media is very capably represented, and I'll let them make the argument on that point. But I would ask the court to admit this exhibit.
Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the state to argue that this exhibit says anything about Mr. Robinson's state of mind should be rejected out of hand. This exhibit does not say anything about Mr. Robinson's state of mind, and that's what motive is, and that's what the victim targeting enhancement adopted by the legislature focuses on, is the defendant's perception. If Mr. McBride wants to propose significant redactions to this exhibit so that Your Honor, acting as a magistrate, can consider things that are narrowly tailored to what the information alleges, which is the allegation is that Mr. Robinson perceived that Mr. Kirk had certain political views, that's one thing. But this document talks, and now Mr. McBride, not to be colloquial, has sort of thrown down the gauntlet. This document talks about foreign affairs, political doctrines, America's founding principles, cultural trends,
Hanukkah.
And what Mr.
Egyptian
Engelhardt
planes
refers to as Orthodox Christian views on sexuality, marriage, and gender/sex. So this document goes way beyond what the state just flagged for the entire world is their view of Mr. Robinson's motive, which has something to do with gender identity, gender ideology.
It's all the same, baby. It's all the same.
That's what Mr. McBride has just said this case is all about. This document.
I'm sorry, do you see Republicans supporting transgender surgeries and furry porn?
It's not admissible.
I don't think so.
There may, as I said, be other evidence which Mr. McBride and the state want to rely upon, which they haven't presented yet, and Mr. McBride hinted at that. So I think that it's not admissible at this point in time. I don't think it's relevant in the sense
very
of
relevant.
Has a tendency to make a fact of consequence more or less true. That's the definition of relevance. So how does this court go from what the state has to establish, which is motive, or
the judge is like,
well, actually, the state doesn't have to establish.
You for real, bro?
Motive is not an element of the offense. But at least with respect to the victim enhancement,
they're trying to say that,
according to the legislature, the question is what is in Mr. Robinson's state of mind. The other thing I want to say is that Mr. McBride
the state is saying basically going to try to prove that
the admissibility of
Charlie Kirk was,
now, the court talked about 1102. But 1102 doesn't resolve all.
He's a Christian and everything was about faith.
It's just a gateway for an affidavit.
How do you put it?
So what we have in this document are
these guys are saying, well, he wasn't pro-anti-transgender, or he wasn't anti-transgender.
Expert opinions.
Saying that he's pro-Christian isn't the same as saying you're anti-transgenders, right?
Under the rules of evidence, is whether this document is helpful to the court.
So now they're probably going to have to prove that Christians don't approve of transgenderism.
Perceived that Mr. Kirk had certain political views. So where is the evidence that Mr. Robinson, in this document, that Mr. Robinson was aware of Mr. Kirk's political views? Where is the evidence in this document that Mr. Robinson had disagreement with Mr. Kirk's?
This is a good fight right here.
None of that appears in this document. There may be other evidence.
For the defense, anyways, it's a good objection.
Of that, we'll have to see. But there's nothing in this document which connects up with Mr. Robinson's state of mind, which is the question in the enhancement. And Mr. Engelhardt cannot, of course, express any opinion about Mr. Robinson's state of mind because he doesn't know him, and because that would be improper opinion evidence under any rule of law. So for a document to be received into evidence that quotes one very narrow piece of religious doctrine and that involves Mr. Engelhardt's interpretation of what that means.
The state is not defending Robinson.
Mr. Engelhardt at the top of page 2 is basically telling this court what he thinks Chapter 19 means. How could that
this guy up here
be admissible in this proceeding?
This guy up here is
how could it possibly be admissible?
Tyler's defense
for the purpose of this court concluding what Mr. Kirk thought Chapter 19 of Matthew means. So it's not relevant. It's improper opinion evidence. It's definitely overbroad in terms of the evidence that the state is proffering to prove a very narrow point. And it actually doesn't get to that point, which is what was Mr. Robinson's state of mind. It also doesn't say anything that Mr. Kirk specifically said on September 10th that Mr. Robinson may or may not have heard, or anything that Mr. Kirk said before September 10th, specifically, that Mr. Robinson may or may not have heard. Nor has the state presented any evidence, and as an officer of the court, I would say I don't think that the state can present any evidence that Mr. Robinson specifically heard Mr. Kirk say a specific thing at a specific time.
I mean, this is pretty big for the defense. They're trying to dismantle the motive here.
Which I think that the state will say are admissions by Mr. Robinson, which reference Mr. Kirk, which we will get to later.
Again, they're only fighting to get life insteed of the death penalty. That's pretty much what they're fighting for.
About specific statements by Mr. Kirk on any specific issue that would even make a piece of this.
Sorry about this. Teresa, thank you for the gold coin.
I'm pretty sure that I've reached that point where anything more I say, I'm going to be repeating myself. And so I'm just going to stop unless the court has questions.
I don't. Thank you. Well, I do have a question as it relates to political expressions. Does religion or gender intersect with political expressions?
I think that's a great question, but probably not a question to be answered by me in this proceeding. That's actually a really
Why not? You're saying that they don't tie together.
Question that the state wants the court to say is a simple yes.
Right.
Because I don't want to be the expert. I mean, the court's basically asking me to testify. I'm not trying to be flippant. The court is asking me to testify about where religion and politics intersect. And that's a fascinating question. The question here is whether
he's basically saying, I don't know.
The way it's presented.
I don't know nothing about politics or religion or transgenderism. I don't know nothing about that, Your Honor. How do they connect? Somebody explain that to me.
Under relevance.
That's what he's basically saying.
701, 702 rules of evidence to prove what Mr. McBride says the state, what he acknowledges the state has to prove, which is that Mr. Robinson had a state of mind which was, let's just say, hostile to Mr. Kirk's political expression. And I don't think that this court should be deciding, based on the record before it, where, if at all, politics and religion intersect. That's. I mean, if the court needs to resolve that issue, then the court also needs to resolve the question of which religious philosophy are we talking about?
Well, Mr. Novak, I bring that up because you mentioned it. You said you cited directly to the enhancement. You said political expression, and then you went to the Bible itself. And so it appeared to the court that you put it into play. So I just wanted to get a little bit of guidance from your position. And so that's the reason for the question.
No, I totally appreciate the question. I'm not suggesting, Your Honor, that there's a problem with the question. Any question that the court asks is a question that counsel should take seriously. Sure. The legislature separates in the statute religion and political expression. The state selected the victim targeting enhancement based on political expression only. Now the state wants to I didn't bring Matthew in. The state is bringing Matthew in through Mr. Engelhardt. Sure. I didn't bring the Bible to this courtroom. The state brought it. And that concerns me greatly because the state is turning this into a question of whether Mr. Robinson's
Sir, you're in a courtroom where you swear on the Bible, where you swear to God, that you tell the truth.
Anti-Christian, and that's a huge problem. And the state has created.
Isn't the whole courtroom based off like the laws in the Bible and stuff?
To the entire jury pool, and that's what Mr. McBride just did.
Isn't the Bible infused in the court?
Whether Mr. Robinson's life is inconsistent with what Mr. Engelhardt calls Orthodox Christian views. I'm going to just stop right here because I think the court knows what the problem is.
Thank you. All right. Anything further?
You see that look he gave him?
Ruling. I appreciate.
He said, "Bitch."
In-depth argument and the.
He's not trying to mistrial. He's trying to muddy the waters of motive.
Or advocating for your clients.
Maybe.
Yeah, Your Honor,
maybe Tyler just wanted to go kill somebody, and he saw an opportunity to become famous and kill some
All right,
well-known
and,
figure.
making this determination whether it's admissible or not, I'm going to start at the beginning, which is this. This is a preliminary hearing. The purpose is to determine whether the state has established probable cause to believe a crime was committed and that Mr. Robinson committed it. As it relates to this case, as I turn to relevance, I turn to the information as previously stated, and is this relevant, what is before me? And without indicating my decision on probable cause, because I am not at that point, I'm withholding all decision-making until all evidence is properly before me. And so in this ruling, it is not indicating either direction that the court is heading. However, the court finds that it is relevant as it relates to the victim targeting enhancement, as it relates to Charlie Kirk's political expression, and the court recognizes the argument made by defense in regards to state of mind. And it is because of both arguments that the court finds that the court is ruling that it is provisionally admitted into evidence.
There you go.
And
provisionally?
At such point when it becomes relevant based off what Mr. Novak has talked about Mr. Robinson's state of mind about Mr. Kirk's political beliefs, then at that point, whether it is admitted or not into evidence will be decided upon. So as of right now, it is provisionally admitted. Because of that stance, it will not be published to the courtroom or media, but both parties can weigh in on that when this is brought up again, and the request for it to be fully admitted is made by either party. Then the court will examine whether it should.
So nothing changes as of now, but we're going to come back to it.
The courtroom and to whether that is displayed or filmed by the camera. All right, let us proceed. Well, let us proceed to lunch because it is now 12:40. It seems like
and it's time for us to get to work.
I believe everyone looks like they need a lunch break.
What, y'all thought the show was over? Man, we're about to get started.
Let's come back at 1:15. Well, I need to give you a full lunch here. I need to do my lawyer math and see what that would bring us to. So it's 12:40. Let's come back at 1:45 for lunch.
All right. So we got about an hour. I'm going to keep this over here on the side so I can watch it, make sure we come back when they come back. I'm sure y'all will be in the chat saying, all right, they're back. But we got some stuff to talk about, all right? So if you guys are having a good time, hit that like button, of course. And get all this stuff moved out the way. Oh, showing y'all the money. Whoa. Someone was asking me, how much money do you make on YouTube? So this video got 2,000 views. I made $12, baby. This video got 2,000 views. I made 15 bucks. This video made 1,000 views. I made $2. What? What's my highest earning video? Can I organize that? No. Views? Wow. I had to get rid of all my videos, so shit hit the fan, y'all. This video, when we were talking about the Ostrushko family, got 12,953 views. I made $81. So if you guys wonder why I'm dumping videos out every day on top of going live, on top of doing the YouTube shorts, which by the way, YouTube shorts, let's see. This one did 8,000 views. I got $2. That's just the way it is as content creators. If you're not pumping out videos every day, if you are not consistent every day, if you're not going live every day, you're not making no money. You want to make actual money, make a career out of YouTube, You got to be pumping out content non-stop. Ooh, look at that one. The January 6th video I did, 9,000 views, $51. So, anyways, let's go ahead and get back to this. Let's get to it. Can we just jump right to the video? I don't want to talk about all this. They don't talk about it until
of racial abuse. Now there's a media fuss about a drunk young white of racial abuse in Britain. And we've talked before a little something somewhere down the line. We've talked before, Samara, about two-tier policing. We talked particularly how police arrested a dying teenager in Britain and not the Sikh man who had stabbed him and then falsely accused him of racial abuse. Now there's a media fuss about a drunk young white guy who was confronted by four men, this is in Birmingham, confronted by four men, pulled to the ground and punched, but then police immediately arrested him, not the others, and charged him when he lashed out at one of the officers, apparently mistaking her, it seems to me.
Can y'all make any sense out of this? I'm going to pull up the full video. Hold on. I got to pull up the full video on that one. Because this don't make no sense to me. I cannot figure out what happened here for the life of me. Other than UK is just a fail. It's just a bit massive failure. Oh, let me find it. Let me find it. It's way back here. Hold on. See, I thought they would have played the full video before talking about it. Here it is. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2. Say good afternoon, Arturo. How are the family doing? We're doing good. Everyone's doing good. Beagle Mom, thank you for another $5. Okay. Which, by the way, one second. 25 minutes left on that super chat goal. And I'm going to continue it whenever we're over here. But anyways, let's get back to it. So I can't figure out what's going on here. You got one white guy who apparently is drunk, but he's one white dude. And then you got a bunch of immigrants, I guess you can say, that's what everyone keeps saying. They're saying they're immigrants. That are yelling at him, and they actually attack him, assault him, and the police officer comes and attacks him. It makes no sense. Look at this. They're telling him to leave. And then that one attacks him, walks away. What? My brain can't even compute what I'm watching here. This, first of all, you know me, I'm saying we don't need no female cops ever. On planet Earth, there should be no female cops unless it's some administrative thing or back at the office. But out on the field, bro, you have to be able to pass the same standards a man can pass to get out here. But this is ridiculous. That she goes and pushes him. Like, this is a South Park episode. Now, you see he swung on her, right? You don't know he's just getting attacked by a bunch of people. Why would he expect a police officer to just come over there and arrest him? Like, push him up against the wall. And now she's like, oh, you want to beat up an officer, huh?
Fucking punch his back! Put your hands behind your back!
Maximum incompetency. Maximum incompetency. And it keeps going. Oh, I guess that's a picture.
Fucking car, you dick!
What the fuck, bro? I'm trying to go home.
No, watch the fucking car, you dick!
What the fuck, bro? Please, I'm trying to go home.
That's it.
What the fuck?
He gets attacked and they arrest him? I what? It just no, it does not make sense.
What? I'm telling you now, get in the car!
You in the fucking car!
And this is the way. See, look, y'all be talking about how police brutality is insane over here in the U.S. No, y'all don't know police brutality. Over here in the U.S., the police tickle y'all. They play with y'all. They give y'all way too much chances to fix your attitude, to adjust your behavior, to do the right thing. Over here, the UK, no, especially if you're white. Now, if you're a foreigner, if you're a Muslim or you're a immigrant, then they'll treat you like you're the king or something. But if you're white, oh no, you going down. You getting the elbow to the face. You getting a couple broken bones. Even if you're the victim in this case.
Get in the car! Get in the car! Get in the fucking car! I'm telling you now, get in the car!
Listen, bro. You in the fucking car!
Put your legs in! Get in the car! Get out!
This is crazy.
Yo!
He's the one that gets attacked.
I will give you everything.
At least now they're getting him some medical treatment.
Listen.
Get out!
Update. Police arrested the victim of an assault and allowed his attackers to flee. Yeah, by the way, like, these people just walked away. Attacked him. Punched him. And she's like, move out of the way, ma'am. I gotta arrest your victim. That's crazy. White man under assault. That's a felony. How dare you be under assault and be white? So now they're talking about it over here on Sky News. I want to hear what they got to say about it.
For one of his attackers. But am I missing the real story behind this?
Look, I mean, I think that this guy, he's been charged for assaulting an emergency worker, but there was massive criticism when this video came out because it does kind of show that it's quite well, it's not cut and dry, but when you see this female
it's pretty cut and dry.
Police officer who is about 2 heads shorter than him, may I add. I mean, I've got a lot of time for female police officers, but I almost think it's unfair to put someone like her in that situation. She tries to restrain him. The other people just run off. And it is one of those situations where you have got one white guy and a bunch of black men around him. And they didn't seem to get restrained. So the public is furious about this. I think we need to, just like we were just a couple weeks ago talking about the Manchester case where it was trial by video and Twitter and not trial by an actual jury or a court or a judge or any barristers involved. We need to actually, as we find out more information, assess what actually happened here. But it's difficult for police to make those judgments now. They are scared about being accused of racism, and I think they would prefer to keep their jobs safe than actually do the right thing in some circumstances.
That's crazy. That's what we had going on here in America with the Black Lives Matter stuff. You know, if you're a police officer, you got to worry about, am I going to be the next one dragged into court and given a life sentence and be put in a solitary confinement until I rot to death? Which is what's happening to Derek Chauvin. Like, am I going to be that person simply because I arrested a black person who's breaking the law? It's this racial insanity is just crazy. It's absolutely crazy. That's why I've always said that the most oppressed people on the face of the earth are the straight white man. Because if you're a gay white man, well, you get a little bit of a pass. If you're a transgender white man, oh, you good. Hell, you got tranny privilege at that point. But that fear of being dragged through the media simply because you did your job, honestly, simply because you did your job, is just insane. It makes a very, very dangerous environment. And now we can see the effects of it right here. This woman arrested the victim. Clear as day.
Circumstances.
And maybe there's a natural preference to go arrest the one guy rather than try to chase the four if you don't feel a little bit physically incapable.
No, you get one and make them all either leave their friend behind so that way he can snitch on them, give him a couple sandwiches in the give him a ham sandwich from Arby's in the interrogation room. Make them snitch, give up all the addresses, tell us where we can find them, and then go from there. At least get one of them. But she just said, no, let me get the victim. Let me arrest this. First of all, let me continue the beating on this white boy. He just got attacked, just got pushed down, clotheslined, and then punched. And then let me go ahead and throw his ass up against the wall. And if he dare defends himself, we throw the book at him. Now they're going to arrest him and charge him for assaulting an officer. And I bet you she's going to be getting a medal. She's going to be getting all sorts of decorations. She's going to be getting a bonus. Wow, man. Yeah, if Kamala Harris would have won, we would have had the same issues. Exactly. We had those issues all during the Biden administration. Yeah, it's wild, man. But you know, that's the UK. That's why they're up there, rising up and fighting against their government. I mean, that's why the prime minister just resigned. However, they got another guy in there who's just as woke, if not more woke, than the previous prime minister. So it really didn't change much. Obviously didn't change much, but this could very well be us if we fail to keep Democrats out of power. This could very well be us. It was us for a little while. And I need Americans to really, really remember how bad it was under Joe Biden, because that was just the beginning. If he or Kamala Harris would have won the election and got another 4 years, we'd be worse off than the UK. The floodgates would be open up still. They would still be having illegals flooding into this country to this very day. You know, the 20 million that came in under Biden, that shit would be up to 80 million by now. We would be in a very bad position. I need Americans to wake up. Just because Trump won and is now in office does not mean that it's smooth sailing from here. No. Because Trump only has 4 years to protect us. Once he's out of office, what do we do after that? Who do we trust then? A rhino? Do we really have Republicans that'll fight for us like Donald Trump does? That's the thing, man. That's the thing. It's bad, man. Well, listen, we got to be awake. We got to be paying attention to elections. Always be paying attention to your local elections. Fight for representatives that don't go based off of race and all this other nonsense. Fight for representatives that care about the country and the Constitution, simply put, and not the fake nonsense. Like they'll say that we got to abolish ICE for the sake of the Constitution. Man, fuck all that. That's all lies. No, we need somebody that wants to keep ICE safe, keep law enforcement safe, increase law enforcement, fight for the real Constitution, not what the left claims the Constitution means. We got to fight against it, man, because it's getting way out of control. This could be us. This could be us in just a couple years. But anyways, I didn't touch on that when it came out, so I wanted to talk about it. Speaking of law enforcement, though, by the way, you guys hit that like button if you haven't already. Iron Cowgirl Bree, thank you for the Sunday. Now, the liberals are raising hell over Flock, okay? Flock is surveillance program, which is looking at vehicles, you know, finding stolen vehicles, criminals, illegal aliens, all that kind of stuff. Well, they're alleging they're Oof. Hold on, wait a minute. The liberals are alleging that Flock is also hunting down illegal aliens and giving that information over to ICE. Okay, but the people of Flock are saying that's not the case at all. And now the liberals are going to be protesting against this. All right, let's look into it, see what Flock actually is. And is it going to give information to ICE? I don't think so.
It's a debate intensifying across the country.
Your community is telling you that we don't want this.
I think we should completely remove them.
Here in Pasadena, California, residents and city leaders grapple with what to do about Flock, the leading manufacturer of automated license plate readers, or ALPRs. The cameras are installed at intersections and capture detailed vehicle data, which AI can analyze to identify people and alert authorities who say it's an important crime-fighting tool. But critics argue the cameras have created a mass surveillance network that's been tapped by federal immigration agencies like ICE to surveil protesters and monitor individuals.
The battle over controversial Flock cameras in Troy is heating up.
It's playing out across the country, from Troy, New York, where the mayor declared an emergency to keep the cameras running after public pushback.
Get the Flock out of Troy. Thank you very much.
To Dayton, Ohio, where authorities took to covering its cameras with what looks like garbage bags after the city voted to suspend Flock. Across the country, at least 57 municipalities have canceled or let their contracts with Flock expire over the past year, with 15 more rejecting proposed Flock contracts due to community pushback.
Look where they're all
according to data compiled by NBC News.
So this is above and beyond the license plate detection, and you can see that it sort of follows him in the shot.
Yadi Yancey and Nick Rabb are co-founders of DeFlock Pasadena, a grassroots organization hoping to pressure Pasadena to cancel its existing contract with Flock. What's the biggest concern here?
I think the biggest concern is that if these technologies were used and the data got through to ICE and led to a raid or was used by police for a wrongful conviction, then basically ruins someone's life.
There needs to be
wrongful conviction. Now, there is actually a case of wrongful conviction, and I'll show you that in just a moment. It's, I would say, the only argument worth listening to when it comes to Flock and saying that it's a bad thing. Now, me personally, I don't mind it one single bit. I got nothing to hide. I don't really care about it. It's just whatever. I know a lot of people are very uptight about being a surveillance state, you know, where you're being tracked everywhere you go. But can we all be honest here? That's pretty much the case anyways already. We got Ring cameras following you. You got cameras everywhere on every business building, every street corner, every street has cameras everywhere. There's cameras literally everywhere. You pick up your phone every day and you have apps on your phone that you agree to give them your information so that way they can give you a better product. The algorithm can take care of you, give you what you want more, right? All of y'all, everybody watching right now, the people that disagree with Flock, they all have this in their pocket and it's taking information on a daily basis. All day, every day, watching you. You don't have a problem with smartphones, though, do you? In my opinion, the people that are worried about stuff like Flock and, you know, certain surveillance state operations, I feel like they just don't want to be caught doing something wrong. They don't want to be caught because they know sometimes, you know, maybe they do drive around without insurance. Maybe they do drive around with a bad sticker for a year or so. I know I did when I was younger. And I would have agreed back then that, yeah, I don't want nobody tracking me. What are you talking about? Now that I'm older, more mature, and I got everything secured, I don't worry about breaking the law. So I really don't care about Flock. If anything, it helps me stay safe from you, the criminal who hates Flock. But what's going on here is that you have the liberal left claiming that Flock is giving information to ICE. Okay, that's why they are really caring about it. That's why they are, you know, fighting against it. As a matter of fact,
solve crimes now becoming the target of one, both cut in half and covered in spray paint.
Yeah, I didn't realize that the cameras were there until you actually pointed that out.
One camera has been cut down, completely sprayed over with an American flag on it, and not far away there's another Flock camera on the ground as well. HPD says it's investigating this, but so far there are more questions than answers.
I guarantee you, as a liberal that did this, somebody on the left did this. You know, and they put an American flag there just to trick you. It must be a right-winger.
Completely sprayed over with an American flag on it, and not far away, there's another flock camera on the ground.
Yeah, so they're doing that, right? But is Flock giving information to ICE? They have no evidence of that because the information goes to city council. It goes to the city. It does not go to federal. Like, they have no ties to federal government at all. It's just contracted to the city. The information goes to the city, and that's it.
Be more community input and consensus and consent before.
So these are just liberals lying.
And any other mass surveillance technology.
DFLOC activists requested public records reviewed by NBC News, finding that Pasadena's database was requested by various law enforcement agencies in the summer of 2025.
No federal.
For dozens of those requests, the reason given included FBI or ICE. One specific query on June 9th, 2025, confirmed by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, listed ICE protest as the reason for a search of 830 separate surveillance camera networks in Flock system, including Pasadena's Flock cameras. The search request came on the very same day as a peaceful protest at an ICE facility in San Bernardino. Flock says it had pilot projects with several federal agencies during this time period, including with Customs and Border Protection, but says that all its federal pilot programs ended by August of last year. However, according to Pasadena's transparency portal maintained by Flock, it was still sharing its data with a regional intelligence center that facilitates information sharing between local, state, and federal agencies until last month, discontinuing access after NBC News reached out.
It doesn't matter. It's because the law enforcement is working with ICE. The police are releasing this information. It's not Flock. It's Flock is just giving the police the information, and then it goes from there. It doesn't matter. What they'll do is they'll still give information to ICE anyways, if that's the case. They're still going to give federal government's information anyways. This is just additional stuff. It doesn't mean that Flock is specifically giving information to ICE and all that for illegal immigrants or nothing like that. Could be that one of you rabid protesters attacked somebody or broke the law, and the police are asking, hey, can we use that information from Flock? Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. It's not like Flock is targeting, there's a brown person over there, he must be illegal, go arrest him. It's not like that at all.
Emails to NBC News, the city of Pasadena says it's taking a, quote, cautious approach and is working with the city council to identify next steps for its Flock program. Do you feel like Flock has done enough to safeguard their system so that this is not accessed by those federal agencies?
I would say no way. And trying to, make it appear as if this data is...
Why should they hide the information from the federal authorities? They're just giving the information to the people that have the contracts with them. What they do with the information, it's all up to them. As a matter of fact, if you look at this right here.
Learned the power of Flock firsthand.
You were in town from 11:52 until 12:09. Exactly. Like I said, nothing gets in or out of the town without us knowing.
When a Colorado police officer showed up at her door holding Flock snapshots of her truck.
And here's when you left at 12:09. That's when you left town.
To get...
No, to stop at Ridge Trail.
Wait a minute.
And take a package. Well, there's no shushing. I don't need to be...
I need to know where this is.
The first thing he pulled out on the body cam is that Flock picture, the clear photograph of your car.
But here's your vehicle in the neighborhood many, many times, apparently casing houses, because you just can't drive through for work or visit other businesses. You can only be casing houses.
It is her. It is 100%. It is locked in. There is zero doubt. I wouldn't have come here unless I was 100% sure. 100%. It is certain. It is on video. You're obviously welcome to go to court.
Chrisana was charged with stealing a package, but it wasn't her. The porch pirate was somebody else.
Multiple times you tried to...
Right. Okay. So does this mean that Flock is bad or it's not working? Well, here's, I think, the owner of Flock right here.
Until you prove yourself innocent.
Without a Flock camera, that
detective would not have been at her door. By his own admission, he pulled out the flock picture of her car. Do you want to apologize to Chrisanna Elzer for what happened to her?
For the police misusing the tools?
Bam. For the police misusing the tools that we provided them, that they contracted with us. It's got nothing to do with Flock. Flock is just a program. It's a thing. It does this. It does that. It provides them a service. What they do with that is all on them. It had nothing to do with Flock themselves.
I don't think that I have to apologize.
He wasn't charged with a crime. He wasn't, other than being reprimanded for his attitude.
How come they're not going after Ring for Ring cameras? You know, it should fall on the cop, the one that actually pulled these photos and claimed 100% fact that that woman was the one in the picture.
Sure. No, but I would tell you that, like, should I apologize for somebody misusing a tool?
No.
I don't think so.
Flock Safety Chief Communications Officer Josh Thomas. Who's watching the watchers in these cases?
Well, the city council. The city owns the data, so city council would have the appropriate responsibility in that case. Our point of view has always been that it is not Flock's job to police the way police do their work.
And that's it. That's it. So the liberals can come over here and bitch and complain all they want. This little zesty boy over here can complain all he wants. It is what it is. Okay? I don't mind it. I ain't got nothing to worry about. Whatever. I really have nothing to worry about at all. I would just go ahead and prefer that we had something like this just to keep me and my family safe from all you crazy, lunatic, deranged people out there. As a matter of fact, where Tommy just got attacked, I wonder if they got Flock cameras over there. Or is it that they prefer to keep criminals safe as much as possible, so they decided not to go with these Flock cameras? I wonder if that's the case, and they can't use it to protect Tommy. Crazy, and I'm good. I'm good with Flock. It's just, this is liberals doing what liberals do, protesting against something that would possibly harm illegal immigrants, which isn't even the case. They don't have any proof that this led to an ICE arrest or an ICE raid or ICE figuring out where some illegals lived. They don't have any proof of that at all. But yeah, they're going to pretend that this is hurting the brown people, says the white man. So yeah, the police need to be involved with what happened to that woman, the wrongful conviction, all that. Yeah, that sucks. I agree. But you can't use one case of one wrongful conviction against like the numerous thousands of cases where it was actually a great tool for people. Because look at this, okay?
The data that's being collected, and says where it's shared is really up to the local authorities.
Well, cities actually control the data completely and have complete authority over how it's being used.
So is this where you watch all the magic unfold?
It's completely changed the game.
Like in Alameda County, where the sheriff's office says the technology has been invaluable. We got a behind-the-scenes look at how Flock technology is being used.
You hear an alert tone. What does that tell you?
So the alert tone is related to the license plate readers, and it lets us know that there's been an activation. There's one right now on a vehicle traveling past one of our cameras that are positioned in a public place.
What could that mean exactly?
It can mean a number of things. That camera network is hooked up to the Department of Justice, so the stolen vehicle system. It could be an armed robbery car, carjacking, a murder vehicle.
I mean, this thing is going off.
We get a lot of alerts in this county.
While it may receive information from federal law enforcement, Alameda County insists the data isn't flowing the other way.
We have absolutely no external sharing with any federal agencies or immigration. There is no way they could access our data without our knowledge.
The 3 remaining Alameda County supervisors voted yes.
In April, Alameda County leaders voted narrowly to extend its Flock contract for several more months, despite concerns from residents.
This technology.
Good. Look, just there's too many. I don't want my city to be like Chicago. They got rid of ShotSpotter in Chicago, which is like a program where they can put little sensors on the hood. And that way, when somebody starts firing off, it immediately sends a signal to the police that, okay, there's gunshots over here. Send police now. Okay. But they got rid of that because they think it hurts black people. Isn't that crazy? It could save lives. It can get first responders to people when they need it the most. And they got rid of it. Because apparently locking up criminals is a sickness. according to Brandon Johnson. I don't want my city to be like Chicago. Okay, I don't want to hear about like 50 people being shot over the weekend, and that's a low number. Yeah. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I'm cool with it, but of course people are over here freaking out about it. They don't want to be in a surveillance state, yada yada yada. You're already in a surveillance state. Your phone is watching you right now. Listen to everything you say, trying to sell you products all day. Everyone's got your life on a data sheet. It just is what it is, y'all. But more liberal madness. Now, let's go to this real quick. Haitians have recently had their TPS removed, and they're kind of freaking out. They don't know what to do. I mean, it's pretty simple, right? You could self-deport, claim $1,000, take a premium flight back to your country and call it a day. But I think a lot of them are going to be waiting until they're picked up by ICE, and that's not going to be fun. That's not going to be fun, you guys.
Driver's licenses are no longer valid for Haitians living under TPS.
According to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services website, work permits are set to expire just 4 days from now. It'll be July 10th. It's creating some issues for an estimated 12,000 Haitians living in Springfield. 2 News reporter Julian Jackson has been covering this topic. He joins us now live from Springfield. Julian, how is the Haitian community navigating through this big challenge?
Hey, Jack, Lauren, they're taking things day by day is what they're telling me right now. And I do want to make a note of this. Now, we are learning that it is possible that the status of the Haitians holding TPS here in Springfield and across the nation may not end until July 20th. Now, that's because of a recent filing within the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. So we're still working to learn more on that. I talked to a guy earlier today. He said he's lived in Springfield for 5 years. And he said going to work right now is probably not a good idea.
I would say probably not, because
so then just self-deport. What do y'all want? What do y'all want us to do? You ain't crying and then getting your TPS back. It's over. The fun is over. The party's over. It's 4 a.m. It's time to close down the club and send everyone packing. It's over. The party's over. Go home.
They scared.
Go eat your own
After
damn
living
dogs.
in Springfield for 5 years, Olfen Bailey says he's finally thinking about taking the government's offer to self-deport.
They say the government will give like $2,600, and for people who want to go voluntary.
Olfen says he still can't see why the government believes Haiti, which remains under a level 4 travel advisory, is safe for people to return.
If it's not safe for American people, and it's not safe for me as a human, but they don't see it like that.
James Florijan with the Haitian Support Center tells me if it was safe to go back, it's likely that all 350,000 Haitians living in the U.S. under TPS would leave.
Haitians, they're so proud of the country, they are so patriotic, and they love the country. They just stay here just because they don't have a choice.
For the time being, anyone who needs to go to work, needs groceries, or needs to get other appointments are being accommodated through rideshare services and the help of volunteers.
This is what we do to see if we can help them out to endanger themselves driving without a valid driver's license.
I asked Olfen if he still feels safe in Springfield.
People were very, 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 I would say, very kind. Not anymore.
What? Y'all have had TPS for over 15 years, 16 years or something like that. It's time to go, buddy. Temporary. That was the deal. Temporary. You know? Yeah, them EBT cards, they're not getting filled up at the end of the month. That's it. It's over. It's a wrap. I just don't get it. Florida TPS, they're also fearing getting deported.
At 5:30, the ending.
You know what? Hold on, wait a minute. You know, maybe I don't feel so bad for them. I wouldn't want to go to this hellhole either. Look at this mess. No wonder y'all want to stay in America. I don't blame you, actually.
Off the top at 5:30, the ending of temporary protected status for Haitians and Syrians is expected to have that nice microwave over there. South Florida's healthcare industry.
It is estimated 350,000 Haitians are in this country on TPS.
Looks like Chicago.
One Republican lawmaker says its ending could cause a crisis in our hospitals and nursing homes.
It is bad, but it's y'all's country. They need to go back and fix it. Go on and get to work.
CBS News Miami's Tanya Francois is your reporter in North Miami with one healthcare worker's story.
The Florida Immigrant Coalition says 113,000 healthcare workers who are on TPS live right here in the state of Florida, with
13,000 healthcare workers are on TPS. Hey, 13,000 jobs just opened up, y'all. Y'all over here complaining, there ain't nobody hiring, nobody, I can't get a job. There are women in their cars right now. I can't get a job. I can't get a job. Nobody's hiring. I got this nursing degree and I just don't know what to do. I got $80,000 in debt. I ain't paid a dime for 8 years. I don't know what to do. Well, guess what? 13,000 jobs just opened up. Thank you, Donald Trump. I want y'all to post TikTok videos saying, thank you, Donald Trump. Thank you. And get the hell out of, get them up out of here.
Miami having the largest Haitian communities outside of Haiti. We spoke to a nurse who calls this city home for now.
I am a victim.
Marie Amber or Mary Amber, they're over there tending to their gardens. They said, I am not going nowhere. That white man, that orange man cannot get me out of this country. I am not going anywhere. Yeah, you're going to have somebody knock on their door and you're going to hear this soundtrack coming down the street. It's going to sound like this. Hold on. What's that sound? What's that sound? Oh no, they're here. Sound the alarms.
Kidnapping on 2022 when I live in Port-au-Prince.
This woman, who asked us to call her Marie and hide her face, says she fears going back to her country.
Americans can't live in Haiti. Why I'm going to back Haiti?
Because that's where you came from, baby, and you going right back.
Marie says she came to South Florida when she was just 24 under the Biden humanitarian.
Hey, don't worry. Look. You wear them pants over in Haiti, I'm pretty sure you're going to find you a nice, high value man. He's going to be making 6 figures. That means 600 a month. You know, 6,000. Yeah, 6 figures, 6,000. You know, that includes the cents. So 6,000,000. You're going to find you a nice high value man. He's got a nice premium hut. It's actually got at least enough energy to power three box fans. So you'll have good AC. He listened to Alex Jones and got that really premium water filter. So you're going to have good, clean water. Yeah, man. It's all good. You good.
Marie says she came to South Florida when she was just 24 under the Biden humanitarian program. Shortly after her kidnapping,
and it's your garden?
A certified nursing assistant and has been working with the Jones family for the last 7 months.
I take care of some patient. The patient can't take herself.
Give us free.
Her need assistant, dressing, feeding.
Even though she's here to take care of my mother, she also takes care of my father.
Barring a court order, work permits and driving privileges for Haitians and Syrians on temporary protective status like Marie are set to end this Friday.
I still have to go to work, and so I feel comfortable.
Damn, girl, you are 70 years old and you got to go to work? Oh, God bless America. God bless America. I don't even want my wife working at the age she's at. I say, look, you just take care of the family, take care of the house, do the laundry, do what you got to do. She works for like 3 hours a day doing that, and then she gets to chill the rest of the day. That's it. That's it. That's all I ask. I can't imagine my woman being in her 80s and still clocking in at Walmart and Target. Fuck, man. That's too rough. That's rough.
That I can leave my house, know that somebody is there in my house looking after my parents.
The Jones family say while they search for a new nurse, they're concerned for Marie.
You're sending them back to the same place that when you granted them temporary status, it's still the same. It hasn't changed.
I know it's my country, but it is bad.
A number of Haitian immigrant groups are planning a rally for this Thursday at 5:30. The location is still being worked out.
I know she's single. That's the problem. That's the problem. Y'all were supposed to be taught to find a husband and to take care of that husband for the rest of your life. That way he takes care of you, and you ain't got to be 80 years old clocking in at Walmart checking receipts, struggling. Talking about it's the Donald Trump economy, the Trump slump. That's why my life sucks. No, your life sucks because you sucked at life. That's why.
Told there will be simultaneous rallies all across the country where there are large populations of Haitians. In North Miami, Tanya Francois, CBS News, Miami.
Listen, man, you're going to be in Haiti. You're going to be begging to be able to crank on the AC and turn it to 78 degrees. You're going to be begging to find an AC unit that actually gets that cold. I'm telling you, y'all don't worry. You're going to lose a lot of weight, though. You're going to work off all that McDonald's and all that golden chick. It's all right. It's all right. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. You'll find you a good man, I'm sure. We got a Portland woman, though.
It was very scary.
After 16 years, temporary protected status for Haitians has been canceled, leaving many fearful of themselves or their loved ones being deported.
Where they're from to Haiti, they don't have a home anymore because the gang people already take where they live.
Girl, you have been Americanized. Look at them sunglasses. Look at that wardrobe. I wouldn't want to go to Haiti after this either, man. I'm a little opinionated, don't worry.
If they send them away, they just send them back to death.
Violence and political turmoil in Haiti after the president was assassinated and the streets have been overrun with gangs. This after multiple earthquakes and hurricanes crippled Haiti's infrastructure.
They don't know what to do. They scared to go outside. Some people even scared to go shopping.
Imagine you spend all your money to buy a house here, and they take you away to another.
Imagine you worked your ass off to buy a house, and an illegal immigrant that came in under Biden's administration was able to get an FHA loan for the house right next door to you. Imagine that. That's a real travesty. That's a real slap in the face. You should be saying, imagine working my ass off to buy a house. Bitch, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'd like some appreciation for giving you that TPS, saving your ass. At least you would have been dead if you would have stayed back there.
Situation again.
They had years
Loved
to work
ones
on
back
citizenship.
In Haiti equally frightened by the news as many rely on their family members living in America for help.
Living in America gives us the opportunity to work so we can work and provide for them. So
you had 15 years. What were y'all going to do? Y'all were going to come over here. Y'all, this is the same Somali story. Yeah, we're going to come over here and work and thrive, and then we're going to send the money back to Somalia and fix it. No, you ain't. Y'all stole billions with a B from our tax dollars, Somalians. Y'all stole billions of dollars, and where did that money go? Y'all ran it up, bought BMWs, luxury cars, mansions. Y'all partied it up, and none of that money went to nothing. Talking about, we're gonna work. This is why we're here, to work and save Haiti. Man, you ain't saving nothing. You spent more at Starbucks over the past 15 years than Haiti's entire GDP. What are we talking about? Talking about we're gonna save Haiti. Go back. Go on over there and save it. Please. Please.
When they hearing about that news, they very scared. They don't want the government to send us home, because when they send us home, there's no hope for them out there.
The government.
The ruling comes after the lower courts challenged Trump's move to cancel TPS status for Haitians. In the Supreme Court opinion, Justice Samuel Alito wrote that judges overstepped their authority in second-guessing the administration's decisions. The court also rejected a claim that the move was racially motivated. In dissent, Justice Elena Kagan wrote, quote, "Race entered into the president's resolve to remove Haitians from this country."
Some people, they treat us like a criminal, you know? Like every time one of us do something wrong.
I'm sorry, man. You're going to have to speak English. I can't understand nothing you're saying. Listen, man. It's over. The TPS, the temporary part, finally set in. Okay? Have fun. That's all I got to say. Where is it? Yeah.
This after multiple earthquakes and hurricanes crippled Haiti's infrastructure.
Have fun. Damn. I don't know what to tell y'all, man. Have fun. That's all I got for you. Y'all hit a like button if you haven't already. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already as well. All right. We ain't done yet. We're gonna use up all this time we got in this break. Firehawk, thank you for the $2. And then a Democrat wins and Flock watches you. All right. Spooky season always. Thank you for the happy poop. Beagle Mom with another $20. Glad to be an American and native Texan. Ooh, I know that's right. A native Texan. I ain't never going nowhere. I got my roots implanted to this area I'm at right now, and that's it. I'm gonna buy up some land. I'm gonna start building houses around here. And that's gonna be it. That's my future. I'm staying right here. I ain't going to Chicago. I ain't going to New York. I might visit one time just to say I did it, but I got no incentive for that, man. Yeah, please leave our dogs and cats alone. Please. I don't even know what this story was about. Oh, okay. Now let's talk about why ICE is so important. The left will say that they're just grabbing brown and black people, kidnapping them and locking them up in detention camps or concentration camps, okay? Yeah, guess what? These are the kind of monsters that ICE is getting out of your neighborhoods, saving people, saving lives, protecting citizens, your children, and making sure you get to live in a civil society.
Thank you. New tonight, Fairfax County police have arrested an undocumented immigrant on rape charges. And as our Nick Minock reports, the man has an extensive criminal history and has had serious charges against him dropped as recently as January of this year. Nick, what can you tell us about this suspect?
How?
Yeah, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security told me he's from El Salvador and he's in the country illegally. I looked into his criminal history and he has a lengthy rap sheet in our area.
How?
ICE says just a few days ago, Fairfax County police arrested Juan Arevalo for rape and kidnapping.
Oh my God, what on earth is going on? What is it? I don't even know what to say. What I want to know is what do you mean in January this illegal immigrant had charges dropped?
Kidnapping. Arevalo has a long rap sheet, which includes 2 convictions of aggravated assault, 2 for property damage, as well as attempted maiming, failure to appear, aggravated assault with a weapon, assault twice, drug possession, illegal reentry, making a false report, and obstructing justice. He was also previously arrested.
How was he not out of the country? How was he not out of the country? What do you mean they arrested him for certain things before and he's still in the country wreaking havoc? What? This is Virginia, Fairfax County, Virginia.
For assault, abduction, identity theft, drug possession, and larceny. Sean Kennedy with Virginians for Safe Communities tells us some of those crimes might never have happened had Fairfax County Commonwealth's Attorney Steve Discourse not dropped previous charges against Ari Vallow. Or
no way.
If he had notified ICE he was in custody so they could deport him.
He's accused of rape 1, which is the most serious crime in Virginia short of murder. He's eligible for life in prison, and previously was arrested after a very dangerous high-speed chase where he put not only officers' lives in danger, but a number of people on 495. So
this is the danger that we're facing in this country, where liberals, woke leftists, Democrats, just to wrap it all up, Democrats are endangering lives just to protect illegal immigrants. Think about that. They want to protect invaders in our country that have broken numerous laws. You said R1 is a minor under the age of 13? A 13-year-old or under the age of 13 had to look at this creature in the face. Look at while he did some of the most despicable things imaginable. That's horrifying. But Democrats, just to spite Donald Trump, will protect the most vile and sick people on planet Earth that happen to have invaded our country. This is insane. Why can't the Democrats see this? They are blinded by TDS. Their rabid Trump derangement syndrome makes them blind to this. God bless that child. I don't know what's going on here, man. I can't understand it, you guys.
Has proven himself a threat to the community and was yet again released by Steve Discourse.
In January, Fairfax County Police arrested Ari Vallow after a high-speed chase on 495. Ari Vallow bailed out of the car and ran, but police caught up to him and arrested him on outstanding warrants in Fairfax County for crimes including abduction and assaulting a family member. Discourse's office dropped those charges along with the fleeing law enforcement charge. Stephen Shillingford is a retired Fairfax County homicide detective.
What we've been seeing with Mr. Discourse is just a pattern, a systematic pattern of dropping charges on violent criminals who have come back and committed more heinous crimes, murders, more rapes, robberies.
Discourse's office claims that the person who reported the assault and abduction in January later told investigators she hadn't been telling the truth about what happened.
As a former sex crimes detective, I've seen cases like that happen, and victims sometimes often recant. You see domestic violence, women who are victims of domestic violence, for whatever reason, they recant or don't show up in court because they're afraid their significant other.
Yeah, they probably didn't want to go, probably traumatized to the point where they didn't even want to go to court. They didn't want to testify. They didn't want to relive the trauma again. They just really wanted to be done with it. And I would think that, like, you know, there's all these other charges this guy's dealing with. How the hell is he still in the country? But this is the problem when the left, the Democrats, don't want to work with ICE. They will arrest an illegal immigrant, lock him up, make him do his time, and then release him out to the public again. Or put him on bond and just release him to the public when they could have handed him over to ICE. But just to spite Donald Trump, they refuse to work and function with ICE.
Might go to jail.
It's disgusting.
Now, it is a crime to file a false police report. So when Mr. Discourse's office gave me that explanation about the assault and abduction charge on a family member, I asked if they filed charges against the person who gave them false information. They have not responded to that question. But if that person did indeed give Mr. Discourse's office and investigators false information, that may explain why those two charges were dropped. But that does not explain why Mr. Discourse's office dropped the fleeing from law enforcement charge. Back to you.
Nick, Fairfax County.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they went after the victim. How dare you try to claim this innocent, this innocent, loving, peaceful man who just came to this country to live a better life. How dare you try to say that he did these terrible things? You have no evidence. You're a liar, and you're. This is what the prosecutor against her would say. You know, you're a liar and you're a piece of shit, and nobody should trust you ever again. But yeah, they'll defend this guy. Just look at it. Look, what's with that eye? What's he looking at? Dead. He's just dead inside. Dead eyes, drugged out, probably an alcoholic. What the hell's going on up here? It's rough out here, man. You think the Democrats care about you as an American citizen? They don't care about you. They care about protecting their voter base, the illegal immigrants. That's why they don't want the SAVE Act. That's why they don't want to give up voter rolls. They don't want you to know that illegals are voting for them. But they'll do everything they can to protect them. Hell, they'll even drop charges. This is crazy, man.
Been charged. Back to you.
Nick, Fairfax County isn't the only county this man has been charged with a crime. He was also wanted in Prince George's County.
Oh, come on.
That's right. Prince George's County Police charged this man with assault. So when Fairfax County Police picked this man up back in January, they extradited him to Prince George's County. But Prince George's County officials also dropped the assault charge. Reporting live in Fairfax, Nick Minock, 7.
I can't do it, man. I don't know what's wrong with this country. I don't know what's wrong with people. We have too many woke leftists in our judicial branch, in our law enforcement. And they're protecting criminals for what? Just to get some votes? Man, it's a sad day in America when this is what we consider justice. Go hit that like button if you haven't already. Don't forget to subscribe if you are new here. Are they back from break yet?
The benefit.
Not yet. We got one more story and we're going to get into it, all right? One more and then we're going to get back. Hopefully they should be back by break after this. So let's get right into it.
A Rochester man filing a federal lawsuit today against the Department of Homeland Security and several ICE officials claiming they violated his First Amendment rights. This comes after he sent a criticizing email to the agency's former acting director. Today, we take a closer look at the allegations and what some say this case could mean for free speech.
Criticizing email. I want to see what that email says because I'm pretty sure if we have learned anything from these violent leftists, is that they probably asked him to kill himself or something along that lines. All right. There was probably a lot of threats in that strongly worded email against the previous ICE director.
A federal lawsuit filed Monday accuses the Department of Homeland Security and ICE officials of violating David Shriver's First Amendment rights by sending federal agents to his Rochester home with a warning over a critical email he sent months earlier to the then acting director of ICE.
You have rights to criticize the government. You have rights to contact the government and share your views. That shouldn't mean that the federal agents are going to knock on your door and give you a written warning about your speech. That's not how the First Amendment works.
According to the complaint, after the January shooting deaths of Renee Good and Alex Preddy amid anti-ICE demonstrations in Minneapolis, Shriver sent an email to ICE Director Todd Lyons decrying the conduct of ICE.
All right. Is this it? You are a monstrous human being and will go down in history as America's Reinhard Heydrich, the butcher. The way you're protecting the obvious execution in Minnesota, even as we see the videos, will lead to your downfall. Even Trump will turn on you before the end, and you will be sad, despised man who eats himself alive with shame at your own pathetic weakness. You will never know peace. There's the threat right there. We've heard that before. I've seen that in court where when you tell people that you will never know peace, they're basically saying that we're going to make sure to make your life hell. And that's actually worked in court before to say that you're harassing somebody or threatening somebody. You will seek to lose yourself to escape the burden of knowing the truth about yourself. But wherever you go, you will find yourself. You will torment yourself until your last day on earth.
Agents drawing comparisons to Nazi Germany and predicting Lyons' conscience would haunt him. Court papers say 5 months later, while away in Finland with his daughter, 2 ICE special agents visited Shriver's home and presented his wife with a warning notice, informing him his email could be considered a threat. The suit also says after returning from their trip, a DHS agent tracked Shriver and his child to a New York City hotel. Adam Steinbaugh, an attorney with the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, represents Shriver.
I think everyone would recognize that if the police showed up and arrested David for this email, that would be a very clear violation of the First Amendment. But the First Amendment also protects against forms of retaliation other than arrest. So if you have agents showing up to your house, confronting your wife, calling your cell phone repeatedly, tracking you down to a hotel you didn't tell them about, when you're traveling with your 7-year-old daughter, and then they give you a notice that says that your speech might be a criminal act, that is sure enough to make someone shut up.
Steinbaugh said,
"Oh, look at this guy, the hero, one of the heroes of the left, right?" Man, yeah, right, exactly. Biden's FBI used to send SWAT team, FBI busting down your door because you protested. They did this to people that were outside of, Planned Parenthoods, just because they disagreed with abortion and they were trying to warn people not to have abortions. Oh, that was enough for the FBI to go bust down some doors, arrest people, and lock them up. It's a crazy world we live in, man.
As he believes constitutional freedom protects Shriver's criticism.
A true threat, which is not protected by the First Amendment, is a serious expression of an intent to commit violence. There's nothing like that in this email.
Now, a DHS spokesperson says ICE investigates all credible threats toward its employees and officers and does not comment on ongoing investigations, saying in part, quote, any allegation DHS and its components are attempting to squash free speech is categorically false.
Now we have some other people, some legal analysts or legal analysts checking this out for us.
A New York man is now suing ICE and leaders of the Department of Homeland Security for sending federal officers to his door, warning him about an email that he sent to a former head of the agency. So David Shriver is now claiming that ICE officials are violating his First Amendment right to free speech after he emailed former ICE acting director Todd Lyons, calling him a, quote, monstrous human being, end quote, and then saying that he will never know peace and will torment himself until his last day on earth. So federal officers now showed up at Shriver's home when he was overseas, delivering him a warning notice saying that those remarks are a threat. Let's bring in Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes to talk about this. So,
that last paragraph.
there's a lot here to unpack. Kind of walk us through your thoughts first.
This is an interesting case. What I'll say is the allegations are going to be based in First Amendment speech, specifically First Amendment retaliation speech. This isn't whether the government can investigate threats. It's clear they can do that. Okay. But it's whether they have now went from investigating to now some type of retaliation and trying to curb or chill speech while doing that. Am I attempting to say, you know what, I'm going to push you away from stopping to say what you want because of some fear of someone coming to my doorstep like we have in the picture and now, forcing you to stop saying something that you have a constitutionally protected right to say. And so while the threats are what's highlighted here, it's not as much about the threat, it's how ICE treats those threats and did they investigate it properly.
Okay, so could this, Khalif, set new limits now on how far federal immigration authorities can go when acting on tips or online communication?
Yes and no. I mean, first of all, if you're taking it back to this case specifically, if there was a genuine threat, typically a threat, you want to have something like that followed up in a quicker time frame than, say, 5 months like they had in here. If the standard for communicating threats is that I believe that there's a genuine threat against me, that this person has the ability to do it, to carry it out, and now a reasonable person would believe, based on what they've heard, that they are in imminent fear of bodily harm. That imminent portion is important, like right now, not tomorrow, not next week, but now. And so if you're looking at these 5 months that it took them to come and follow through with the investigation aspect of this, you kind of tend to say, and this is what their attorneys argue, that there was no threat because most people aren't going to sit on their hands and say, oh, you know what? I forgot that they threatened me. Now let me go investigate it.
I don't know why it took a month to address this. I have no idea. We'll never know the answer to that, but It took them months, and that's not going to look good on them. So I don't know how far this lawsuit's going to go. All I know is that he's trying to sue ICE. Whatever. It's going to be a big spectacle. It's going to be all over the news, I'm sure. So we'll be following it. I just want to let you guys know that this is happening. And this is what's always going on. The left threatening ICE, threatening their lives, chasing them, harassing them, doxing them, even going all the way to the federal government, the ICE director, the guy at the very top, like threatening him directly through email. You will never know peace. What's that supposed to mean? Does that mean you're always going to harass us? You're always going to attack us? I don't know. We can interpret it multiple different ways. So we already know what people say. They're telling ICE agents to kill themselves. They're attacking them whenever they get the chance. They ram them with their cars. We've seen numerous illegals run over ICE agents just trying to get away. We've seen activists, protesters running over ICE agents just to try to get away, right? That's why Renee Good's no longer with us, because she tried to run over an ICE agent just to get away. She learned the hard way. That's not what you do. All right. So, well, like we'll see what happens, and we'll follow the story when we learn all the information. And whenever there's an update, I'll let you guys know. But anyways, let's go ahead and get back to the courtroom. I think they're going to be back from their break here shortly, if not already. That was a perfect little time slot there, huh? I told y'all what we do during the lunch break is do like a condensed version of the Daily Discourse show, and then we'll be able to come right back to the courtroom. Moment of silence for Renee's Honda Pilot. It was a good car, taken too soon. But don't worry, I think her partner took the car back or something. Jim Murray, thank you for the $5. The left loved it when they used all the same info, including phone pings and bank accounts, to track down the J6ers. Oh yeah, they love that. They still love that to this very day. Now, only the sun would go away. I wish it was cloudy outside at least. It says it's supposed to rain right now. 48% chance. Yet there's not no cloud coverage, no rain, nothing. It's all good. It's colder than yesterday. Yesterday was 98 degrees. Today, it's a miraculous 95 degrees. Although it does say the temperature is supposed to drop to 76 degrees in the next hour because of the rain. I'm cool with that. I'm all good with that. What do you mean, Ron? Today they were doing that, or what? You mean in the past? 106 degrees? Oh my God. Yeah, no thank you. Gotta get that sweatshirt out. Hey, remember when I have 2 heaters on the wall because it got so cold when we were in winter. Jesus, man. I don't know if you saw her. My wife was in the chat for a little bit. I think all her chats are gone now, though. I was busy. I was working, baby. I was busy. I couldn't address them, although I did see them. We were talking about that dude that was had all the charges dropped. She said, we need to bring stoning back. I said, that's my girl. That's my girl. By the way, what are people saying on X about what's the new evidence revealed about Tyler Robinson? Somebody commented on one of my videos and said that I showed you guys that short video where you can clearly see that he's not able to bend his leg as he's walking up the stairs, right? They said, well, how come at the top of the stairs he was able to bend his leg a little bit? What does that mean? Can you explain that? I said, bro, come on. Just give it up. So sick of these conspiracy theorists. You know, some conspiracies, yeah, I can buy into, but
please be
all this nonsense about this particular case, it's all nonsense.
Court is now in session, noting the presence of all counsel and all parties.
Here, here.
All right, Mr. McBride, turning to the state.
Yes, Your Honor.
Wow, it does feel a lot cooler in here now.
We are going to call Jen Falmuina, Sergeant with the SBI, but how we're going to proceed is we're going to call her for a very limited purpose. We're going to pause her testimony. Defense is not going to cross at that time, and we're going to call an FBI DNA analyst out of order. It's a defense witness, but that's to accommodate that witness's schedule. State calls Sergeant Jen Falmuina.
Like to come forward and be sworn in.
Bullshit. He is bending his knee up the stairs. No 3.06 rifle with a large scope attached in his pants. What the fuck?
After you're situated, there should be a bottle of water to your left, maybe behind the monitor.
My only question is, how is he walking up the stairs with a rifle in his pants?
Just a little bit closer to you so it picks up.
Well, your answers have now been your questions have now been answered.
Will you please state your name?
Yes, Jennifer Famuina.
Where do you work?
I work for the Utah Department of Public Safety.
What position do you hold there?
I am currently a sergeant within the State Bureau of Investigation.
What was your assignment September 10th, 2025?
I was assigned to oversee the crime scenes as well as the physical evidence.
Can y'all get y'all's camera right?
With the State Bureau of Investigation at that time as well?
Yes.
And do you have any kind of specialty in your assignment there?
Yes, I do. I am currently overseeing, or I am the lead.
The rooftop of the Low C Center. Did you oversee?
And whatnot.
Okay. So if we hear ERT, it means Evidence Response Team?
Yes.
Were you called to the crime scene at Utah Valley University on September 10th of 2025?
Yes, I was.
And were there multiple scenes that you oversaw or helped to process?
Yes.
We've had some testimony about the rooftop of the Low-C Center. Did you oversee or are you aware of evidence that was collected in that area?
Yes, I am.
Was there a screwdriver that was collected from that rooftop?
Yes.
And do you know how that was collected and what happened to that screwdriver?
Yes, that was collected by the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services Crime Scene Response Team, or also known as our State Crime Lab.
And do you know what happened to that?
Yes, it was packaged, and then that evening there was discussion on who would take custody of the evidence, and I was there along with FBI. Then it was decided that FBI would take custody.
And did that evidence actually go to the FBI?
Yes, it did.
And was it sent for testing?
Yes, it was.
Where was it sent?
Mitch McConnell
It was sent back
showing up to vote against the SAVE Act.
I guess their equivalent of our crime lab.
Okay. Are there other areas there at Utah Valley University that were also processed for the presence of evidence?
Yes, there was.
Is there a wooded area that's northeast of campus?
Yes.
What was found in that wooded area?
What was found there was a long gun that was wrapped in a dark colored towel.
And you say a long gun. What does that mean, a long gun?
Sorry, that would be a rifle. So for to be more specific, it was a Mauser 98 rifle.
Do you know what caliber that was?
It was retrofitted to a 30-06 barrel.
And do you know what kind of action that had? Was that a semi-automatic, automatic, bolt action?
It was a bolt action.
What is a bolt action rifle?
I'm not too familiar with guns, but I just know there's a bolt and you have to pull it back.
Okay. And what was done with that weapon and that towel?
That was documented in place, and then eventually pictures were taken. It was documented in place, and then afterwards we rendered that gun safe, and then packaged the gun as well as the towel.
What was done with the towel?
All right, Florida girl. I'll see you when you get back.
The towel was also provided to the FBI.
And
be here for another 2.5 hours, I believe.
Well, let me tie up that thread. The gun. What was done with the gun?
The gun was packaged. It was taken to FBI custody. Then eventually it was provided to the ATF lab.
Okay. So the gun went to the ATF lab. Is that correct?
Yes.
The towel went to the FBI lab.
Yes.
And the screwdriver went to the FBI lab.
Yes.
Did you receive reports back from testing that had been done on those items?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 31. That's connected to the defense computer right now. Is there any way to switch it? Thank you.
All right, y'all. I'm starting a new super chat goal. 30 super chats. Anything $2 or more.
State's Exhibit 31. Do you recognize that?
And you
Yes, I
too
do.
can help fund the channel.
What's that?
This is the FBI report that was
Why is
provided
this
to me
like
by
this?
the FBI that documents DNA testing.
And does that include testing that was done on the screwdriver that we've spoken about and the towel that we have spoken about?
Yes, it does.
Okay, what I'd like you to do, Kimberly, if you'd please just scroll down so that Sergeant Falmuina can observe this exhibit. If I can have just a moment.
Nita, thank you for that $2. K9 Capone, thank you for the $5. So, oh, look, they're using adult language, not pew-pews.
Can you see who that report is signed by?
Yes.
Susie Q, thank you for the $2.
Amanda Baker, I'm assuming is how you pronounce your last name.
Is that, in fact, the report that you received documenting the testing results on these items and some other items from the FBI?
Sorry, yes.
Hey, Billy, I'm sorry I missed this Cash App, man. You sent it about 30 minutes ago.
I'd move the admission.
Thank you for the $20 on Cash App, brother. Thank you. He said Texas proud. That's right.
And as it relates to admission, what is your request as to publication?
I'd move this admission and its publication both to the court and to the public.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Burt? No. All right. The court will admit State's Exhibit 31 into evidence and allow publication of this exhibit to the gallery and to the monitor on screen in the courtroom and for the camera to broadcast.
Okay, if you'll go to, Kimberly, if you'll scroll down to, still on page 1, where the screen will show items 7 and 8. Sergeant Falmuina, do you see the lines that say item 7, that line?
Yes.
And will you read that portion of the report that describes what item 7 is?
Item 7, towel from around Mauser rifle, serial number 8863.
And there's also some other identification numbers. Is that the towel that you found with the rifle that day?
Yes, it is.
On September 10th?
Yes.
Item 8, will you read what that says is a description of item 8?
Item 8, screwdriver from perch.
And is that the screwdriver that you described that was collected from the rooftop?
Yes.
Okay. If we can go to page 3 of 6, please. Will you, item 7, sub 1, will you please read the result there from the title item 7 until the word contributors?
And would you mind repeating that, but with the microphone? I want to make sure that the record picks up your objection.
Are they objecting now?
Either way, if you want to come up, that's fine, Mr. Burke.
Judge, the objection is that her reading.
Trust me, Danny, I don't want to see it. That's why y'all should be over here.
Since we have the,
we're covering this all week.
Testifying to what the report.
The only place where the people in the chat actually talk some sense.
Without the report and evidence, we don't need this witness's reading the report to the court. So it's a.
I need to walk around a little bit. I'll be right back, guys.
Mr. McBride, do you wish to respond?
My point is only to draw your attention, Your Honor, to the relevant results that will be discussed by the other expert, as well as the results of the items we've discussed, the towel and the screwdriver. That's all.
All right. The court will overrule the objection and allow a brief overview of it, not going line by line, page by page. So if it is brief, I'll allow that.
Thank you. So if you'll read item 7.1 to the word contributors at the top of that page, if you will.
Yes. Male DNA was obtained from item 7 sub 1. Item 7 sub 1 was interpreted as originating from two individuals, one of whom is Twiggs. The DNA results from item 7 sub 1 and what are 1.7 octillion times more likely if Twiggs and T. Robinson are contributors than if Twiggs and an unknown, unrelated person are contributors.
Thank you. Let's skip down to item 8.1. Do you see that bolded and underlined line there?
Yes.
And this is relating to swabs of the handle area of the screwdriver. Is that right?
Yes.
Will you read those same two paragraphs there? Male DNA ending with contributors.
Male DNA was obtained from item 8 sub 1. Item 8 sub 1 was interpreted as originating from two individuals, one of whom is Twiggs. The DNA results from item 8 sub 1 are 30 quintillion times more likely if Twiggs and T. Robinson are contributors than if Twiggs and an unknown, unrelated person are contributors.
Okay, thank you. A couple of foundational questions before we finish for now. First off, do you know who Twiggs is?
Yes.
Who is Twiggs?
Twiggs is Lance Twiggs. He was a roommate of Mr. Tyler Robinson.
And do you know if Lance Twiggs's DNA was obtained for comparison in this test?
Yes, it was.
And how was that DNA obtained?
It was obtained by law enforcement officers.
And was that by a buccal swab?
Yes.
What is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is basically like a Q-tip or a swab that we'll just place in someone's mouth and just scrub the inside of their mouth to obtain the cells.
And then that Q-tip is then packaged and sent to the lab for testing and comparison?
Yes.
And was the defendant, Tyler Robinson's DNA, also collected in the same manner?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing else.
Right. Mr. Burt, cross-examination.
I'd like to reserve the right to cross-examine after the witness completes her testimony after the following.
Oh, would you mind grabbing the microphone? I just want to make sure what you say is on the record.
With the court's permission, I'd like to reserve the right to cross-examine on the area she testified about until she's completed her testimony.
Okay, okay, I see what you're saying. Any input, Mr. McBride?
Your Honor, that's what we expected to happen. We discussed this beforehand. We stipulate.
All right, that's fine. And so should I have the sergeant step down or?
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant, if you'd like to step down, you're still under oath, and so please don't discuss your testimony with anyone. And is she being asked to exit the courtroom, or what's the request of the parties?
Yes, to exit the courtroom at this time.
All right, Agent, if you wouldn't mind exiting the courtroom, and then we'll come get you when we're ready for you. All right? Thank you. All right, Mr. Burt, turning to you.
Your Honor, out of order, the defense would be calling Amanda Baker.
All right, Ms. Baker. All right, Ms. Baker, if you wouldn't mind coming forward right up here by the bailiff and being sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
All right, Ms. Baker, if you wouldn't mind being seated at the witness stand. Once you're situated, there should be a water bottle for you if you'd like behind the monitor. And after you're seated, if you wouldn't mind just pulling that microphone close to you so it picks up your voice, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Burt, your witness.
Your Honor, we're going to need the monitor switched over to our side if we could. While we're doing that, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell us your name, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Amanda Baker. My last name is spelled Bakker.
Ms. Baker, what do you do for a living?
I am a forensic examiner in the DNA casework unit of the FBI laboratory located in Quantico, Virginia.
And how long have you been a DNA analyst at that location?
A little more than 10 years.
And just in general, what are your duties?
My duties are to manage a case. When a case comes into the DNA casework unit, I will review any information associated with that case. I will review any evidence that is submitted for that case, determine which items of evidence need to be tested and which tests need to be performed. I will then create something called an exam plan. You can think of this like a to-do list to let the biologist know which items I need tested. Once that testing is complete, I will review all the data, draw conclusions in the form of a report, and then testify if needed.
Now it's raining. It feels great
Baker,
outside.
In this case, were you requested by the state of Utah to do certain
cold
testing?
breeze out there?
Yes, I was.
I was dying like an hour ago. What happened?
To do that testing.
That was September of 2025.
And do you recall when the case first came into your lab?
I believe we received evidence the first time was September 11th of 2025.
And just in general, when the FBI, your unit, receives evidence for analysis, is it true that the turnaround time is about 200 days?
It depends. We've wavered between 90 days and over 200 days. I would say on average, it's somewhere between 180 and 200 days.
However, did this case come in on what's called a priority one level?
Yes, it did. And what that means is we worked
illegal immigrant was just shot by ICE agents in Houston, Texas.
Examinations were complete.
And is it true that you were conducting the analysis as the evidence was being inventoried?
That is true. Because of the high-profile nature of this case, an item of evidence would be submitted to the lab. It would be inventoried by our evidence management group and then sent to the various units for testing, for example, the DNA casework unit. We would begin testing as additional evidence was being delivered to the FBI lab.
Now, as a result of your analysis, do you produce case files?
Yes, I do.
And document your examination in other ways?
Yes.
Do you have your case file with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in your case file, are there notes of conversations that you have with people that are relevant to your testing?
Yes, that's called our communication log.
Now, do you have your case file there in front of you?
Yes, I do.
I think the pages are numbered. So I'll ask you to go to page 22 of your case file now.
I can't even hear nothing.
Okay.
And if I could direct your attention to the bottom of that page, there is a communication log entry dated September 13th. Do you see what I'm referring to?
Yes, I do.
And would you read to the court what your entry is for that date?
Yes. This is my communication communication entry on September 13th, 2025. All. Spoke with FBI Special Agent Folger and Utah SBI SA Dave Hull. Gave technically reviewed results that Robinson was included as a possible contributor to the DNA from the towel and the screwdriver. We discussed the additional examinations conducted by DCU, and they both agreed that no additional immediate comparisons are needed at this time. All remaining comparisons will be in the
Fired Hawk, thank you for the $2. Her name is Amanda Nagor.
Reflection of what you told the agents at that time?
Yes, it is.
And you told them that, quote, Robinson was included as a possible contributor to the DNA from the towel and the screwdriver, correct?
Yes.
Was the language that you used in conformity with requirements that you have for reporting out test results?
Yes.
All right. I'd now like to direct your attention, if I could, to exhibit number, State's Exhibit 31, which is...
I have a metal roof on my shed, so it just sounds like, you know, the world is ending. The sky is falling.
And
even though it's like a light drizzle outside.
Display that on the screen.
Mr. Bird, are you requesting it to be displayed to just your screens or to all screens?
No, since it's an evidence, Your Honor, I'd like it displayed to the public.
Okay, let's go ahead and put it on the main monitor as well.
Okay, could you go to page 6, please?
But she's talking about the DNA, right?
Highlight the third paragraph. This is your report dated September 15th, 2025, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So this is 2 days after you had the conversation with the agents as to what your results were.
That is correct, yes.
And in your report that you wrote 2 days later, you included this language that's highlighted there, correct?
That is correct.
This report conforms to the Department of Justice uniform language for testimony and reports for forensic DNA examinations. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like you, if you could, to take a look at that standard that you referenced. And then I believe is at And this will be just to the witness.
What's going on, Mike D?
Okay.
K9 Capone, thank you for the $2. I know that love note was BS. Who talks like that?
Do you see that? See that on your screen?
What about the love note?
Yes, I do.
Did I miss something about that?
Document?
Yes, I do.
And tell the court what this is.
This document is the approved standards for scientific testimony and reports for autosomal DNA testing.
And is this the document that you were referencing in your report?
One of them, yes.
And is it a true and accurate statement of what the policy of the FBI is in regard to reporting DNA in a case of this type?
Yes.
It's a good thing I got a mute button on my mic.
Document into evidence, Your Honor.
So is it just this page or all the pages? Because it says 1 of 6.
Yes, so this would be the entire document.
Mr. McBride?
I don't see the relevance of this document. I object on relevance grounds.
Mr. Burt?
Your Honor, the document is referenced in your report, and it defines the parameters of what her opinion means. So I think it's very important for the court to understand the limitations of the opinions being expressed.
And just for my understanding, when you say in her report, are you referring to State's Exhibit 31?
That's correct.
All right. Mr. McBride, any further thoughts?
No, I'll submit it.
All right. So State's Exhibit, well, I'm sorry, how am I labeling this exhibit for the defense?
Your Honor, we have our exhibits organized by witness, and we would be submitting to the court electronic copies of these under named witnesses. So this would be Baker.
That's what she said.
All right. Defense Exhibit Baker 7 is admitted into evidence. And as it relates to publication, what is your request, Mr. Burt?
Your Honor, I would ask that this be published since the report is published, and this is important to understanding the limitations of the report.
And so published in the courtroom and on the monitor for the media?
Yes, correct.
Any thoughts, Mr. McBride?
No objection.
All right. It will be admitted and published both in the courtroom and on the monitor for the video camera.
K9 Capone with another 5. No, just what we already know about Twigs not being involved. Yeah, I think the letter was just mainly to make sure that they didn't go after Twigs. Tyler wanted them to not go after his little girlfriend.
In the beginning, tells you how to
his little boyfriend, whatever you want
frame
to
your
call it.
testimony in terms of inclusions or exclusions, mixtures, sex determination, etc.
Correct, yes.
And then there's a section called Statements Not Approved for FBI Autosomal DNA Testimony in Our Laboratory Reports.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so if we could go to page 5 for that statement. Okay. Under the topic absolute identification, is it the policy of the FBI when you're reporting out results?
Why are you assuming his animal affiliation?
State
maybe he's a furry dog.
That a match
or furry
provides
fox.
An absolute identification.
You don't know what kind of furry he is identifying as.
From whom the biological material originated.
That is correct.
And you were following that policy in this case when you told the investigators that this was a possible match, correct?
That is correct, yes.
You never said it was an absolute identification of Mr. Robinson, did you?
Correct. No, I did not.
Now, the second guidance under that policy is an examiner shall not use the expressions reasonable degree of scientific certainty, reasonable scientific certainty, or similar assertions of reasonable certainty in either reports or testimony unless required to do so by a judge or applicable law. You're not, in your report, did not use any language that suggested you were giving an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
That is correct. It was not.
Okay.
Thank you for another 5, brother. I appreciate it. The note sounded like it was copied from some cheap romance novel. Yeah.
Race, ethnicity. That doesn't apply to this case, right?
They're just talking about, the use of DNA evidence.
An examiner may not state or imply
that they agreed to have some DNA evidence collected or something like that.
Examinations have a
It's nothing really that important at the moment.
Are infallible.
That is correct.
And you followed that policy in this case, correct?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, like one of those Gooner novels.
Stating to the court
something you get off of Reddit.
Testing has a 0 error rate, correct?
My darling.
Correct.
You're not saying that the test is infallible.
I am not, no.
What is the
talking to another man with hairy legs, my darling?
I'm sorry.
It is
clarify your
time.
question?
Yeah.
I have taken upon an opportunity
to
fight
that there is
for your equity
error rate.
and inclusion.
What in general are the sources of error?
This world shall know diversity today.
What kind of DNA testing?
A human error could be an error.
Mm-hmm.
I just want you to know I did it for you and I love
Anything
you.
else?
I love you, baby. I'll do anything for you, baby.
Not that I can think of off the top of my head. One of the big things is potential human error.
By the way, delete my browser
I guess you
history.
could
Oh
also
my God.
Associate the DNA testing itself and how items are collected or how those items are tested.
Now, to your knowledge, that policy statement that we just
delete the messages from Bibi Netanyahu.
Baker 7 was based on a more general Department of Justice policy.
Dearest Twiggy.
Correct.
Oh, how I dig
And that
thee,
policy
my
is called the
sweetie.
Department of Justice Uniform Language for Testimony and Reports for Forensic Autosomal DNA Examinations using probabilistic genotyping systems. Correct?
That is correct, yes.
And could you
I remember that.
for us, please?
The dude said, yeah, the letter was very touching. Touching, you say?
Let me know when it's up. No, not on the big screen.
Okay, so not to go onto this main big
Correct.
screen.
This is
Thank
just
you.
for the witness.
Go into the Israel Chatgeist.
Yes, I am.
The Israel Chatgeist and delete all messages, please.
And does it contain a statement that support for inclusion is an examiner's conclusion?
Especially the chat
there
room
is
from the
evidentiary
chat room labeled
support
Zionist galore.
The inclusion of
Please
a
get rid of that one.
individual as a possible contributor to the DNA typing results obtained from an evidentiary sample.
I believe it does, yes.
And did you follow that procedure in this case?
Yes, I did.
All right. Does this same policy state at page 4?
Are we doing a fascism today? Are you doing a fascism today?
Fourth down. One more. No.
The butt stuff and yiffing folders, they should probably go too.
An examiner, does the policy state, an examiner shall not assert that a likelihood ratio of any magnitude provides an absolute identification or source attribution of an individual to an evidentiary sample?
That is correct, yes. It does state that.
And you
And by the
followed
way,
that
the
procedure in this
ABC
case, could you not?
Matt
Yes, I did.
Gutless,
You're not implying that those numbers that a
I
previous
bet the
witness
moment he
quoted
walked in the
your
doors of his
statement in
house, his
report
wife said, they
provides
scripted that for you, right?
an absolute
That wasn't your
identification of
doing?
Mr. Robinson or Mr. Twiggs.
No, I'm not.
No, honey, I swear I didn't want to say it, but they said it was either my job or I say it.
Are you also familiar with a concept called formal activity level?
Yes, I am.
Tell the court what that is.
Formal activity level is determining an activity that causes DNA to be left behind on an object.
And does your laboratory have a policy about whether you can express opinions about formal activity level?
We do have a policy, and I cannot give an opinion as far as activity level goes.
And why is that?
That is because DNA can be left behind on an object for numerous different reasons. So just because DNA is on an item doesn't necessarily mean that an individual touched it or utilized that item. So because of that, we do not opine on what activity may have occurred.
And consistent with that policy, you cannot tell, if you interpret a piece of DNA as being present on an item, you can't tell when that DNA was deposited, correct?
I can't give an exact time, but there are some situations, if a piece of evidence has been buried for a long time or is in a river for a long time, it would be my expectation, based on my experience, that I probably won't get DNA off of an item that's been buried for 10 years, for example. However, I cannot give exact timing as to when DNA was deposited on an item.
And I was talking more about a situation where you actually find DNA on an object, be it a gun or anything else. You can't say when that DNA was deposited, correct?
Sure, that's correct.
And how long, in general, does DNA persist on an item? Once you've made contact, how does DNA get deposited on an item in general?
In general, DNA can be deposited a few different ways, via body fluids such as saliva or blood, or skin cells. So touching an item or wearing an item, DNA could be deposited. Once DNA is on an item, if it's subjected to ideal conditions, it's out of heat and high UV, it's not subjected to any kind of cleaning or chemicals, it can persist on an item rather indefinitely. It can degrade slowly over time, but we've certainly worked items of evidence that are 40 and 50 years old, and we've been able to recover DNA.
Now, could you explain to the court the concept of degradation of DNA samples, what that means and what it suggests with your testing?
Sure. So degradation of DNA is breaking up the DNA. So if you think of DNA like a long rope, it's essentially taking that rope and cutting it up into pieces. Seeing degradation in a sample could lend me to believe that there may be, that sample may have been subjected to cleaning or high heat, an extended period of time. So I can't tell why an item is degraded, but looking at my data, I can tell if that sample is potentially degraded or broken down.
I wonder, we don't know what kind of DNA they're talking about. It could be skin cells that were left on the gun.
Referred to as item
maybe when he shot it, maybe it rubbed some of his skin off a little bit.
One was a towel and one was a...
Maybe there were some DNA on the screwdriver, like little skin flakes or blood even.
To a certain extent.
We don't know exactly, but...
May I refer to my...
He's trying to say that you don't know when the DNA was put on that. Again, trying to discredit the DNA altogether out of the case.
So
depending
item 8
on how
was
they
the
use it, I
screwdriver
guess.
from the perch. I would say that there was some degradation. As I look at the DNA peaks or the DNA data, in an ideal world, if there's no degradation, I would expect all the peaks to be at the same height. Here I see a ski slope type effect, meaning that the data on the left is a little bit taller than the data on the right. As far as item 7, item 7 was the towel. There was a slight amount of degradation, but not as much as item 8.
Okay. And
yeah, maybe I should do what Megyn Kelly is doing and just leave the screen
production of the
and just go take a break. All right, I'll be back in about 5 hours, y'all.
First of all, what's an allele?
An allele is an individual's DNA type.
Send me money.
So we inherit half of our DNA from our mom and half of our DNA from our dad. We're looking at something called short tandem repeats, or STRs. These are small segments of DNA that repeat themselves over and over again. We all have those same sections of DNA, but what might differ amongst us is how many times it repeats, and that's actually what we inherit from our parents. So for example, at one particular location, my mom may give me 14 repeats and my dad may give me 15. So when I'm looking at the DNA types, I would say that I have 2 alleles at that location, a 14 and a 15. As far as degradation goes, it could cause some of those alleles to do something called drop out, meaning when I'm looking at the DNA chart or the DNA data, I do not see information, I do not obtain numbers at that particular section of DNA.
And is it true that in the testing that you were doing in this case, STR testing, what you were looking at is the length of the what I'll call, have you ever heard the boxcar analogy?
I have, yes.
Tell the court what that is.
So the boxcar analogy is how many times that section of DNA repeats. So that section is essentially letters. So for example, A, C, T, G. So you may have A, C, T, G repeated 10 times or 12 times. Each of those sections of A, C, T, G would be considered one boxcar.
And so when you're looking for alleles, you're essentially counting the boxcars. Could be 7 boxcars, and that person would be a 7.
That is correct, yes.
And from the mom and from the dad, he may have inherited 10 boxcars.
That is correct, yes.
And so that person at that particular location would be a 710.
Yes.
And what you're doing in your testing is comparing those numbers to what you get from a known sample to see if they match.
That is correct, yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
Now, is it true that what you mentioned the A, C, T, and G, correct?
Correct, yes.
Is it true that you are not measuring the sequence within the boxcars? You're just measuring the length of the boxcars?
That is correct. So the sequence would be equivalent to letters in a word. What I'm looking at is the number of words versus the letters that make up that word.
And we'll talk about this a little later, but people can vary not only in the length of the boxcars, but in the sequence within the boxcars, right?
And that is correct, yes.
And what your testing looks at is just the length?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, and is it also true that you're looking across many different locations?
Yes. So at the FBI laboratory, we use a kit called Global Filer, and this is looking at 21 different locations on a human's DNA, in addition to 3 sex-determining locations. That lets me know if an individual is biologically a male or a female.
As between 2 individuals, 99%
the sun is coming back out.
DNA is exactly the same, right?
That is correct. And that makes sense. We're all humans. We all have arms, legs, and a head. Less than 1% of our DNA is what differs amongst us, with the exception of identical
twins. We all have rock
twins.
pockets, you know?
But with the within that 1%, you're looking at these length differences, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you're looking at what you called short tandem repeats.
Yes.
How many, you said you looked at 25 locations?
We're looking at 21 and 3 sex determining, so 24 total.
What are the sex determining? They're called the locus, correct?
Correct. So locus is that individual section of DNA.
Right. And they typically have names or numbers associated with them, correct?
Yes, they do.
So what are the sex determining loci?
So there is amylogenin, and that lets me know if an individual is male or female. And then there's 2 specific male sex-determining locations. One is Y-indel, and one is DYS 385. Those just let me know that those are specific to male individuals.
Okay. And then for the other locations you're looking at, those you're just looking for 2 types at each location, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, for the samples that you looked at, the 7A and the 8A, did you get a full, what's called a full profile would be a profile where you have all 23 locations present?
That is correct. So a full profile means I have DNA at every single location. It is above our threshold, and I'm seeing 1 or 2 pieces of information at each location. For item 7, I did develop a full profile.
For item 8, you developed a full profile?
Item 8 was a partial profile, so I did not develop DNA at every single location.
Okay, so what that means in your comparisons is you have certain information in the question sample that for whatever reason doesn't appear, correct?
Correct, yes.
So you can't make a comparison of those locations.
That is correct.
All right. What makes it not appear at certain locations?
So it could be that there's degradation. So those larger locations could be broken up so that it wasn't detected during the DNA process. It could be a low-level amount of cellular material to begin with. So if I only have a few cells, I may not have enough to detect it.
This is the part where I start to get sleepy.
And for the 8-1 sample, did you measure Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs's DNA at the 23 locations?
About to pull a
For
Jimmy
item
Carter on
8,
y'all.
I did not have a full profile, so I did not have data at all 23 locations to compare it to either Mr. Robinson or Mr. Twiggs.
Right, but you had full profiles for Mr. Twiggs and for Mr. Robinson, right?
For their known sample?
Yes.
Yes. So for their known sample, that was a sample that was taken directly from those individuals, and I did develop a full DNA profile.
Oi, wake the fuck up.
And
wake the fuck up.
Just to illustrate how this works, is one of the loci that you looked at called the DYS 391 loci?
Yes, it is.
And
He said, wake up, it's time to go vote.
Was Mr. Robinson at that loci?
You can't sleep on stolen land. What's wrong with you?
At that location, Mr. Robinson was an 11.
And it's, I think you said you inherit one from your mother, one from your father. But when you say he's an 11, technically he's what's called an 11-11, correct?
So for this, DYS 391 is actually that male location, so he would not have, or anybody would not have inherited anything from their mother. So at this location, I would only expect to see one piece of information, and I did see an 11 here.
Okay. And for the D3S loci, what was his type?
His type was a 17.
Now for that loci, you'd expect two types, correct?
That is correct.
And when you say he's a 17...
What building are we supposed to be looking at? Do y'all know?
1717.
That is correct. He inherited 17 repeats of that location from mom and 17
Is it the
from
tallest
dad.
one in this picture?
Other locations, for instance, the VWA, he's type 1819, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So you're looking at those, and what the machine produces are peaks, correct?
Correct, yes. They're just spikes on a graph, similar to like spikes on a heart monitor.
And you said for 8A, you had certain locations where the test sample didn't have any results.
That is correct.
So at the TPOX location, Mr. Robinson's a type 8-9, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Twiggs
big one on the
type
right?
8-11.
So this tallest one right here?
But when you looked at the sample, 8A, it didn't have any of those types.
That is correct. So I could not compare at that location.
Now, are there certain rules for when you exclude someone? In other words, when you're comparing two samples, are there rules which say, here's where I would conclude that he could not possibly have contributed this sample?
Yes.
Your field has a lot of literature written about it, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And do you generally like to keep up with that literature?
I do, yes.
And across time, there have been several books, publications that attempt to educate you and courts and lawyers on the technical aspects of DNA testing, right?
Correct, yes.
One of the books, the early one, DNA Technology and Forensic Science by the National Research Council.
I'm familiar with that, yes.
That's an authoritative book that was really one of the first books on DNA testing.
Yes.
All right. And then by the same organization, National Research Council, the evaluation of forensic DNA evidence.
Correct, yes.
Published in 1996. So you're familiar with that as well.
Yes, I am.
And then there's an author, I believe, who did his research work at the FBI named Dr. John Butler.
Yes, I'm familiar with him.
And you have studied his work both in your training and your continuing education.
That is correct, yes.
And he's got 3 current textbooks on the topic that we're talking about, right?
I'm not familiar with how many textbooks he has. I know at least the one.
Fundamentals of Forensic DNA Typing.
Yes.
Familiar with that. Forensic DNA Typing Methodology.
Yes, I'm familiar with that one as well.
And Forensic DNA Typing Interpretation.
Yes.
Everybody in your field relies on these publications and use them as teaching tools.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And then in addition to those books, there have been studies that have been done
I don't know what he's talking about.
particular topics, correct?
Yes.
This case, we're dealing with mixtures, correct?
Yes.
And mixtures present
is that
certain challenges that are
Is that
not
what they were
present
doing?
when the samples are not mixed, correct?
Not
Trying to
necessarily. So
stuff
first,
a
to
bunch of
define a
poor
mixture.
people in there?
That simply means DNA from more than one individual in a sample. So if I were to take a sip from a coffee cup and my husband were to also take a sip, if I were to swab that coffee cup, I would get a mixture, his DNA and my DNA together. As far as it being
That's going to cost you
difficult,
taxpayers a hefty
you
penny.
can have some mixtures where there's one contributor that donates a lot of DNA and the second contributor donates a little bit. For DNA interpretation, that is not challenging for me. Where it can become challenging is if you have 4 or 5 individuals within that sample all donating roughly around the same amount, it may be challenging for me to determine if a person is included or not.
And would you also agree that that challenge exists?
Imagine if there would have been people in there.
What are called low quantities.
Mom Donnie, you would have had some explaining to do.
Again, that could be possible. So
We're just trying to fix the housing crisis. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. You're fine.
Simply just saying that I can't determine which
Well, we'll
piece
consider
of
them-
DNA goes with which individual. So that's possible.
Well, we'll blame it on Donald Trump. If he hadn't have caused the housing crisis, we would have never been in this mess.
Have environmental DNA that's not inherent to that sample that's detected during our DNA process. DNA testing is very sensitive, so it could be that we have a peak that's detected, like I said, from the environment.
And what is dropout?
Dropout is when you have an allele that is not detected or a piece of DNA information that is not detected. So in the DNA chart, there is no number associated with that particular location.
And degradation can cause dropout?
Yes.
So if you have a person at a particular location that is a type 1415, and because of degradation, that 15 drops out, what you're seeing on your chart is just the 14, right?
That is possible, yes.
And that presents a certain challenge, does it not? Because if the 15 is not there, you could misinterpret that as a type 1414, correct?
Not necessarily. So we have thresholds. We have something called the stochastic threshold. If that 14 is above that stochastic threshold, I'm confident, based on our validation, our testing, and my training, that the DNA type there is only a 14. If that 14 falls below that stochastic threshold, that could be indication that there is another peak. So when I'm interpreting, when I'm comparing, if that 14 is below threshold and someone is a 14-15, I will not automatically exclude them.
What is stochastic effects?
Stochastic
I'm
effect.
going to object at this point. I think we've gone beyond the scope of preliminary hearing. I think this is getting into 702 material that's not necessary for the probable cause determination.
All right.
I think
Mr. Burt?
I think it goes directly to the reliability of the testing results that the state introduced. I think the court has to understand the limitations and the potential sources of error in order to assess whether results are reliable.
And in regards to this line of questioning, how far are you going to go on this line of questioning?
I have this one question, and then I'm moving on.
All right, Mr. McBride.
I'll hold them to that.
All right, well, Mr. Burt, so the objection is overruled. You may proceed with that question.
You can answer.
Could you repeat your question, please?
Tell the court about stochastic effects.
Stochastic effects.
How are the
when you
temps in
have
the old
low
shed
level
today?
samples during the DNA copying.
Well, it was hot earlier, but now that it just rained a little
How
bit,
the DNA is copied, you could have
feels a little better. Now it's 86 outside.
alleles that are copied better than other alleles.
Okay. Now, on another topic, I mentioned studies before. One of the studies that you're familiar with is called the PCAST report. Are you familiar with that report?
Yes, I am.
And tell the court what that is.
PCAST report is, PCAST stands for the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. And this was a committee that was found, I believe, under the Obama administration that gave guidance on different areas of forensics.
Including how to deal with mixed samples and how to deal with samples that have low quantity of DNA.
I don't know that I would agree that it's how to deal with them. They gave some of their concerns on low-level samples and mixtures.
Oh.
And they also did a follow-up report to assess whether using the kind of software that you used in this case had been established as reliable, correct?
That is correct.
And what was the software that you used in this case to reach your...
Don't forget about that super chat goal, guys. We got we're 5 hours into this stream.
STRMIX.
We're going to be live streaming all week, the whole trial, the whole preliminary trial.
Reliability has been established with respect to StarMix, correct?
But we're not getting very many views, so I am really relying on super chats for this
I think PCAST
to make it worth it.
thought that there needed to be additional...
Either way, I'm going to do it. You know, we got to...
Mixtures.
I want justice for Charlie.
Mixtures and low-level samples that had certain characteristics, right?
That is correct, yes.
Including mixtures where what's called the minor contributor was in the sample.
What the hell happened here?
That is correct. So the minor contributor would be an individual that donated less DNA to that sample. So PCAST called into question mixtures of 3 or more individuals with that minor or that low-level contributor making up 20% or less.
7 and 8 samples in this case were both mixtures, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you determine what the proportion of mixture was between what I'll call the major contributor and the minor contributor?
So I did not calculate that personally. Part of the StarMix software, it does a couple different things. One, it takes a mixture and it uses math and biological modeling to try to break that mixture into its individual contributors. And then it also calculates a likelihood ratio, which is the statistic that I report. During that process, it does give an estimate of the breakdown of those potential contributors.
And what was, first of all, for the 7 sample, was the minor in there at less than 20%?
What? That's Mike. That's me, Mike D. Thank you for the $10. Said my wife's Bush's AI. What?
Yes, it was. For one of the runs when I compared to Mr. Robinson conditioning on Mr.
I don't know what the hell that means.
It was a 5.
Thank you for the $10, brother. I appreciate it. You said what?
For item 8, one of the contributors was 11% and the other was approximately 89%.
So below 20%, right?
Correct, yes.
And the concern expressed in this report, which was written by experts in your field, correct?
No, that is not correct. The PCAST report was written by individuals that were not practitioners or any type of laboratory personnel.
Right, but they list the experts who provided input into that report, do they not?
Yes, they did.
One of them was Bruce Bedoli, correct?
Correct, yes.
Who's Bruce Bedoli?
He is a DNA expert within the field.
Well, he was the head of your unit for a number of years before you came on board, wasn't he?
He was, yes.
And he's written extensively on forensic DNA testing, has he not?
He has, yes.
The report also lists Eric Gilkerson, correct?
That name does not, I do not recall that name.
Forensic examiner for the Federal Bureau of Investigation Laboratory.
Beagle Mom, you over here funding the channel all by yourself. Thank you for another $20. He said, still here, just multitasking.
I'm going to renew my objection. I think this is beyond the scope of determining probable cause.
I think you're my current sugar mama.
Credibility and balancing the evidence at stage. I think we're falling into 7.
Yes, I believe Beagle Mom is my sugar mama, y'all.
I'm not sure I understand the objection in the 702.
So y'all say thank you to the sugar mamas keeping the grift mama, keeping the channel going.
Again, it's directly relevant to reliability. This report criticizes, for the specific samples she's using here, the reliability of this testing. And her response was, oh, but they weren't experts. But the report indicates that there were experts who were consulted on this report. So I think it is relevant, and I think it goes to the issue of reliability, and it's the only question I have on this area as well.
Anything further, Mr. McBride, or do you wish to respond to that?
Just that 702 deals with admissibility. It does discuss reliability, but it's
John, thank you for the corgi.
Admissibility of the testimony at trial under the Utah Constitution and under the robust case law in this area. The court does not weigh the evidence, draws the inferences in the favor most in the light most favorable to the state, and I think we're beyond that point now. We're getting into the admissibility questions.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Burt?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, as this is the last question, I'm going to overrule the objection, but as a reminder to all parties that this is a probable cause standard, and as it relates to
Messy Tessie, thank you for the $2.
I'll just leave it at that.
Are you familiar with that analyst?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Just to close the loop on the PCAS report, what they said in the report was that published evidence supports the foundational validity of probabilistic genotyping with some programs of DNA mixtures of 3 individuals in which the minor contributor constitutes at least 20% of the intact DNA in the mixture, and in which the DNA amount exceeds the minimum required level for the method. Isn't that what they concluded?
That sounds accurate, yes.
And do you know why the level 20% raises reliability issues?
I do not know.
Okay. But you do know that in this case, both your samples had minor contributors below 20%.
That is true, but in this case, it was also only a mixture of 2 individuals.
All right. Now that's the next thing I was going to ask you about, which is what is NOC?
NOC stands for number of contributors.
And when you use this program, this genotyping program, StarMix, who decides what the number of contributors is?
That's my determination based on my experience and training, looking at the data. That's something I input into StarMix.
Right. And that's a complex determination, is it not?
Not necessarily.
But it can be in some cases, correct?
Maybe complex to you, but not me.
Again, if there's mixtures of a lot of individuals and a lot of the peak heights, the size of the spikes are relatively the same, it could cause some trouble for me as an examiner.
Andrew, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. You said because YouTube robs you. Cheers. Thank you, Andrew.
Standards and technology, correct?
That is correct, yes.
They're in the Department of Commerce,
I believe so, yes.
federal agency.
Yes.
And they published a report in 2024 called Forensic DNA Interpretation and Human Factors, Improving Practice Through a Systems Approach. You're familiar with that publication, right?
I am, yes.
And was that publication written by scientists?
I don't recall exactly who the authors of that publication were.
Okay. Let's make sure.
All I hear is the pen.
It's a long report, right?
Yes, it is.
And you've read it.
I've read highlights of it.
Is it true that one of the things that they say in that report is they have a section on the complexity of number of contributor estimations?
Objection.
Are you?
Thought this was your last question. What happened?
This is beyond the scope of a preliminary hearing. Again, we're talking about expert reports. We're talking about scientific studies. These materials are all fine to consider at a 702 admissibility hearing. At this stage, where, again, the evidence is viewed in the light most favorable to the state, this is unhelpful to the court's determination and therefore irrelevant to this proceeding.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Mr. Burt.
Your Honor, I think the report that the state put into evidence, as clarified by this witness, indicates that she reached the conclusion that Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs were, quote, possible contributors to these two samples. And so
even with the Cash App, still contributing, man. Thank you for the two. Appreciate you. Yabba dabba drewski.
And one of the important issues here is how she derived these statistical numbers. And as an offer of proof, I'll indicate to the court that the numbers derived from this software program, and that software program is dependent in large part on how many contributors the analyst puts into the input of the software.
The analyst? Oh, Beagle Mom, what are you doing?
If the number of contributors is changed. And in this case,
she said, I found this under the couch. Here you go. My sugar mama just slipping me a 50. Man, thank you, Beagle Mom. I appreciate you.
That there has been criticism of the way in which
thank you so much.
Determine the number of contributors. So I think it's important for the court to assess whether you've got accurate numbers in front of you. The state put in these.
She said, I found this under the couch. Here you go.
Asking the court to give
Linda, thank you for the $2.
the court to consider how those numbers were arrived at.
All right, I'm awake now. All right, I'm awake. I was over here falling asleep.
Issues with regard to those numbers.
The 50 for the G string.
So the concern that I have is, I turn to State v. Ramirez, 2012 UT 59 at paragraph 10. It states, furthermore, the magistrate's role does not encompass an assessment of whether such inference is more plausible than an alternative that cuts in favor of the defense. That is a matter of fact-finding, which is left for the jury at trial. And so when I'm staying in my role as a magistrate, I hear what you're saying, but my concern is based off case law that dictates what I as a magistrate should be doing. If I want to stay in that lane, my fear is as we go down further down this path, which again is not precluding if this were to proceed, if there were a bind over, if there was a trial, that certainly that could be determined. But at this point, at this stage, how do you weigh this issue as I'm weighing State v. Ramirez in deciding whether we're going past the probable cause stage?
Sure, and I think the answer to that is we have to take into account the ruling that you made in this case, which is the law of this case, which is when we objected to the hearsay aspect of these DNA reports and other reports, you ruled that you are the ultimate determiner of the reliability of the hearsay evidence being admitted. And you will recall that our argument was the statute was unconstitutional because it was dictating that you find certain evidence to be reliable without considering whether it was reliable. And your ruling, as I understood it, was no, you retain the ultimate determination.
You're talking to the judge like that?
Evidence is reliable. And that's not a credibility issue. It's, is this reliable hearsay that the state is offering?
Justin Choka, thank you for the 5.
Issues that go to whether these numbers that the state is putting in front of you are reliable, I think go directly to the substance of your ruling, which is that your role here is to determine reliability of evidence. And I'm familiar with a case that the court cites But I think that has more to do
Rosita, thank you for the $2. Said, love you from Canada.
with making credibility assessments.
Love you too. Thank you.
Focus on what the court ruled, which is we have to look at reliability here. And that's my job as a magistrate.
Mr. McBride, any final thoughts?
Yes, under Rule 1102B4.
You must want to get kicked out of this courtroom, huh?
Exhibit 31 is considered reliable hearsay. In addition, credibility determinations are not proper for the court to make here for the whole reason that, studies supporting this science, studies opposing this science, testimony from this expert or that expert about what is reliable, what is not, what's more reliable, what's less reliable, factors that affect all those determinations. Those are all very, very complex decisions. There will be probably multiple day hearings dealing with that, and a probable cause determination is just not the place to conduct that kind of thorough, in-depth, and searching analysis. Rather, the case law, the Constitution of Utah that says the only purpose of a preliminary hearing is determining probable cause, the case law, the rules that all say the court does not weigh the evidence at this stage, but leaves that for a finder of fact, the jury, in the end. That all supports cutting this line of questioning off at this point rather than going on for into greater depth, Your Honor.
All right. So, based off what's been presented before me, I'm going to sustain in part and deny in part the objection made. I'm going to allow this question to be asked, and so that is denying, but sustain in the sense that this would be the last question, and if Mr. Burt would chooses to, may go on to a different subject or a different line of questioning.
Sure. Did that NIST report conclude that it remains unclear if visual inspection renders consistent number of contributor estimations across analysts over time?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Did the report, the NIST report that you referenced, conclude that it remains unclear if visual inspection renders consistent number of contributor estimations across analysts over time?
I think that goes to the DNA evidence. Again, we never truly know the number of contributors in a forensic sample. So, like I mentioned before, you could have DNA mixtures that are made up of 2, 3, 4 individuals. I have training, I have experience, I followed standard operating procedures. So I'm making the best determination based on the evidence, the DNA evidence that I have as far as number of contributors goes.
Now, if I could, I'd like to return to your case notes. And could you display for the witness page 365 of tab number 4? And while he's doing that, by the way, it's true that if you change the number of contributors, you're going to get different numbers from the software program.
It depends. So actually, each time you run the software, you will get a different number based on the math that the software system does. But there are studies and validations that show we don't expect.
So this testimony put all your dogs asleep?
Greatly different, usually by a factor of 10. Changing the number of contributors depends. If you have a major contributor, someone who's made up a profile, if I read S3 calculated statistic, if that major contributor
that wake y'all up?
Individual that I'm comparing to, if I change the number of contributors to 2, based on the studies and based on my own experience.
If DK was in here, she'd be like,
the ratio of that.
damn it, Arturo, why'd you make my dogs freak out?
But it does change it, correct?
Yes.
And you just said, I think, that even when you put in the same parameters, you don't.
Yeah, I checked out like 30 minutes ago, y'all. I'm just waiting to get to the next part.
More than once, right?
That is correct. Based on how StarMix utilizes math and distributions, you will never get the same answer twice. But it will be.
I'm pretty sure they've been talking to this lady for what, an hour and a half now? I don't even remember. I done checked out.
Reproducible in the sense that you can run it a sample or your assumptions in there 10 times, you could get 10 different answers.
That is true. Again, all within the first time.
Well, you know, we are the storm, so
the second time
there's that.
10 quadrillion. I might get 10 quadrillion the first time, 2 quadrillion the second time. But even if I run it 10 times, I'm still going to get around the same likelihood ratio value.
Now, could you look at tab number 4, your case notes at page 365, if you could bring that up for the witness? Let me know when you have that in front.
Look, the judge is in the most comfy chair on planet Earth. Okay, he's struggling, fighting for his life to stay awake right now. Fighting for his life.
Can you identify this page from your notes?
Yes, I can. These were notes that my technical reviewer.
I don't know how these old people, these judges,
they will review
stay awake during these things.
DNA evidence. They will draw their own conclusions.
This is the pre-trial, so
number of contributors and comparisons.
they're bringing all the evidence forward. The judge will then decide if we're going to have an actual jury trial or not.
Sample, correct?
This is just to see what is allowed as evidence in the jury trial,
That there were 3 contributors.
or if there even will be a trial, which obviously there most likely there will be.
That conclusion was reviewed by a reviewer, correct?
Correct, yes.
It's like a grand jury, but the judge is the grand jury.
Or the name for the output of this technology you use, correct?
She utilized the same electropharogram, which is the chart that the DNA is on.
And is this page in front of you, is that an accurate
You
representation?
must have 5-hour energy shots hooked up to an IV under that desk.
5? And that would be
So if no trial, what happens?
Baker.
Then we riot, I guess. I don't know.
Mr. McBride?
There's way more than enough evidence here to consider probable cause to have a trial.
Do you want to respond, Mr.
Way more than enough.
Your Honor, it's relevant because the witness originally determined that there were 3 contributors. And
Those videos they showed yesterday, that's it. That's the case. The video that was allowed this morning, that's the case. All this other stuff is just a stack on top.
Baker 4, and this is her personal note.
It's like one giant piece of the puzzle, and they just got to keep on adding more pieces till it all completes.
Is State's Exhibit 31, these notes were prepared as part of the...
Because in the grainy video, you couldn't really tell who it was on top of the building.
Your Honor.
You know, you just have to kind of conclude from the other videos that was him walking in there.
Publication.
So to remove any doubt, they're trying to solidify that it was him because the DNA evidence they found up there matches Tyler Robinson.
Please correct me if I misheard that from both sides. I want to make sure. I want to make sure. Are these Ms. Baker's notes?
could I clarify that?
Absolutely.
Ms. Baker, these are notes in your case file, correct?
These are notes in my case file, but they're not my notes.
Yeah, they're not worried about Twigs at all. They're just focused on Tyler.
You're not the one that does all the different steps in the testing process, correct?
That is correct.
Other analysts have input that then all goes into the case file, which you have access to and rely upon in rendering your opinions.
That is correct, yes.
All right.
And this particular page is a note written by your peer reviewer that you relied upon.
Correct. After I made my interpretations and drew conclusions, my technical reviewer then reviews the data and draws their own conclusions. So this was created after I had already drew my own conclusions.
Drugs. That woman is a Jew. No, I'm just joking, y'all.
All right, I'm just trying to.
I'm just playing around.
Put it together here.
Candace Owens would love if the state or the defense actually said that, though.
I recognize it as it being prepared by someone else.
That's what she's hoping for.
The State's Exhibit 31, was this relied upon in order for State's Exhibit 31 to be put together as the report? Because I'm trying to determine relevancy as it relates to that, and that's a crucial point I don't have the answer to just yet.
Okay.
She's going to be like, can you answer this question?
Adequate foundation.
The defense is going to be like, can you answer one question for me, ma'am? What's this? Is this a picture of a dreidel?
At every step of the analysis, correct?
Not necessarily at every step. Before I issue a report, before I write a report, I review all of the case notes. So that will be any communication log entries, any documentation from the laboratory, the biologists that perform the DNA testing. I will review all of that, write a report, and give that to a technical reviewer. They will draw their own conclusions to determine if they agree with me. If they do, they will sign off, and then my report and my case file will go for an administrative review to make sure that the laboratory number is correct on all the pages, that if there's any crossouts, there's dates and initials and so forth. Those two reviews have to be done before I can actually make it a final report and case file that gets submitted and sent to the field.
And in this case, correct me if I'm wrong, but the sequence was you originally determined in sample 7, that there were 3 contributors. That conclusion got reviewed. Then you ran some further testing, and then you change your conclusion, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Right. And before you change your conclusion, you of course go back and look at what the reviewer said about her review.
We would have a discussion. If I say a number of contributors was 3, he or she notated that it was 2. We had that discussion. She agreed with 3. So for that step of that process, because again, we're piecemealing this. Typically in a normal case, we will work all of the evidence. I will write a report. For this situation, I had DNA evidence coming to me throughout the day, throughout the night. So I had reviewers at different steps, which is not usual for a case. Usually I have one reviewer. So in this case, at that particular time, I had a reviewer. Then when I was submitted additional known samples and used those for comparisons, then I did have additional conclusions and additional reviewers.
But you
I'm going to bed early tonight.
This notation on this page before you change your conclusion, correct?
I don't know that I would agree that I took into account. We had already had that conversation, and again, once I received additional known samples,
I think I'm just going to sleep right here.
Information from the field.
Sleep in this chair, wake up, and just go, huh?
My conclusion.
And these notes are kept in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes.
And they're part of the case file that you rely upon?
That's not very DEI. I don't see any black men in there.
They are kept with the case file after I draw my conclusions.
So, Your Honor, I think there's a foundation for this. The state is often...
I'm going to need y'all to spam the pregnant man emoji in the chat.
There's no question.
Everyone needs to wake up. Spam that pregnant man emoji in the chat.
Weigh in on, make my ruling on Baker 4?
No.
The court finds that it is.
There it is.
And as it relates to State's Exhibit 31.
What if I don't? Then
in regards to publication.
Then you're racist. You're a fascist. You're doing a fascism.
That it be published.
All right, to the courtroom.
There it is.
To the cameras.
All right. Any objection, Mr. McBride? All right. Go ahead and publish that to all screens and it may be captured by the media.
So these notations at the top.
But Kaylin, how long you been in here? You just sneak up in here, huh?
NOC
Huh?
and OK with 3. Could you translate that for us, what that means?
Sure. When my technical reviewer took a look at the DNA evidence, she determined that male DNA was present, and she concluded that she would have called it a number of contributor of 2. She compared it to my conclusions. I said number of contributor 3, so we had a discussion as to why she thought it was 2, why I thought it was 3, and she said she agreed with me calling it 3 based on her discussion.
Plotting.
So was that an extent?
It's just Mathis. Thank you for the happy poop.
No, this was a
And another?
discussion, and this is not unusual. We have discussions like this during the technical process quite often.
And the stamp on the bottom, approved by Tara Benson, is that the reviewer?
Yes, it is.
Talking about? All right, thank you. Now, I want to ask you to look at page 128 of that same exhibit.
Plotting.
No. Is this
T-Steph with the happy poop.
electropharogram that is a part of your case file?
Yes, it is.
And is this an accurate representation of what's depicted on this page?
I just can't. I can't this.
I'm sorry. There's nothing on the screen. It might.
Yeah, 128.
Pregnant Islam Israel man.
I moved that into evidence, Your Honor. This would be Baker 4, page 128.
Oh, I thought I already admitted Baker 4. Is this a
YouTube is over there like, oh, you got some explaining to do, sir.
Baker 4, as I understood it?
Yeah, Baker 4, page 365.
I don't know what we did yesterday, but they hit my video with limited ads after we went live. I'm pretty sure they're going to do that again today, too.
Previous admitted exhibit.
I don't know what we did to cause that, but
Proposed one is Baker 4, 128.
That's correct.
it is what it is, I suppose.
Just a minute to update my notes on those page numbers.
All right.
I wish they would tell you what
65 was the previous.
caused the video to have limited ads, but they just want you to guess.
And the current one is 128.
7-hour live stream says no ads earning.
First, I'll note this is the first I'm seeing these as exhibits. Of course, I have this file, but I was unaware that we were going to be these are going to be
Making no money off the live stream. Ain't that
find them
something?
in my file as we go. Second, again, I'm going to object on relevance grounds to the probable cause determination. We're going through the finite details of the analysis here. And once again,
So look at this.
these are appropriate questions to raise.
No ad earning.
But when
Estimated revenue $0.
discussed, I think we're beyond the scope of
It
probable
doesn't
determination as we dive
calculate the super chats, but
All right, Mr. Burt.
Your Honor, I think this is
as far as making money off the ads and stuff like that, $0.
in front of it what an electropharogram is.
I don't know why. YouTube is just.
Interpreted.
That's why I rely on you guys for this. That's why I have a super chat going, all that good stuff. Freedom Hawk, thank you for the 5.
Interpreted the peaks on this electropharogram.
ICE agent took out another illegal alien trying to mow him down. More ICE.
Contributors. And I think it will assist the court in
We'll
determining
do a video on that tomorrow.
how this comparison process works and what the output looks like so the court can
And yep, that's why there's CashApp
how the
too.
interpretations are being made.
That's exactly why.
The dose that were relied upon I'm viewing today's Exhibit 31 as a summary, and this more of showing the work of how the summary was reached. Am I misunderstanding how this fits in?
This fits into how
I'm gonna go steal one of my son's Capri Suns.
was of the opinion that there are 3 people here and not 2. And she will go on to explain how she changed the interpretation from 3 to 2. And the point of this is to illustrate to the court that this is a subjective process to a certain extent, and that people can read these things in different ways.
So how do you make money off of ads? Basically, it's like every 1,000 views,
Understand
every 1,000 ads played, I make like $2 off of it. Maybe.
Say, and just to let the court know in response.
The number changes all the time, but that's the way to look at it.
Was unaware that this is going to be an issue. He and I met with this analyst before the preliminary hearing. The analyst pointed this page out to us as being illustrative of why she originally concluded.
It could be because they're talking about murder and stuff like that. I really don't know.
This is not something that's
The
being
pictures from Candace Owens that she released.
He was a part
Could be
of
that too.
conversation. And this particular page was identified by the analyst, not by me. So it is important to understand why we went from 3 to 2 and what impact that has on the numbers that the state is offering.
All right. Anything further?
No.
All All right, under Utah Rule of Evidence 1102, B4, it says scientific lab.
Jeez, I'm ready to get to some videos or something. Something good and juicy, not this DNA nonsense. We've been on this for like, what, 2 hours now?
Baker for page 128, and is there a request to publish this document?
Okay, you can.
Was that a yes? Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right, so published, I'm assuming to that
Yes.
screen as well? All right.
Correct.
It may be published. Counsel?
Yeah, about
just,
an hour and a half. It feels like 2 hours.
This is a probable cause. I understand, and I appreciate you give me a pointer of where it's going, but just as a reminder, as probable cause.
I mean, kinda. I covered a lot of things earlier when they were on lunch break, but I'm going to release those as videos
want to keep this
over the next couple days.
lack of probable cause.
Understood.
All right.
Thank
you, Mr. Burt.
Okay. Is it true what I just told the court, that you pointed this particular page out as illustrating why you originally thought we had 3 contributors?
Yes, that is true.
So explain to the court, is this an electropharogram?
Yes, this is an electropharogram. Each of those rectangles at the top, for example, D2S441, that is that small segment of DNA that I referred to earlier. And each of those peaks,
I can't even read it.
number, that is the allele, so that corresponds to the number of repeats that an individual inherited.
And this is what you ultimately, after you get this electropharogram not through running it through STR-Mix. There's a different device that you use to produce these electropharograms, right?
Correct, yes. During the DNA process, this is the last step of that process. So what it's doing is DNA is found in cells of our body. We're taking those cells, we're breaking them open with chemicals to release the DNA from those cells. We're making photocopies of those pieces of DNA so that we can essentially...
Kathy, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. He says thank you. No, thank you, Kathy. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay. And is it true that you set the parameters for what the machine will pop up in terms of numbering the alleles?
Oh, man.
Personally, I do not set that up. That was done during our validation of the chemicals and the software and the instrument that we utilize. But there are parameters. So the output of the DNA lets me know, for example, the different types of alleles, but that's not a parameter I set.
I want to make sure you answered that.
How are you hungover from the 4th? I've never been hungover in my life.
Machine does in terms of labeling.
Even when I blacked out drunk one time.
Correct.
Actually, that was my 21st birthday.
That's part of the whole process in the validation, yes.
So you could tell the machine, give me all the peaks at whatever level and label them as whatever the alleles are.
I see. So yes, so during our validation, we determine our thresholds.
The point of the DNA is to place Tyler on the roof.
I mentioned before, the analytical threshold.
Because they found his DNA up on the roof.
That was determined during validation that we input into the software that I utilize. That says, for example, our analytical threshold is 150. Any peak that is 150 or greater, the software system will give me that allele call or that number for that peak. Any peak that's below the 150, the software system will not give me an allele call for it.
Even though it might be a true allele.
Correct, yes.
So you could say, and you referred to a measurement, you referred to that as R.
God, y'all got some
yes,
kidney, liver.
What does that mean?
It stands for relative fluorescence.
Damage issues. That's what y'all got.
Lab, you tell the machine, only label peaks that come above 150 RFU.
The software that utilizes the information from the machine, yes.
However, it's true, is it not, that in determining the number of contributors, you look below that 150 RFU level.
And that is true, yes.
All right, now on this is only showing 1, 2, 3, 4 different locations, right?
Correct, yes.
And you see a number of peaks at each one of these locations. Some of them are labeled, some of them are not.
Correct, yes.
So tell us how you originally looked at this and said there's not 2 contributors, there's 3.
Sure. So first what I do is I count how many labels that I see, so how many of those little squares under each of those locations. So for example, at D2S441, there are 3 squares. Knowing that one piece of information comes from mom and one comes from dad, if it's a single source profile from one individual, I expect to see no more than 2 squares. Because I see 3, that gives me an indication that there's at least 2 individuals. Same thing for the next D19S433 and as well as FGA. There were 3 peaks that were called. So I knew this had to be at least 2 individuals. Then what I do is I take a look at the peaks that are not called and determine could there potentially be a third person included. So for example, at D2, the location farthest to the left, I'm asking myself that 12 in that bottom box, is it the same contributor as, for example, the 22 under FGA all the way to the right? Because I see peaks that are not labeled, it could be that the 12 belongs to one individual and those 2 peaks that are not called belong to a second or third individual. And that at FGA, I could be seeing the 22 from that third person, but that second person has dropped out. Because I'm able to use information below the threshold and I see peaks, that gives me an indication that I can increase my number of contributors to 3, which I did in this case.
Okay, and when did you reach that conclusion, time-wise?
Beagle Mom with another $5, tedious as hell.
And when did you change it?
Yeah, but I guess it needs to be done.
That I would have to refer.
Sure.
Heavy Hook, thank you for the 100. Well, not 3 suspects, but 3 pieces of DNA were found on the gun, I guess, or the rifle.
September 13th of 2025.
And explain to the court why you changed your conclusion?
I was submitted an elimination sample from Mr. Twiggs, and an elimination sample is a sample in which it's from a known individual, and then there's an expectation that the individual's DNA might be present. In receiving that sample and talking to the investigators, it was decided that Mr. Twiggs should be used as an elimination. When I compared him to this sample, all of the DNA, unlike that major contributor, matched to Mr. Twiggs. So because of that, I determined that there's actually only 2 individuals because those small peaks, there was nothing left for a third individual to be compared to.
You use the phrase elimination sample. That's typically used, is it not, in a situation where you're testing a sample that has more than one contributor?
Not necessarily. An elimination is just simply.
Oh, we're dropping bombs on Iran right now.
Their DNA to be there. So, for example, if we have a stolen vehicle, I will request an elimination sample from the known driver of the vehicle, so I can subtract out their DNA to see what I have left over. It doesn't necessarily have to be more than one individual. There certainly has been times where I only detect that known expected individual.
And you said you had a conversation with the investigators as to whether Twiggs should be included as, or you talked to them about whether you should get elimination samples?
I talked to them with regards to if I should utilize Mr. Twiggs as an elimination versus comparing him and offering a statistic.
Okay, but in your report, you concluded, did you not, that one of the contributors to both samples was Twiggs?
That is correct, yes.
Right. You didn't just assume that. You reached the determination that he was the source of both those samples, one of the sources, right?
I don't want to use the word source, but knowing that there was an expectation that his DNA could be present, when I compared him to that DNA sample, I did see his DNA types present. So using the word assumed, that's verbiage that we use when we calculate our statistical calculation. I'm letting the software know, I know this individual is there. I'm assuming that they're there. Based on my comparisons, I did see evidence that that person was there.
But I guess what I'm confused about is we talked before about how your language should never imply an absolute identification. But in the body of your report, you say that one of the contributors is Twiggs. You don't say he's a possible contributor like you do for Mr. Robinson. You say he is a contributor. Do you know?
I'm pretty sure Twigs knew everything, but they put that letter there. They put the text messages out there just to make sure he could be safe.
A female. She has a consensual partner. I can request an elimination sample from that consensual partner. If I see that they're present, I can say they're present and say the DNA foreign to that victim and that consensual partner is one person, for example. So it's different than comparing a known individual. If they're an elimination sample, I can say that I expect their DNA to be there, and based on my interpretation and reviewing that data, they are present.
And based either on your conversations with the agents or other people, why did you think that Twiggs was someone whose DNA you would expect in those two samples?
So from what I recall, in speaking with the investigators, Mr. Twiggs was a roommate of Mr. Robinson, and it was thought that those items came from potentially Mr. Robinson's home. And I don't recall exactly if it was a situation where a particular towel was known to have been in that house. I don't remember that exactly. But in talking to the investigators, based on their investigation, it was important to assume potentially Mr. Twiggs was present.
Right. Did any investigator ever tell you that the towel did not come from Mr. Robinson's home, but was found in a bush out at the university?
I was aware of that, yes.
So you knew that that towel was not found in a place where you would expect Mr. Twiggs's DNA to be present?
That is correct. It was found outside of a home, but again, based on speaking with the investigators, they had information to suspect that that towel came from Mr. Robinson's home, and I should utilize Mr. Twiggs as an elimination.
Right. And again, you didn't assume that, you actually concluded it based on the match, right?
Based on reviewing Mr. Twiggs' DNA profile to what I developed from these items, I used him as an elimination sample.
Now, you did various STR mix, what I'll call runs, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the way this works is you input the number of contributors. You determine that. And then they also have something called HD and HP, right?
Correct, yes.
Tell the court what that is.
So those are different propositions. So in calculating the likelihood ratio compares the probabilities of seeing a DNA profile given one of two different scenarios or explanations or hypotheses. One is that a particular person of interest is a contributor, and the other is that an unknown, unrelated individual is a contributor. So depending on the question being asked is how I set up StarMix, number of contributors. For example, if I'm utilizing someone as a known elimination sample, I will apply their DNA profile both to the HP and HD.
And the theory of this HP is the prosecution hypothesis, right?
Correct, yes.
And HD is the defense hypothesis.
Correct, yes.
So, and these are things you plug in based on your understanding of what the prosecution and the defense are contending.
Correct, yes.
So how do you plug in the HD in a case where you don't yet have a defense postulating what their theory is?
So HD, or the defense hypothesis, is simply the DNA profile, the probability of the DNA profile, given that it's another unknown, unrelated person to the prosecution's potential person of interest.
Mr. Burt, I don't want to interrupt your line of questions, but we've been going for just shy of 2 hours. Would right now be a good time to take a 15?
Your Honor.
All right, let's take a 15-minute break. Let's see. We'll come back at 3:50. Court is in a brief recess.
Oh, geez. Yeah. Freedom Hawk, thank you for the $2. Why the frick didn't Twigs get arrested for conspiring? Who knows? I know that, didn't Twigs get a deal or something? Probably ratted him out. But Tyler probably told him to rat him out in exchange for immunity. This is all just to protect his little girlfriend. That's all it is. They were probably talking about it, planning it out together. You know? Who knows what the hell they were doing? Why do you think there's DNA on the towel from both of them? Wee. Didn't they have a lunch 3 hours ago? Actually, it was around 2 hours ago from right now. Yes. It's just like work, though. How many of these people go out there for a smoke break every 5 minutes? I'm going for a smoke. God damn it. I used to hate when I was working at AutoZone and this old dude go out for a smoke every 15 minutes and he'd spend like 30 minutes outside. I'm going for a smoke. Didn't even ask, just said, I'm going. Yeah, there's some stuff. What's going on X? Has the building fell yet? Zach X, to all those sending terroristic threats, doxing, harassing, and stalking, I'm done playing nice. Reports will continue to be made and charges will continue to be pressed. I try not doing things this way with y'all. Get it done. Mm-hmm. What? Who's Jack Kimball? Isn't this the exact same message that Scott Jennings said? Spoke to my old friend Mitch McConnell this morning, the senior senator of Kentucky. He's still recovering in the hospital. We talked for a shy of 45 minutes. He's so sharp. Just like always, he let me do all the talking. He's a great listener. Yeah, no shit, he lets you do all the talking. He can't even, his brain is unplugged. He's a great listener. After that, we prayed silently for a while and had a staring contest. Just like always, he beat me. I told him we want to see him back at work as soon as possible. Okay, so he's making fun of Scott Jennings. That's what it is. No, they're going on a break for 15 minutes. They'll be back in what, 5, 6, 7, about 6 minutes now. Don't you dare accuse Scott Jennings of deceit. You must be brain dead if they were fucking me. Hey. Snapper turtle. How it feels to support Israel and hate on Candace Owens. I got a Chatamus Rex over here. Oh, okay. So guess we can talk about that real quick. Is that the only video? Man. Hoping there'd be a better video. A DHS put out a statement about this. Oh, here it is. Oh! Oh! Oh, shit. So homeboy got capped because he wanted to try to run over an ICE agent. I mean, when are these people going to learn that a bullet travels a lot faster than your vehicle does? What do you want? You try to run us over, I'm going to defend myself. Look, he even ran over a cone. Oh, shit. So, an illegal alien in Houston ran over an ICE agent during a chase and was shot. CPR was reportedly performed on him while rushing him to the hospital. Now, DHS put out an official statement on July 7th, 2026 at approximately 6:50 a.m. Central Time. ICE law enforcement attempted to conduct a vehicle stop as part of the targeted enforcement operation to arrest an illegal alien. All right, the driver of the vehicle, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, an illegal alien from Mexico, attempted to evade arrest. From information we're receiving, he rammed an ICE law enforcement vehicle, refused to follow multiple verbal commands, and weaponized his vehicle in an attempt to run over an ICE law enforcement officer, resulting in our officer firing his weapon in self-defense. The driver was struck and emergency services were immediately contacted. The driver was transported to the hospital where he passed away from his injuries. Uh-oh. The FBI is leading the investigation and is on the scene. This is a developing situation, and we will update the public when more information is available. Now, you know the left is going to say ICE is out here killing brown people. You know. Yeah, when will they learn that a bullet is faster than their vehicle? Cue all the anti-ICE liberal assholes who will paint this illegal alien as a peaceful family man who didn't do nothing. Yep. Whoop-de-doo, sir.
Hey, what's up with it, Hood News peeps? It's your girl Grizzy reporting live here with the Hood News. I found my way to the other side of this scene. This is going to be 6800 block of Canal. This is the scene and what it's looking like right now. We've got FBI Houston investigating. We got HPD also out here.
Yeah, know what I'm saying?
This morning, a man was being detained by ICE, and something terrible happened. He was transported. CPR was in progress.
Whoa, hold on, lady. You're just gonna skip over the part where you try to run over an ICE agent? Don't you love how they conveniently leave that part out? Something terrible happened. He was being detained, and now he's dead.
At the time, I'm hearing from the neighborhood that he got shot, but we don't have a whole lot of details. Like I said.
Yeah, that's why you're hood news, not actual real news. Okay? You don't have a lot of information? Did you even look at DHS or anything like that?
This is the scene from the other side. Media is on the other side over there. I just walked. My goodness.
So now everyone's going to be like, wow, ICE is just killing brown people out in the streets. What did she say she is? Yo, what up?
Hey, what's up with it, Hood News peeps? It's your girl Grizzy reporting live here with the Hood News. I found my way to the other side.
Good Lord, man. Good grief. It's all right. Mitch McConnell's coming in to save this. Stop the SAVE Act, y'all. He's coming in to stop the SAVE Act, y'all. Well, clearly he ran over the cone. Or maybe they ran over the cone. Maybe that's his truck. I don't know. I don't know anything. Ernest, thank you for the $2. He was crying like Chewbacca. Oh, he was. God, dog. Talk about Hood News. Why don't you talk about this? Fuck me, man.
He's just a teen. He's not arrested. All right, so when you got him in custody, what do you do? Right, dog, I'm sitting right here chilling. Wait, mom, I'm sitting right there chilling. He's detained because he had a mask on in public.
Yeah, little boy.
Free little booby. How y'all gonna arrest a little booby? Free little booby. Free little booby.
Hey, dog, you out there, my nigga? You free, my nigga? Hey, you out that bitch in a minute? You not going to
Free little booby.
Nigga, you out this bitch, nigga? Hey,
What he do? He didn't do nothing. Says that he pushed over an elderly woman, stole her purse, and then stole the hubcaps off a Chevy Impala. And he went down the street and broke into someone's house and stole their PlayStation 3. Took it all to the pawn shop. Couldn't sell none of it, and so he just left it there. Then he peed on their front door. Went to the 7-Eleven and stole a Snickers, and we're arresting him for the Snickers. He also has like 3 warrants. Uh-oh. Yeah, take him in. You going too, bitch? We're gonna need some backup out here.
Hey, dog, don't worry. I got that bitch on camera. Don't worry. She pushed me.
Hey, get the fuck out!
Hey, take that bitch down. Hey, whoa. Whoa. Not the weave. Oh, hey. Oh, homegirl has a switch? What is that? God, dog, y'all vicious, vile animals. What is she hitting her with? And then she just gets mollywopped. Oh, bitch. She's still hitting him. That taser didn't do shit. No, get that bitch with the weapon. Get her.
Back up. That's fine.
Officer, arrest her. Arrest it. Oh my. Well, he just completely ignored her? She's got a literal weapon in her hand. Nah, that's cool. We don't need to arrest that. We don't need to arrest her. Nah, it's cool. It's cool. What? What's wrong with y'all, man? I'm so tired.
Anonymous allegations. I thought it was important that you see and hear from me directly.
I wanted to directly address the troubling, serious, and false allegations against me.
These allegations of sexual assault are flat false. They are absolutely false.
Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically false.
Hey, ChatGPT, make me a speech just like this, but change it up a little bit so they can't tell I copied it. Bro.
They also come on the eve of an election where I have been the frontrunner candidate for governor in California.
Regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict.
I do not suggest to you in any way that I'm perfect or that I'm a saint.
I have been deeply humbled by the faith Mainers have put in me.
I think you know who I am. For over 20 years, I have served the public.
You have welcomed me into
For over 20 years, I have swallowed very well.
your homes, into your places of work, into
I'm a Nazi.
your restaurants, into your houses of worship.
I also apologize to you if in any way you have doubted your support for me.
Throughout it all, you never turned your back on me.
This weekend, I'm going to spend time with my family and friends.
We are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward.
Yo. Democrats are so lazy. Not even trying to hide it no more. Oh, can we finish this? I'm ready to go to sleep. I'm gonna go take a nap. Yeah, last night I put my son to bed at like 9 o'clock. I fell asleep in his bed too. I woke up at 2:30 in the morning and I made a bunch of videos, and then I went back to sleep at 5:30. And I was gonna get up right at 9 o'clock, but ended up sleeping until like 9:30 or something like that. That's why I was late to the live stream this morning, even though we didn't miss nothing anyways. But yeah, tonight I'm gonna get a full night's rest. I'm trying to adjust a schedule to where I can get full 8 hours every day. But it's hard when I have the live stream at 8 to 10, and then I gotta wake up at 6 to take my son to school. Because after the live stream, I still got to, I got to get at least one video ready, or at least 2 videos ready for the morning. Yeah. Hey, y'all are way past lunch. Y'all are way past a break.
Proof I'll indicate to the court.
Way past 45. Or they come grant another 15-minute break or something. Say what? Is that my dog Diddy? A freak on a leash? Well, that's Diddy, y'all. Hey, he looking good now, isn't he? He used to be... I'm not napping. I'm looking at my phone. I'm doing what everyone else does when they're on the clock. Free Diddy, man. All he ever did was get freaky.
We're still
DLP, thank you for the happy poop.
And Ms. Baker, direct examination.
Thank you.
Mr. Burt, your witness.
Free that freak Diddy.
Ms. Baker, would you take a look?
All he ever did was get Freedy and beat off in the corner while other dudes plowed his chick.
79.
But hey, he's walking, he's looking good. I want to look that good. I want to get in that shape right there.
Very bottom of the page.
The dad bod shape. Are we back at the same shit? All right. Oh.
Did you write there on
What did he do to Cassie?
of September 2025, spoke with
I don't see no proof of nothing he did to Cassie.
update on report timeline, discuss it upon
No proof, nothing. All hearsay. All this is what happened, I swear.
to be run
Okay, where's your evidence? You know.
with Twigs as an assumed contributor per previous.
You ain't seen the Diddy files?
Carmack. You see that?
Yes, I did.
You ain't seen the video of 50 Cent's ex-wife
Needed to be run at that.
getting smashed by another dude in front of
I
Diddy?
believe I ran statistics with just Twigs comparing that individual to the sample. If I may refer, I think that was the only additional.
Oh yeah, he did beat the shit out of her, didn't he? That's right. Well, then they should have charged him with domestic abuse or whatever.
Yes, after discussion with my reviewer, it was determined that I was also going to calculate a statistic or compare Twigs by himself, comparing him to the evidence, and having that run in my case file.
Okay.
Mitch McConnell is dead, y'all.
Tab 38.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. He's brain dead.
Oh.
Yeah, it should not be on the screen.
Let's pull it down from the screen.
That's what Laura Loomer saying.
So just to the monitors of the attorneys and the witness, Mr. Burt?
Just for the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, just for the witness.
39. And this is page 39. Is this the DNA report?
Jake Shields. You listen to Jake Shields?
Star Mix report that was produced as a result of your inquiry that involved a comparison of the sample to Mr. Twigs alone.
Yes, it is.
And is that a 6-page report?
Canine Capone, thank you for the 5. So, do you think Twigs copped the deal to testify against Robinson? Probably.
That particular sample?
But I think Robinson told him to do it. I think Robinson is just taking one for the team. Not the way that Twigs does, but not necessarily taking one for the team like Twigs does, but, the other way around.
Baker, 38 page.
I know, we talked about it earlier today.
44.
He didn't spend 20 minutes with him. He called him over the phone.
I'm seeking
He had a conversation with him.
Publication to the audience and the camera.
I just want to make sure I have the label correct. Baker 38, pages 39 through 44. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. To the state?
I know. We've been live for 6 hours and 15 minutes.
Termination.
All right. And Mr. Burt, would you like to respond?
Submitted, Your Honor.
So I'm not exactly sure what this is in order to
Sure.
determine how it fits into the probable cause analysis.
I got to walk around. I'm going to stand up and chill out for a minute. I'll be right back, guys.
And I apologize to the court. So the report that was admitted into evidence has the conclusion in it that both samples were contributed, that Mr. Twigs was a contributor to both samples. And this is the report that the analyst ran in order to make that determination, I believe.
All right. Did these reports, were these made prior to State's Exhibit 31 being prepared?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I will admit, so Baker 38, pages 39 through 44 is admitted and may be published. Again, as a reminder, for all attorneys, this is a probable cause standard, so if all parties can just keep that in mind as we're moving forward on this.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so it may be published to all screens.
Yeah, it's page 39.
No, but the actual Bates number, I'm having
So is this the report that you referenced in your notes that you needed to run the sample through StarMix?
Yes.
Now, at the top, this is the StarMix unit dated September 15th, and it relates to item 7-1, correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And then down below that, the kit used, if you could go to the summary of the input. You tell the software program, assume there are 2 contributors, right?
Correct, yes.
You input sample 7A.
Correct, yes.
And when you input it, it's just the raw data, right?
Correct, just the numbers from the graph.
The numbers, and then known contributors under HP, the prosecution hypothesis.
Correct, yes.
Right? And you put in sample 61.
Yes.
Right? That's Twiggs's known sample.
Correct, yes.
And then the known contributors under the defense hypothesis, you left that blank.
Correct.
Is that because you didn't know what the defense hypothesis was?
No, again, the defense hypothesis for this situation, if I'm comparing someone, is an unknown, unrelated individual, and that is taken into account during the calculation.
Okay. And then you input that data, and what you get out from that is a likelihood ratio, right?
Correct, yes.
So let's go to page 2 of that report. And is this a summary of the results from that test on the 15th in terms of a likelihood ratio?
Yes, it is.
What is a likelihood ratio? What does that mean?
A likelihood ratio is a statistic that calculates the probability of seeing a DNA profile given one of 2 different hypotheses. One is that a particular person of interest is a contributor, and the other is that an unknown, unrelated individual is a contributor. The probability with the higher number gets the support, and the magnitude of the support is determined by the ratio of those 2 numbers.
That's pretty technical stuff, but the bottom line is that the software computes the numbers, and then you look at those numbers and determine whether it has any significance, right?
I don't know that I would say if it has significance. I report the value that's calculated.
Right, and why is one column, these columns relate to different, what are called population databases, right?
That is correct, yes.
The one on the far left, BAH, is an FBI population database on Bahamians.
And African Americans, yes.
African Americans. Another one for Caucasians.
Correct, yes.
SEH is Southeast Hispanics.
Correct.
And then Southwest Hispanics.
Objection.
That's all I have on that. I'm just trying to explain the chart.
All right, well, there's an objection. Let's pause and turning to Mr. McBride.
Sure.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object on, again, grounds of relevance to probable cause hearing. State v. Drosbeck, State v. Merrill, State v. Ramirez that the court has cited, all hold that The court should bind the defendant over for trial unless the evidence is wholly lacking and incapable of reasonable inference to prove some issue which supports the prosecution's claim. I don't know that any of this analysis goes to whether or not the expert's testimony and her report is wholly lacking and incapable of reasonable inference to prove her result in this case. We're far beyond this. We're hours into this examination. This feels like a 702 hearing to me. I think we're far beyond a probable cause hearing, Your Honor. I would ask the court to sustain the objection, not allow questioning on this or any other matter that does not deal with the issue of probable cause.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Mr. Burt.
Your Honor, the state offered this report on a very technical, complex, scientific area of inquiry. And they offered to the court a conclusion in that report that Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs were contributors to 2 samples that were found at the crime scene. They obviously think that's relevant to the probable cause inquiry, or they wouldn't have offered the report in the first place. So having done that, I think the defense is entitled to inquire whether those conclusions are reliable, because that, again, is the court's ultimate determination here, reliability of this evidence. And the court can decide it's not relevant, it's not reliable, therefore I'm not going to rely on that in determining probable cause. And that, or the court could say it is reliable and it bolsters up other evidence that the court is going to hear from. So the particular report in front of us goes directly to the issue of whether the expert correctly concluded that Twiggs not was a possible contributor, but was a contributor. And the state's theory here apparently is that both Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs are somehow connected to this crime scene. So I think when the court sees what the numbers were generated and how that compares to her own standards for assessment, the court will see that the conclusion is not justified that she reached.
Well, I understand what both parties are saying, and at a probable cause hearing, the issue is whether we walk 1 mile or 100 miles down the path, and so I want to keep it limited to 1 mile, and as opposed to 100 miles, because that would exceed the probable cause standard for a preliminary hearing for what is before me. And so, Mr. Burt, as it relates to the objection, I'm going to sustain it in part. If you want to briefly address this and move on, you certainly may choose to do so, but as it relates to where we're at, my hope is we can keep this very brief as opposed to going through all this, so we can move on to whatever else you would like to present.
Told you I was going to steal Capri Sun.
In the interest of doing that, could you bring up on the same screen part of her report, People's Exhibit 31?
And let's take that off.
That's terrible.
There, because I need to do
Oh,
it.
so is it part of the?
How dare we give these to our
It
kids?
was on that screen. I want to make sure that what you're calling up on the screen right now, is it part of this that was already?
What I miss? I miss anything good?
Part of this, which has already been admitted, compared to Plaintiff's Exhibit 31, which has also been admitted.
Okay,
So
thank
they're
you.
both
I just wanted to clarify.
Sure.
All right, so if you, and do you want that published on this, all
Yes.
screens? All right, let's go ahead and do so.
And the chart I would like you to bring up from that report is on page 5.
Y'all didn't use no dang coat hangers. Stop it. No damn coat hangers giving y'all signal. What'd you do next? Put some foil up?
Yeah, and just highlight that.
Stop it, bro.
Thank you. So what we've blown up there is from your report, Plaintiff's 31. And you provided.
Yeah, that shit didn't work though, did it?
That is correct, yes.
Explain to the court how this works.
Maybe it did. I don't know.
This chart is supposed to represent.
Sure. So this is our verbal scale. In addition to the numerical likelihood ratio value that I provide, I also give a qualitative or a verbal equivalent to that numerical value. That gives some context to what that likelihood ratio means.
Okay. And on the left, explain what the greater than 1 million, less than 1 in 100 means. What does that scale relate to?
Sure. So that scale is the numerical value of the likelihood ratio. So if I have a likelihood ratio that's greater than or equal to 1 million, I designate that as very strong support for inclusion. The next example, 10,000 to less than 1 million, I would say that's very strong support for inclusion, and so forth.
So you need to reach a likelihood ratio of 2 in order to get even limited support for an inclusion, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. If you could not reduce that. And go to page 2 of the report on the left.
Magic.
So from this chart,
It increased the range by like 2 inches, right?
Mr. Twiggs against the sample. What was the
April, thank you for the $10 on CashApp. You said another 10. Thanks for the good shows. Thank you, April.
The comparison to Mr. Twiggs.
I don't know if I'm pretty sure I did, but thank you for the $10 from yesterday as well.
The chart at the bottom of the screen is not my comparison to Mr. Twiggs.
Let's verify that if we could. Take that down. The highlight. And repost 38, page 45.
I'm over here treating y'all like my wife, burping in front of y'all, making egregiously annoying noises in front of y'all. That's how I torture my wife.
That is in evidence. There we go. Second page. Is this the likelihood ratio from your Twiggs comparison?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, what was the likelihood ratio that you calculated based on this chart?
The likelihood ratio was 1.
1.
Yes.
So that doesn't rise to the level of even limited inclusion, correct?
Correct. It would fall under an uninformative.
Uninformative, and yet you concluded that despite this STR mix reading with a likelihood ratio of 1, that Mr. Twiggs was a contributor to both item 7 and item 8, correct?
I did. So actually, I didn't utilize this calculation to determine that Mr. Twiggs was a possible contributor, or that I could use him as an assumed contributor. I visually looked at the DNA sample, and the DNA, unlike that major contributor, he also had those peaks. So that was one proposition or one hypothesis that I determined that he was an assumed contributor. There are multiple different ways. We don't have a threshold. I don't have to see 2, 4, 8 peaks to determine I think an individual is present. Given that the field submitted him as an elimination, I assumed he was a contributor. When I compared him to that data, I did see his DNA present. So when I calculated the statistic for Mr. Robinson, I used Mr. Twiggs as an
Wow, she said calculated right.
Let me see if I understand.
Wow. Usually people say calculated.
STR mix that you
I calculated.
to include Mr. Rob. You relied on the STR mix to include Mr. Robinson
As is calculated.
as a contributor, correct?
Correct, yes.
But when you ran Mr. Twiggs,
As is Todd's boss.
the result you got was that he was not a contributor, correct? Or that
Kamala the calculator.
it was of not even of limited value in including him.
Based on the STAR mix run, it was uninformative, but I did use my own knowledge and training to determine that I was going to utilize him as an assumed contributor.
Okay. Your own knowledge and training.
Okay.
Is there some standard that you use for deciding when not to rely on the star mix results and when to sort of disregard it and rely on your training and experience?
I can't say that I disregarded it. When I'm comparing someone, that's my first determination. Do I think this person is potentially included or excluded? If I determine that I think they're included, I will run star mix to give weight to that inclusion. Elimination samples are different. If I'm told that an individual is submitted as an elimination sample, I can assume they're there. Visually, I'm able to look at the DNA evidence and determine, yes, I think there's enough evidence there to assume that individual, which is what I did here.
Okay.
You know that woman that was talking about me on X the other day? Because I told her I don't want her OnlyFans. And then she just went off and she tagged everybody. Zach X, not Tina Kotex, some random people that follow me on X, you know. She actually sent me a strongly worded email saying that she's going to threaten me with a cease and desist.
16.
912.
I'm the one telling you I don't want your OnlyFans. Leave me alone, lady.
At that location in the 8-1 sample?
But yeah, she's going to hit me with a cease and desist. For what? She's the one sharing all that. She's the one posting nonstop. After she told me to cease and desist, and then she goes on to talking shit about me and my wife. That's okay. You go ahead and do what you do. I took all the screenshots I need.
The only piece
something
of
stupid happened.
Sample 8.
We'll be able to shut that down real quick.
And you said Twigs at that was a 912, right?
Correct, yes.
But at that location, the evidence sample was not a 912, but a 12.
That was the only piece of information that was recovered at that location.
Let me ask you about your interpretation rules for excluding someone. Is this an accurate statement? This is from Butler's textbook. In forensic DNA analysis, if any STR locus fails to match when comparing the genotypes between two or more samples, then the comparison of profiles between the question and
the woman that's in love with me,
usually declared a non-match, regardless.
Tyler Baseheart, thank you for the star.
I would agree with that if it's a single source sample. So single source, again, meaning from one individual. If I have a DNA profile from evidence and I compare it to a known individual.
She was just attacking my wife because she got nothing else going for her.
It's an exclusion. If I have a mixture,
she got nothing else going for her life.
I have to take into account how many people are in that mixture.
She was just trying to trigger me, I guess.
Is there potential dropout? So it's just because someone may not be present in a mixture doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to automatically exclude them.
I see. At D19S, what was Mr. Twiggs's type?
He was a 14-16.
Did you find a 16 allele in the 8A sample?
No, I did not.
Okay. At Tho, what was Mr. Twiggs's type?
He was a 7-9.3.
Did you find a 7 allele in the 8-1 sample?
No, I did not. But again, this is a mixture and there is some dropout. So just because I didn't see a 7, for example, does not mean I would automatically exclude someone.
It's a mixture, so there was some dropout. So did you assume that at that location that the allele that dropped out matched his allele?
At that location, no. There's only one individual represented there. So when comparing an elimination, I would essentially ignore that location. I'm looking at the other locations where there was 2 individuals present.
Okay. Now, a couple more topics and then we're done. When you received this, the evidence, you got more than 7 and 8, correct? You got a number of other samples.
Correct, I did.
You got a backpack, which you labeled as Exhibit 9, and a bunch of items from that backpack. correct?
Correct, yes.
You were initially told that those items related to things that may have been discarded by the suspect.
So initially, we didn't have any information. So we processed that. Those are items that are good for DNA. Not having any information from the investigators, we process them for DNA. As the investigation continues, it was determined that that backpack was potentially left behind by a bystander, and there was no comparisons needed at that time.
Well, behind by a bystander, or according to your notes at page 20, the backpack belongs to Kirk's detailees.
Yes, based on the individual that was not my communication log, that was someone else within the laboratory. That was the information that they received.
Before you received any samples, did you request to perform what's called destructive testing on the samples?
Yes, I did. And destructive testing is essentially consuming the sample, cutting the cotton off of the Q-tip or the swab, subjecting it to testing. There's nothing remaining. I have to request permission to consume prior to doing so, and I did in this case.
And why did you do that?
That is part of our protocols, that we have to request permission to consume, and we consume, so DNA, we can't see it, so when an item is swabbed, we don't know how much DNA is on that swab, if anything, or how that swab was used. Did someone just swab using one side of it? Did they roll it and use all sides? Because I don't know that, it's our practice to consume that swab. It's our best chance of getting any DNA evidence.
And that's a determination that you made in this case before you even saw any of the evidence, correct?
Determination to consume?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now, remember I referred to that NRC report?
Yes.
1996. Did they say there a wrongfully accused person's best insurance against the possibility of being falsely incriminated is the opportunity to have the testing repeated? Such an opportunity should be provided whenever possible.
Yes, that does say that.
And does your laboratory have a policy, standard 7.4, which says, where possible, the laboratory shall retain or return a portion of the evidence, sample, or extract?
That is correct. And we do actually return the remaining extract, the liquid from our DNA testing. So we did consume the swab. However, there was a small amount of liquid that was left and returned.
On some of the items, right?
I believe on all of the items.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute. And that policy that I read is from your lab policy, right? The
Yes.
FBI's lab policy.
Yes, it is.
And then is there also a similar policy from the quality assurance standards, the FBI quality assurance standards, which says the laboratory must have a policy on sample consumption. The policy is expected to provide instruction for if and when the laboratory may or may not consume a sample, and any documentation that the laboratory requires.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Now, your report indicates that certain samples were destroyed, consumed, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And which samples were consumed?
Items 1 through 6, which were swabs from possible smudge, swabs of hand swipe, swabs from possible sweat drop, swabs from possible smudge, swabs of possible smudge, and swabs from possible sweat drop. In addition to items 54 and 55, which were swabs of swiped finger areas and swabs of stairwell railing.
Ah, I see.
Okay, so when you wrote in your report that those items were consumed, which of those items, and by that you mean the actual
I'm so lost. I'm checked out.
was consumed?
Correct. So a swab is just like a Q-tip. So the cotton portion of that swab was cut off the wooden
I'm glad
stick,
y'all are having a nice conversation, though.
subjected to DNA testing. So we consider that consuming. But again, there is liquid at the end of the process that is returned to the field.
And the normal procedure in terms of sample preservation would be something called sample splitting, right? You split the swab and you use half, you save half so that your testing results can be replicated and retested.
So yes.
Been checked out for 8 hours.
Again, I don't know how an item is swabbed. So even if I were to cut that swab in half, it could be that I'm testing the half that doesn't have any DNA and the other half may have some DNA. Or the swab may have a little bit of DNA on one side and a lot on the other side. So for the best possible chance of getting a DNA profile, it is our practice to consume the entire swab.
So for the first 6 items, those were swabs that were taken from the northeast corner of the Losi building, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you used all of the swabs, and you concluded that there was no DNA present on any of those items, correct?
That is correct.
So you couldn't do any comparative testing.
Correct. There was nothing for me to compare to.
Okay. And what did you have left after you did that in terms of the volume of extract? What was left?
So it was approximately 3 microliters, so a very small portion.
Very small portion, and you actually used 10 microliters to do your testing of those samples, right?
That is correct, yes.
So if you didn't get any results with 10, what you left over would not be sufficient to get any sort of independent testing done, correct?
It could be tested. However, my expectation, if I took 10 microliters and did not get any DNA, the remaining 3 would also still not give me any DNA.
Okay. And for item 55, that was 2 swabs of a stairwell, from a stairwell railing where the suspect touched the railing, right?
As far as I know, they were swabs from a stairwell.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand from your lab notes that you took those 2 swabs and combined them into one sample and then used the whole sample, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Before you did that, did you inquire whether the 2 swabs came from 2 different areas? For instance, maybe the suspect...
My wife is asking about some Rice Krispie treats from my son's birthday the other day.
They did not. They were both labeled.
Y'all talking about some ancient,
stairwell, and they were
ancient mythical TV shows.
Policies and procedures is that we can combine those 2 together.
And when you do that...
They talking about swabs and shit.
I don't know that I would agree that combining the
splooge swabs.
Mixture, given the item of evidence, a stairwell railing, I don't necessarily expect that one swab would have one person, the second swab would have a different second person, and combining.
My wife was just watching that yesterday.
However, I don't know that for certain. But again, I don't know is DNA present, so our procedure is to combine and consume those swabs.
Okay, and in this case, when you did that, what you got was a complex mixture, right?
I did. I got DNA from more than 5 individuals, so I could not provide a conclusion.
I just want to get to the end of it so somebody that is paying attention can summarize it for us. I know there's like 2 people that are watching this and just like,
we are at the 4th.
Yes, excellent information.
I'm
I'm praying that there's at least 2 people in the chat right now that can tell us what we're all not listening to.
We talked
I thought this was gonna be like a Law and Order.
about
Objection, Your Honor. That man is a Jew.
testing of the length of the DNA sequence, the length of the DNA boxcars, not the sequence of A, C, T, and G.
I was watching Breaking Bad last week. I'm on the last season.
Right?
Correct, yes.
And is it true?
I was like, why did I torture myself with this show?
There are different alleles.
For like the 3rd or 4th time I've watched
same
it.
length when you measure by STRs, but have different sequences.
Yes.
When is the actual trial? Probably like in a year from now.
I'd like to show you a chart that you
This is just a preliminary. Are we going to have a trial or not? I know I didn't bring the wooden spoon.
34.
Damn it.
This is not in front of the, on the public screen, just for the witness.
Pretty sure they're about to break for the day.
That you reviewed, that I prepared to, and you looked at to see if I had correctly stated what alleles were found.
Yes, it is.
And does it, as it's presently existing, accurately state what the alleles are at each location?
Yes.
Okay. I would move that into evidence. It's 5 pages and it's Baker 34.
Mr. McBride.
I will summarize what took place today. Thank you, Sarah Scott. The defense wastes of time saying how DNA testing was done, something we didn't need at this point in time. That's great.
Your Honor, this exhibit and the next one go directly to whether the comparisons being made between Mr. Robinson's sample and the evidence samples are usable and reliable to make a determination that he is a probable contributor.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, weapons was all right.
What you're saying on there, right? And maybe it's just because it's late in the day. Could
Yeah,
you
it could
repeat
be.
that?
So this chart.
I think they're supposed to be making a sequel of it too, of weapons, or maybe a prequel or something like that.
Twiggs and Mr. Robinson, and for the evidence samples.
It was aight.
7-1A and 8-1A. The other alleles are on here as well, but we're going to focus on 7-1 and 8-1. And for instance, Your Honor, at the
And YouTube clearly isn't showing the video to anybody.
the first reading there is for Tyler Robinson at the D3 location. He is a 17. Okay. And take that down. And then if you go down to the 7-1 towel sample, which is what the topic is of this report introduced by the state, you'll see that she found a 17 there as well, measured only by the length of the DNA strand. And what she's going to testify to is at this location and 5 or 6 others, there are alleles, all of which measure here 17, but actually contain different sequences. And that her testing that she used does not measure for those differences.
And so as it relates to probable cause, that's what I want to keep coming back to. Again, if this was a trial, this may be a little bit different analysis that the trial judge applies. But as a magistrate, taking a look at this and looking at the probable cause standard, how does this comport?
So it comports because it goes to the ultimate opinion expressed in the report that the state is offering, that the report offers reliable support that Mr. Robinson is a possible contributor. And we're asking the court to consider that the comparisons are only based on a limited number of length-based comparisons, and that there are sequence differences so that she cannot distinguish, and I believe she'll testify, she cannot distinguish based on the testing that she did in at least 5 separate locations, whether the evidence sample and Mr. Robinson's sample, or for that matter, Mr. Twig's sample, matches the sequence differences here. And this is my final area, and I think I can do it very efficiently, and I think it is important for the court to consider, especially as it relates to the comparison to Mr. Robinson.
Here comes the objection.
And she is also going to testify that the analysis she does is based on looking at the totality and all of the different markers that match and are consistent, and that's how she comes to the opinion that she does. The point is, there are explanations that are susceptible to different interpretations and arguments. Ultimately, we're going to have an expert hearing where all of the literature is going to be before the court, and the court's going to determine if it meets a threshold of reliability for admission at trial. But at this stage, even granting that there may be some argument that may come from defense counsel's position. The court can't weigh it. This does not go to the probable cause determination, and I don't think it's relevant. And this exhibit in particular is not relevant without the testimony of the witness, and so the exhibit should not be admitted on its face either.
That's why I was trying to lay a foundation that she would, and offered a proof to the court that she would testify that in fact there are these sequence differences at the 5 or 6 locations, 6 different locations relevant to the comparison to Mr. Robinson. And when the state says the court cannot weigh it, the court can weigh reliability. The court has ruled that. So we're simply asking the court to take into account the limited nature of these comparisons and the fact that she cannot, based on the testing that she performed, tell the court whether there are differences between, at these 5 locations. She can't match Mr. Robinson to the question samples because she didn't do sequence testing. And she'll also testify that the FBI is in the process of implementing this kind of testing.
All right. Thank you to both sides. I'm going to allow the admission of this evidence, but I'm also going to set a limit of a limited number of questions. We are now at 4:40. This is on the cusp of whether it is applicable to the probable cause standard. I want to afford defense its full opportunity, but I still have to rein it in to keeping it to probable cause and not going into a full exploration, because that's not the purpose of a preliminary hearing. So I will admit Baker 34, but Mr. Burt, I'm going to limit you to how much time do you need to address
I just
this?
need about 4 or 5 minutes. The next chart will be the chart with the what are called isoalleles.
He says 4 or 5 minutes.
We're talking about, and that's it.
All right.
I'm just going
Is she going to be like 30 minutes?
document that in fact I've accurately stated what the alleles are that have sequence differences.
All right. So it is Mr. McBride.
Just on a second matter, which is I need to cross-examine this witness. She's got to leave town.
Yeah, he meant 45.
I would like to cross-examine the witness.
All right. Well, I will go with the I accept Mr. Burt's.
Okay, so the DNA evidence it's in.
Less because that's consuming more time, and also allow the state the appropriate time for cross-examination given the nature of this witness having to travel. So, Mr. Burt, I'll turn to you. This has been moved into evidence. Do you want it on the screens?
Actually, I don't need it on the screen, just in the interest of efficiency. Pull up the next one, please.
Okay.
By the way, this is the defense's evidence that they're trying to put in here, right? They're trying to submit this as their evidence. That I guess it muddies the waters on who was on the roof or who touched the gun or
what are called the isoalleles.
Had access to the gun or anything like that.
Yes, it is.
And isoalleles is a term used to refer to these alleles that have different sequence but the same length.
Correct, yes.
So across the top there for allele 17.
Yep. Okay.
There is a
Emergency. What's wrong, Jeffrey?
allele 17.
What happened, Jeffrey?
Allele 17C. All with the same length, but different sequences for each of those 3.
What? You love the emergency? Never mind.
Similarly, at
That's y'all talking about real stuff.
where you say that the Mr. Robinson is an 1819 in the evidence sample, there's an 18A, a 18B, a 19A, and a 19B.
Correct, yes.
And similarly for the other areas I've indicated there, I've accurately stated what the
Jeffrey
different
Epstein?
sequence alleles are, correct?
Yes.
So I move this exhibit into evidence, Your Honor, and for publication.
Is this Baker 34?
Yes. 35. Baker 35.
And sir, can you tell us what your last name is? It's Weinstein.
Under the previous statement, as it relates to Baker 34, it may be published.
Goldstein.
And as you look at these 5 areas, you can't distinguish the evidence samples from Mr. Robinson based on the sequence differences, can you?
Can y'all read that?
You utilize length differences, STRs in this case. The FBI laboratory does not use sequencing for nuclear DNA testing, nor am I qualified in it.
Right. What is NGS?
NGS stands for Next Generation Sequencing.
And your laboratory is involved in validating next generation sequencing, correct?
We utilize next generation sequencing for mitochondrial DNA, which is a different subset of DNA testing, but not for nuclear DNA testing, which is what we're talking about today.
Right. But the people who market STR mix also market a sequence platform, do they not?
I'm not aware if they do or do not.
Oh, you can read that just fine, Dandelion, Lioness. You can read that just fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Ooh, we only need 11 more on that super chat goal. 16 minutes left. 16 minutes left. Oh.
Well, I'll save that for redirect.
Anything $2 or more. Super chat, not a super sticker or a gift thing. Is he done? Oh, thank God. Have mercy on our souls. Now the real stuff begins. Now the exciting part begins. And we're adjourned for the day. Damn it. Beagle Mom, thank you for the $2. Holding it, man, you always holding it down. Then bedtime, Arturo? Absolutely. I'm gonna go have a tuna fish sandwich with some side salad again, and I'm gonna call it a day. I will be asleep by 7:30, so that way I can wake up early, work on some videos.
Do you have any education?
Yes, I do. I have a bachelor's of science in biology from Salisbury.
Work on some videos, and then come over here right when the trial starts tomorrow. Y'all better be here early in the morning with me.
What did you do for your career and in further education?
Upon graduating from college, I began working at the FBI laboratory as a contractor. I was assigned to the Federal Convicted Offender Program.
Justin Choka, thank you for the $2.
During that time, I did that for approximately a year and a half. It was my responsibility to open and inventory
Oh, stop it.
barcode DNA collection kits sent in from federal agencies.
I'm here before you are. Yeah, but you just got to pull up your phone and go like this.
Biologist in the DNA casework unit. I did that for
I
approximately.
got to come out here to the shed,
During
turn my
that
lights
time, I
on.
did the actual
It's rough.
testing.
Susie Q, thank you for the $2.
Swabbing, cutting those swabs, producing the DNA profile. And then in 2000.
Freedom Hawk, thank you for the $2. Ancient TV shows for $2, Alex.
Which I am still today.
I think I missed that a little bit ago.
2015.
So 11 years you've been doing more or less.
Nita, thank you for the $2.
Yes.
I want to ask you about your lab's accreditation. What is accreditation for a laboratory?
What time? It's going to be about 10 a.m. Central.
Formal recognition that our laboratory is following a very strict set of standards. We're accredited by ANAB, the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board. And our accreditation shows that I have the...
Sarah Scott, thank you for the 20. Thank you for bringing us together. Best chat.
How we process evidence, how we store evidence. Every 4 years, we're audited.
Thank you for the 20.
An outside body will come in.
Little cherry on top at the end.
My training records, look at our standard operating procedures to ensure that we're following those standards.
Shane Fisher, thank you for the 250. Still 250, right? Absolutely. Happy 250th.
For your lab to maintain its accreditation.
So for my training program, I had to complete a 2-year training program. During that time, I learned the science behind DNA testing, and I showed that I understood that science by completing oral board examinations and written examinations. I also then had to show that I could relay results, that those scientific results, to a jury by
There's the rain again.
exercises. And before becoming qualified, I then took something called a competency exam, or it's like a final examination to show that I'm qualified to perform my duties. During that accreditation or that audit process, my training records were reviewed to make sure that I had the proper coursework, the proper college degree, as well as completing successfully that training program.
And do you have to keep up with ongoing education to maintain your, do you have a certification?
I'm not certified. I'm qualified as an examiner.
To maintain your qualification, do you have to have ongoing education?
Yes, on a yearly basis, I have to complete at least 8 hours of continuing education.
See you tomorrow, Florida girl.
Done by attending conferences or lectures or reading scientific literature.
Do you also have to undergo proficiency testing?
Yes, and a proficiency test is a test that we receive from an outside vendor. I process that test like I would any other case.
4 more super chats, y'all. We got 11 minutes left.
Those answers to determine if
I believe
I'm unsatisfactory. This tests not only me to see if I'm still proficient in my qualifications, but it also tests the laboratory process to ensure that we're getting accurate and
we just dropped some bombs on Iran because they wanted to fuck around and find out. Now they're at the find out stage. Nita, thank you for another $2.
Another analyst.
Correct, yes.
And is that true in every single case?
Yes, in every one of our cases, they have to undergo a technical review in addition to an administrative
Susie Q with another 2.
It sounds like during those technical reviews and administrative reviews, there's discussions between you and other analysts. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And is that an opportunity for training and learning as well?
Yes, absolutely.
And I assume
Look at this, y'all.
Learning goes both directions, that you're learning and you're also helping others understand your thought
Look at
process.
the ages of my audience.
That's true, yes.
The tools you use are the tools
Almost everybody's age is 35 and up.
And what does that mean to have a tool that you use validated?
So a validation is a thorough testing of a process or procedure. So before we subject any evidence to testing, we ensure that those process and procedures will work within our laboratory.
There we go. Nita, thank you for another 2.
Standard operating procedures.
Justin Choka, thank you for the 2.
And these are kind of like
Tina Ann, thank you for the 2.
instructions on how to do our process and procedures.
Freedom Hawk, thank you for the 2.
Myself as an example,
Shane Fisher, thank you for another 250.
standard operating procedures.
Thank you guys. I believe that's the goal.
Procedures during proficiency tests.
Now, you've talked about, I think, a couple of the tools you use. One you call StarMix, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And is that tool validated?
Yes, it's validated.
All right, now I'm going to set up another goal. All right. I'm just joking.
Is validated by the
I love you guys, man. Thank y'all so much.
And then we, the FBI laboratory, also tested StarMix to ensure.
If it wasn't for y'all super chat, this would be 7 hours of just not making any money at all.
Now, when you say it was developmentally...
So I really, really do appreciate you guys.
...reviewed study.
Yes, it is.
Y'all funded my 7-hour workday.
And is StarMix used? How widely is StarMix used?
Thank you for the juice. The juice.
StarMix is used in approximately 120 laboratories, both domestically and internationally.
Yeah, I thought he said 45 minutes. 4 to 5 minutes. I think we're going way past that. The judge is looking at him like, come on, man.
Questions that you were asked on direct examination. You were asked about an Exhibit 8.4, Baker 8.4, which is the DOJ Ultra, which is the Uniform Language. What does that stand for?
Yeah, if I was the judge, I don't know how that guy can stay awake.
I believe.
Okay. It talks about language that you should use. And
you got to be healthy, right? You got to have a lot of exercise in your schedule.
That's correct.
That is correct, yes.
There's something to keep yourself energized to be able to sit in that courtroom for 8 hours plus. Just stay awake and listen to everything.
Do you know?
I think Erica wasn't here today. Maybe, I don't know. We can't see her, but
Directive from the Department of Justice limits the adjectives you can use to describe the evidence and the conclusions that you reach.
I don't know why I can't sit still.
Yes, it is.
And the thinking behind that is to submit the statistical number and let others decide, meaning the reader decide how they want to describe that number. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
So for example, if we can look at Exhibit 31, if you don't mind publishing that.
Yeah, they didn't stay the whole time yesterday. She had to leave.
Yes, and that's been admitted, so if we can put it on the screen.
Apparently, Tyler Robinson was chilling, laughing.
And Kimberly,
laughing,
page 3.
And she couldn't handle it, so she left.
Thank you.
He thinks this is a fun game, y'all.
Sub 1.
He's like, yes, I'm a celebrity now for the left. He's a typical brainwashed leftist.
The number in written form in the second paragraph beneath the heading. And then beneath that, you have a table, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the likelihood ratio gives the number, right? That's the likelihood ratio. And that's stated in sentence form in the paragraph preceding the table, correct?
Correct, yes.
The only language you can use to describe what that number means from the DOJ directive is very strong support for inclusion, correct?
Correct, yes.
And the sentence there that says the DNA results from item 7.1 are 1.7 octillion times more likely if Twiggs and T. Robinson are contributors than if Twiggs and an unknown, unrelated person are contributors. The reader can assign whatever value they want to that, correct?
What do you mean?
Meaning adjective to describe what that means.
Sure, yes.
The adjective you can use is very strong support.
For inclusion, yes.
Okay, for inclusion.
Inclusion.
All right, if we go to 8.1.
DEI?
Kimberly, if you can scroll down just to make that a little bit easier.
DNA, DEI, DNA.
Same question there. The results are from 8.1 are 30 quintillion times more likely if Twiggs and T. Robinson are contributors than if Twiggs and an unknown, unrelated person are contributors. The adjective you're allowed to use is very strong support for inclusion again, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that exhibit down. Thank you. You were asked about formal activity level, and you described this as the lab cannot testify about, or you cannot testify about what action left the DNA on the object. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Does that mean that an individual did or did not touch? Well, let me ask you this. How can DNA get onto an object?
DNA can get on an object via direct contact, so an individual touching an object. It can also end up on an item via body fluids, such as blood, or through transfer. So if I were to touch an object and then that object is given to someone else, my DNA could potentially be on that other individual through the transfer of DNA.
And your lab you cannot testify as to what precise action left the DNA on the object, correct?
Correct, I cannot.
Okay. Same question about time. You can't testify about the exact time that DNA was left on an object, right?
Correct.
But there are some indicators that may give some information about how long and the conditions under which DNA was placed on an item, like degradation.
Yes, degradation or the condition of the item. So again, if a firearm, for example, is in a river, I would expect with the water rushing over that item, I may or may not be able to detect DNA. Also, if there's an item of evidence that is exposed to the elements, something that's been left behind 10 years ago, I don't necessarily expect to recover DNA, but something that may have been left yesterday, I might be able to detect DNA.
An item that has been left in the dirt or has been rubbed in the dirt, could that affect your ability to recover DNA?
It could, yes.
Could it also affect degradation?
Yes.
Can UV rays affect degradation?
Yes, it can.
Does degradation keep you from doing your work?
No, it does not.
Is degradation normal?
Yes, it is.
Does all DNA degrade?
It does, yes.
I imagine if it's kept in a pristine environment, it would degrade less than if it's kept in or if it's found in a less or out in the open. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. You said with regard to the screwdriver,
it's been over 4 to 5 minutes, sir.
Did that affect your ability to reach conclusions in this case?
No, it did not.
You said on item 7, the towel or the swab from the towel, there was slight degradation, not as much as Exhibit 8. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did that degradation affect your ability to reach a conclusion here?
No, it did not.
I don't even know why we're still watching. Might as well just call it a damn day.
You testified that that gave guidance.
Y'all want to just call it a day?
Of forensic science. Do you know what year that report was?
Supposed to adjourn right now anyways.
I don't recall the year.
Do you know if it's been within the last 5 years?
No.
Look, she's like, why did I sign up for this job?
Yes.
Do you know if it's been the last 10 years?
I think it was 2016, but I'm not entirely sure. I would say within the last 10 years.
Let me ask you this.
Oh, you know what? You're sure right.
Science in your
You are sure.
Can I refer to it as probabilistic genotyping?
You are right. This is the prosecutor. I didn't even notice.
Genotyping is the math in my area. Yes.
The science
Lock
in your field, has it developed over the last 10 years?
Yes, it has.
And have there been studies that have made suggestions which have been implemented in the field?
Yes.
You testified about Exhibits 7 and 8, that they both had mixtures. Excuse me. Yes, items 7 and 8. In your testing of these items, that they both had mixtures. And you stated, I want to make sure I understood this.
Look, Andrew Wilson said, I'm doing an all-day coverage of this today.
You stated,
right?
I believe that the minor sample...
He said, I'm doing all-day coverage today.
And that it was...
And his ass is already clocked out.
95%.
For one of the samples, yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Does that mean 5% was from Twigs and the 95%, that 95% is assumed from the defendant?
You're fired. And I know he made 10 grand today. Easy. Easy 10 grand.
Twigs' DNA profile aligned with the 5% contributor. And
Andrew Wilson doesn't even start his show till he makes $1,000. Are you kidding me? Fuck.
Okay. Same question with regard to
Maybe that's what I should do to y'all.
Ratio is 11%.
We ain't starting nothing till y'all fill up $1,000 in the goal.
Twigs being the 11%, and Rob.
That's how every day goes. From now on,
Twigs,
I'm gonna need $1,000 before we even start this bitch.
Robinson better aligned with that 79% contributor.
No, I can't do that. That's crazy. But that's crazy that he makes that much money, man.
You're asked about Baker 4, an exhibit that was titled Baker 4 365.
If I did that, I'd be tapping out my sugar mamas in the first 2 days.
Do you have Baker?
Tapping out.
365? Put that up.
I'm talking about Andrew Wilson. The Crucible, Andrew Wilson.
And item 7 is the towel, right?
Yes.
Item 8.
YouTube. Why is YouTube holding me down, man?
Thank you.
It makes me frustrated. I've been working my ass off all year long, and we haven't even broke over like 1,000 subscribers this whole year, 2026. YouTube has been fucking with me the whole year. They don't share my videos around anymore.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm going to wrap up.
Oh, thank God.
Go ahead and take that down. I'm sorry. Thank you for helping out with that.
Work my ass off, man. I just want a couple thousand subscribers.
The protocols.
How the hell did Matt Morse grow so big? I watched his channel go from little bitty to massive in like that.
Training and experience and following those.
Same thing with Devori Darkins.
Conclusions described in Exhibit 31.
Channel was small and just went skyrocketed one day.
Right, Mr. Burt.
Like, damn, what do I got to do?
What time are you anticipating?
He paid BB. But I'm looking at all these YouTube channels. I'm just like, what do I got to do to get there?
You refer to cross-examination to your
what trigger do they pull?
That's right.
Yes.
To go from
Statement in the
like 5,000 subscribers all the way shot up to 100,000.
Cannot be used to establish the scientific validity and reliability of a metrological method, such as a forensic feature comparison method. Moreover, a forensic examiner's...
I don't know who Andrew Wilson is, the debater, the master debater.
Because the right answers are not typically known in casework, and thus examiners cannot accurately know how often they erroneously
I love Andrew Wilson, man.
and cannot readily
Absolutely love the guy.
their accuracy by learning from their mistakes in the course of casework. Do you agree with that statement?
I don't.
Am I supposed to buy my way to fame? Because I'll do it. Fuck it.
They're right in the fact that
I'll
we
sell
never know the
out.
true
No, I
answer.
won't sell out.
However, my experience.
I won't sell out, but
I've seen a lot of different DNA. I've seen a lot of validation data, so that does help me come to a conclusion.
Do you agree with this statement by that same report? Good professional practices, such as the existence of professional societies, certification programs, accreditation programs, peer-reviewed articles, standardized protocols, proficiency testing, and the code of ethics cannot substitute for actual evidence of scientific.
like, how does Matt Morse have?
I don't think I agree with that either.
How does Matt Morse have like 10,000 people in his chat every single day?
Reliable, following protocols.
That's the code I'm trying to crack, man.
Shows that my results are accurate and reliable, as well as being proficiency tested.
By the way, you said that that report was not authored by experts, but the head of that group was Eric Lander, who is one of the foremost experts in the area of forensic biology, is he not?
That name does not ring a bell. I don't know who that individual is.
You don't know who Eric Lander is?
No, I do not.
See, I don't want to believe that. I want to believe I can get that big just off of hard work and
2007.
You said that STR mix was widely
hard work and giving you guys the product y'all want.
CAS report said the problem is it's been validated by the people selling the product, right?
Developmental validation, yes. Internal validation, no. A laboratory
Yeah, there's that too.
has to validate within their own laboratory.
And the PCAS report said that we need validation data not by
Like every day is the same thumbnail,
but by independent
Trump's face, and it's
right?
They do, and that's exactly what
bombshell. No one expected this.
31 laboratories that came together in response to the PCAS report.
Let it all out. They give her the flower.
Their validation data on how they internally validated Star Mix.
Matt wears a MAGA hat. I wear a MAGA hat.
Information came forward.
I wear MAGA hats.
And they said,
I'm just joking.
PCAS was persuaded by those studies, while likelihood ratio
Maybe people see the name Arturo and they're like, oh, this illegal immigrant.
making a set of assumptions about DNA profiles that require
Somebody in the chat one time said, Arturo sounds too foreign to me.
the errors in the results.
Sounds a little too foreign to me.
A range of parameters, it is thus important to undertake empirical testing with a variety of samples in the relevant range. And they specifically address the studies you're referring to, did they not?
I believe they did, yes.
Yeah. And then lastly, you said that
I don't know. Somebody in the chat a while back.
STR mix is widely used, but as I understand your testimony, you didn't.
He's like, I prefer art. Arturo just sounds too foreign.
Conclusion about twigs, right? The software told you there was no support there for including them, And you ignored it.
That's what I did on YouTube for 8 years.
did not
I was playing
ignore it.
drums. I was reacting to music, talking about music.
Type of sample.
That's what I was doing for 8 years.
Sample.
Donald Trump won
Compared that individual
the election, and I immediately switched to politics.
and determined
No regrets.
that I could conclude that I could utilize him as an elimination sample.
You said your laboratory was accredited, correct?
Yes.
But you're aware that in 2004, the Inspector General did a comprehensive
It is what it is. I'm just going to keep on pushing, keep on doing what I'm doing.
the FBI DNA.
Just know that y'all super chats really do matter, y'all. Your super chats are literally keeping the channel afloat.
Which found a number of errors in the way that your lab does testing, correct?
Objection. The 2004 study is hardly relevant to this proceeding 22 years later.
It's relevant.
Objection.
He's relying on accreditation to somehow say that these results are valid. This lab was accredited when this study was done.
I'll allow this single question.
Like, I wonder, does YouTube feel weird about me multi-streaming on Rumble and Kick at the same time? Do they want me to specifically stream on YouTube only?
For this witness.
Yes,
I wonder if that has anything to do with it. I know everyone multi-streams.
You never know the true answer with field work, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that's compared to ground truth studies where you do know the true answer and you can compare the conclusions that analysts draw with the true answer, the ground truth answer that is the basis of the study. Is that right?
Yes, and that is what our validation is.
Your validation actually studies.
That's literally what I've been doing for the past 3 years, or 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further for this witness?
Thank you.
May this witness.
Yeah, Matt Morse multi-streams also.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right.
My thumbnails are good. I know the numbers on my thumbnails are good.
Before we go into recess.
Are they adjourning? Or is she just done?
Both parties say no. We'll go ahead and be
Hey, Sarah, I appreciate that.
tomorrow at 1 p.m.
And I hope I give you all the.
morning court.
I hope I make it worth it for y'all, you know?
Up at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Court is in recess.
Woo! That's going to wrap it up for today, man. Hey, Weed Hopper, you've been here for a while, man. You know what we do. I just keep on going. I learn from other people, but I'm me. The Daily Discourse is my baby. And we just keep it pushing. Now the rain comes right when I'm about to walk inside. Are you fucking kidding me?
Swipe up. Swipe up again and close the YouTube out.
Oh, great. You can't even hear it unless I'm talking. What about now? Can y'all hear it now? It's so loud I can't even hear my own voice.
I just put that down. It's just going to distract me.
There it goes. Now you can hear it.
Plus and then live. You don't have a microphone on it.
Anyways. Now I'm going to go swim my way back to my... Did I miss a tour of the new setup? No, I haven't done it yet. If I ever do a tour of my new setup, it's going to be on my Patreon.
Plus and then live.
Which, by the way, I got to make some more content for that, too. Oh, yeah. Now it's nice and cool. Even though this morning was 98 degrees. But now it's nice and cool. And there they go. Clocking out. All right, y'all. It's been great. It's been fun. Thank you guys so much for hitting that super chat goal. We're going to do it again tomorrow, y'all. 10 a.m. It may be 11 a.m., but I'm shooting for 10 a.m. tomorrow. So be on the lookout, all right? I love you guys. I appreciate y'all, man. That's going to do it for today. Y'all take it easy. I will see you guys tomorrow for another long day. Again, justice for Charlie Kirk, y'all. That's why we do this. That's why we do this. We were here covering the day it happened, and we're gonna follow this all the way to the end. All right. I love y'all. Y'all have yourselves a great afternoon. Have good times with your families, and I'll see you guys. Oh, the rain just stopped. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, man. Y'all take it easy, guys.